And welcome to the second day of the FSL live from Agritechnica. This is tournament 4 of season 5, and yesterday, Copter, we saw quite a lot of upsets, quite a lot of craziness. It's going to be an interesting day.
Definitely. I mean, yesterday was pretty nuts. Of course, I didn't see all the matches in the end because I had to travel to do on the way. But anyways, now we are here, and of course, very excited to see the final day of the tournament. So maybe summarize a little bit the starting positions, Alex.
Yes, so I'm just looking back at I got a big sheet of paper here with all my notes yesterday. We had some pretty big upsets yesterday. The biggest one, of course, was Just Attractor beating Helm, sending Helm into the losers bracket for the first time this season. They did an absolutely amazing game to beat them. They came into the second game. They were at a disadvantage because they had Big Hall versus the versus Unstoppable, and they managed to beat Helm at their own game to win that one, and then just had a much easier final game to take them through on that match. But also, of our top 4 teams, 3 of them ended in the bottom bracket. We had Voltra go down. We had New Holland go down. And in fact, today we've got Voltra versus New Holland. So one of those teams won't be making it through to the final out of those 2. In fact, that is our first game up today, is New Holland versus Voltra. And that's sure to be a really good game because these are 2 really, really good teams. They're both top 4 teams. They're both played really, really well, and somehow have ended up in this position where one of them is now about to go out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you don't expect that the Valtra and New Holland would be fighting from the spot on the, let's say, on the final stages of the tournament. But that's how it is. So New Holland versus Valtra, that is the match that we have, just like as Alex said, and definitely my pleasure to be here. If you wonder about the camera and everything, I'm currently in a hotel room in the middle of Finland, so really sorry about if my face doesn't look so good as always. But I think it's the audio still that counts. So let's get this day started and kicked off with the New Holland versus Valtra. And of course, we'll be heading towards the bans, as we can see already. We can see telehandlers probably going to be the bans for Valtra, as we can see. And then from the New Holland side, we have Klaas Axion. So we maybe expect a little bit bigger tractor as a second ban as well. And then we'll be seeing the perks already after that one. So the final ban just coming up, and it is going to be John Deere 8R. So it's expected. And then what would you like to see, Alex, on the perk side?
On the perk side, I'd like to see some different perks on either team. So like this, so like we've got with Big Hall versus Bottleneck here, I want to see some variation. A lot of teams towards the end of yesterday were trying to match the same perk when they were coming through. And actually, this is quite a good play from New Holland at the moment. Managing to get their Big Hall against a Bottleneck means that they don't end up forced to play Big Hall against Unstoppable, which we know is a combination where Unstoppable is more advantageous to the team that has it in that situation. So yeah, this is a good start from both teams. Having a Bottleneck is a great way to slow your opponents down, especially when they're using something like Big Hall. But it's going to be very different strategies with both teams coming in with these 2 differing team perks at the moment.
Okay, well, anyways, we have the perks have been chosen, so Big Hall and Bottleneck. And let's see what kind of strategies, well, as we are now loading to the game, so we shall see how they want to play this through. And just as a reminder for the viewers, so yes, the losing team is going to be eliminated from the tournament, as this is the lower bracket already. So one of these teams are going to be sent back home. But now we're getting ready up for the run for the pads, or whatever you want to call that. And there we go. So let's have a look who's going to be catching what and how the first bales are looking like. So we can see that the New Holland's going to be catching that the New Holland combine. We can see Anton going for the ideal. No challenges really going on there. We can see Klaas being taken just from the field, so that's not going to be a challenge at all. And I think the teams are pretty well set up to start building that first bale or making that first bale. And let's just have a look. This location where they're currently working is not that optimal, but here we can see from the Vulture side already that they are just going to do that first bale. L Rhodes is here right behind Tita, and he's already getting away from it. So he's getting ready to cross the bridges. Let's see if he's going to be able to get on the. He's going to go for the normal bridge. Doesn't have to go for the safer route. And this should be, if he's going to swing that in. Oh, that's actually pretty early coming out of it. And that might not. Oh, somehow he actually does it. I mean, it was looking like very, very, I would say, hairy bail, to be honest. But 147, that's messy. An excellent first. Yeah, it was definitely messy, but they made it, and we can see Vulture coming with 135, so the gap is 12 points. But a very good first bail from New Holland. It did it. I mean, there was definitely some elements that it might have missed the target, but it didn't.
Yeah, that was looking very, very worrying for Elrose there a moment ago. Just clipping the edge of that. Normally that's enough to stop them dead. We got direct delivery and bridges raised as our first two drops. They're in a pretty good position, so I expect one or other team might go for the direct delivery. Although neither of them are currently harvesting anywhere near. No, there we go. Elrode's getting that direct delivery, getting the extra grain into the silo so that they can just fill that big haul up and give them a little bit of an advantage later on. Really good play there from New Holland. I have noticed that both teams are actually starting off in a... Oh, go on.
No, I was just going to say that they still had about 10 seconds to go, so they can make this 2.6 maybe before the time is going to run out, and that's exactly what they're going to have. So that's a good start. I mean, we saw this yesterday as well, and I mean, we see the direct delivery be more used now as well as on the past. So it's really lovely to see that the teams are finding some new ways for the perks.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason why direct delivery has been used a lot more this weekend is because it has been patched. There was a part of the patch included an update and a fix for something around direct delivery, and I think it might have made it just that little bit more useful. And Soren is in a bad way. Oh, this could be really bad for Vulture, because that trailer is really stuck by that tree. And Vulture are in big trouble here.
They're just going to leave it there. I mean, he doesn't even try to get it away from there anymore. So he's just going to go. And of course, there was some grain, and I think that was because I mean, New Holland, they have the big hall. So Valtra, of course, they need to build this more complicated setup, and that is one of the building blocks of the setup. It didn't contain that much of a grain, so that I don't think was a problem. But the thing is that they need something like that to build the setup, and I think they do have another one. So that's why they started to run away and just to get another one than just trying to get the other one unstuck from that tree.
I was wondering for a moment if Tita was going to go and grab the remaining combine just to deny it from Vulture. But no, he's gone to grab his stacking tractor and get things going. I was going to say that the teams actually started off in a fairly even position here because the spawn didn't include the big class combine on the stands this time. So they both got one of those each, but the big class was not available for them to pick up off the stands, and as a result, the combines that were available were all fairly even from the get-go. But losing that grain wagon, having that tip, has just caused a massive issue, because it's more than that. They're having trouble getting the combines past. And of course, not unloading from the wagon. Also, they have no multiplier in the when they're unloading the combines either. So their grain game is completely destroyed by that wagon going over. Both teams, New Holland have picked up Crazy Tools. So New Holland are now pressing extra bales, and the timing couldn't be better for them. They've got a lot of bales coming out now. They are going to be at the advantage on the bales. They're going to be at the advantage on the grain. this is not looking good for Valtra at all.
Yeah, you're completely right on that. I mean, everything is really looking good for New Holland. Currently, they have the multiplier. I mean, they got the direct delivery as well. So, I mean, there isn't a single variable that is currently on the side of Valtra, unfortunately. And now we can see the unloading starting for New Holland. The big hole, they're going to pour that down. They're going to stop the belt from Valtra as well. So 3.0 for New Holland. Of course, the belt is like super slow. We can see Anton, meanwhile, here operating at the Valtra's belt and just stacking the bales. Probably going to start them putting them
Valtra
inside
doing
at
the
some
only
point.
thing
But of
they
course,
can.
yeah, and I mean, with the 1.0 multiplier belt stopped, so they can only basically shove it on the bottom currently if they want to do something.
They're going for the Hail Mary. They're going for that famous Lintner push. There is nothing else Valtra can do at this point because they cannot get enough grain in there to fix that multiplier. They are going to have to go and try and push all of their bales in there at the last second and hope that they catch New Holland unawares and manage to get not only the Bale-tastic but the Bale-pressive and the other one I can't remember the name of at the moment because Valtra are in a position where they can only score 10 points per bale, where New Holland are scoring 30 points per bale. Valtra have to put in 3 bales for every 1 that New Holland deliver at the moment, and that is impossible to counter.
Yeah, the whole grain situation is pretty different. Oh, bottom boost, that's not going to make much of a difference for Valtra, to be honest. So, but a huge thing for New Holland if they can actually get that on their hands. So let's see who's going to pick that up. But but yeah, I mean, let's see how Valtra wants to play this time. But New Holland, I mean, yeah, they have that huge multiplier already, 3.0, and they are pretty much well equipped. But what I was going to say about the grain was earlier that we have this interesting fact, and the bottom boost going to be picked up by New Holland. They're going to score 90 points from those bales immediately, and they still have a quite many seconds remaining. So still, as we can see, the 35 seconds that they can use, and they're just trying to get all those bales in. But the grain, so I mean, we are 2 minutes on the clock, and we can see that there's like 40,000 liters of not used grain on the New Holland side, and on the Valtra side, actually 52, because very rarely we see that the grain is not used. But now because of the issues with Valtra had, and then of course the early direct delivery, I mean, there's so much unused grain which we very very rarely see. But now New Holland already at 500 points and already above it actually, and Valtra, they have 20 bales currently. So I mean, they definitely need to build that combo Lindner push setup there next to the barn. But I don't know how many points can you actually get from that one. I'm not completely sure. That do they even have the bales and the chance to actually pass New Holland, especially now when they still have that 3.0 multiplier and are scoring so many points from one bale.
Last season, we saw Lintner scoring nearly 1,000 points pulling this off. So I think if they can pull it off and they don't get blocked by New Holland, then they can get enough to win. But it really is a case of they've got to have their timing perfect, and New Holland cannot put a bale in there at any point. Otherwise, it is just not going to work. They have to hit that top perk. They have to hit that top combo in order to actually pull this off. And that's going to be very hard. New Holland have to know at this point.
Now's the time. Now's the time they're going to push it. And do they have enough points from it?
And they managed the Bale-pressive, but it's not enough.
Yeah. It's not enough, unfortunately. They will end up with 500 points about and 20 seconds to go. They have no bales. I mean, they have 9 bales or something. But yeah, it's definitely New Holland who's going to claim this one. I mean, Valtra, they tried everything they could, taking the circumstances. But unfortunately, this time it just wasn't enough. And we can already call this, even though we have 5 seconds on the clock, that New Holland definitely will be taking this first game of the series.
Yeah, nothing Valtra could really do after that grain cart went over. They were never going to have the grain to counter New Holland. And
Mm.
a really awful unforced error there from Vultra. Kudos to Vultra for trying to pull the Hail Mary and get it in. And look, 27 bales they managed to get in at once. They had 4 bales left over. That would have been enough to get that third uh, that third combo had they put them in the pile. So where we'd have been then, I'm not sure. It might have been enough to get close, but yeah, I think they went a little bit early with it, just trying to make sure they got it, and
Yeah,
it
they
was
didn't
an
have much any
outside
options
shot
there.
either way you look at it. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, let's play. I mean, of course, the 1.0 multiplier is not going to help. Of course, you still get 10 points, but let's say that if they would have had a slightly better multiplier and they would have collected bottom boost that push, then it might have been able to work. But yeah, this time it just wasn't enough.
I mean, yeah, they could have very easily done the. They could easily have uh, maybe put some of the grain in. I don't know if they tried to deliver any grain, uh, but yeah, to just bring that multiplier back a little bit might have been good. I'm not sure if we've still got Copter. Hang on a minute, people. And yeah, so New Holland going into the second game here of this best of 3, 1 game up, and Vultra are on the back foot now. Vultra have to win this game in order to keep in this tournament, and yeah, it's very very much on the back foot. New Holland playing an absolute blinder. I mean, yes, the big mistake there was the big error there was on Vulture's side, but we have New Holland playing really really well, taking full advantage of all that. So we got New Holland and Vulture game 2. I think we got you back, Copter. Was that maybe we'll see. Right. So we're entering the banning phase for this second game. And Vultra up to ban first. Now, discussing this with Kermit yesterday about how a lot of what goes on in this phase, in this banning phase, doesn't seem to have a huge impact. And we saw that in the last games of yesterday, where we had both teams basically not banning anything. In fact, the last game we had yesterday, the only thing that got banned was the Deutz Far Combine, just so that it wouldn't turn up on the podiums. And yeah, it's a really interesting thing how this actually does not have a huge impact on the game this phase. Whereas this phase has a massive impact on here these days. We got Baltra coming in with Bickle and New Holland coming in with Bottleneck. So a reverse of the teams from last time. So that grain wagon will be very important for New Holland this time. Both teams choosing a large tractor, the Case Magnum for New Holland and the Fendt 942 for Vultra. Second, and both of them going with under pressure, which of course is for pressing bales. Case Magnum is the second choice for Vultra with Archimedes, which helps to unload faster, while the John Deere 6M was the choice for New Holland with Runner, which allows that player to run faster. And then we got the reverse of that over on the final picks. Although New Holland going for a second stacking tractor rather than the second large tractor. And so we are off for the second game. Yeah, it's one of those things. They had 4 bales left filled. So I think if they could even have got 3 of those onto that stack and got that in, that would have been that would have hit that final bonus, that final combo, which might have given them enough. Even then, I'm not sure it was. It would have needed to have gone up another 300 points. I don't
Mm.
know how much there is for that final combo. And welcome back, Copter.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but yeah. Anyways, I'll try to do my best to be here. Of course, I was meanwhile because I was hearing you just fine, so I was just actually talking about the bands and everything here myself as well. But yeah. I mean, for Valtra, the whole. I mean, I don't think that we have seen Valtra do anything else than just banning the telehandlers all the time. I mean, every single game so far this tournament, so they are always just banning the telehandlers. I think it's a pretty clear pattern for them. But anyways, the first bale are on their ways as we can see L Roads coming up. We can see also Valtra actually. It is Søren, and he seems to be reversing that in. The swing is going to come from the other side for New Holland, but they're going to miss the bale. And at the same time, Søren will claim the 133 points. And let's see how New Holland, L Roads gets 129, so it's not that far away. 4 points of difference. But the initial toss didn't work, and he decided from whatever reason to actually do it from the other side. But anyways, the gap is just 4 points, so it's not the biggest issue here. And now Valtra just needs to be very careful. I mean, they have one defeat already, so they are kind of like having their backs against the wall, because if Valtra is going to lose this one, they are out of this tournament as well. So they really need to deliver, and they cannot afford any kind of a mistake. Silo close is going to be on the first batch of the drops, and we can see Herbicide here as well. But yeah, the silo close is interesting, so we know that it's kind of like out of the way for the second batch of the drops. So, but not going to be probably picked up by anybody at this point, and I don't think that teams will go for the Herbicide either. It doesn't make that much of a difference for the moment. And yeah, of course, interested to see how Valtra is gonna kind of like play the big haul, as it was the opposite on the last game that we had actually New Holland playing big haul and Valtra was playing so the perks were like reversed, or they are reversed compared to the last game. So, but yeah, the grinding phase, we can see New Holland with some grain. Of course, Valtra is collecting as well, but pretty even situation when you take everything into consideration. So nothing has been kind of like decided yet.
Yeah, it's the way those drops came. They were well out of the way, and as you said, the big thing about that was not which ones they were likely to pick up. It's more that it takes silo closed off the table. We know then that that's not coming at the 5.5 minute mark, and won't be there available to disrupt things at that point. Elrose coming in to do first unload by the looks of things, and taking that corner very, very cautiously after Valtra's mistake last time, and lining things up. So the whole setup here is going to be very important for New Holland this time. They want to get everything in position, ready to drop all that grain. He's not dropping any grain right now, so he's not playing his hand for Valtra. They very much want to get things set up. We've got Combine coming in for New Holland as well. Meanwhile, Valtra are now out there pressing those important early bales. They've got 4 of them pressed so far. Let's see exactly how many New Holland have got so far. I don't think New Holland have got that many pressed at this point. But New Holland do have more grain, interestingly. They've managed to get sort of an extra 3,000-4,000 liters, so that could be very important. In fact, they are still pressing grain. So they are still getting grain, while Valtra seems to have stopped getting theirs.
Yeah, I was wondering if Alex has found a new way of making grain if they're pressing it. But I mean, if you could introduce that also,
milling it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like sounds like somebody would be pressing the $1 bills, so almost like cheating. But definitely nice idea. We have the drops though, so let's see when we're gonna have a glimpse of those. Zigny's having a bit of issues here. They're kind of like trying to dodge around the buildings and the trees while he's trying to get next to the silo. And the big haul at the same time from Valtra's side is going to be used because the belt being stopped for New Holland. So the situation is pretty much the same, or it was pretty much the same as what we had on the last game. But now New Holland, because they have the tractor and the trailer in place, they can actually fight back. We can see direct delivery and bale drop, so nothing that significant. I mean, direct delivery at this point doesn't make much of a sense, to be honest, and then okay, the bale drop is something that the teams might go for, but yeah, quite minor impact in general, especially when both of the teams are going to be probably going to pick that up, as we can see that the Valtra went for it. And meanwhile, the New Holland setup, as we can see, it's right here. They are moving the grain from the vehicle to another. Currently the multiplier is 2.5 for Valtra, so this is the time when they should be trying to get some bales in before New Holland can actually even out the multiplier, as they are just a little bit slower with it. So one of the momentums of the big haul is exactly the speed that you can actually pour down the grain, so that you can get the multiplier very fast, and then you have to time the bales at the same time. And now New Holland, now they will exactly start unloading the grain as well, and it's already 1.9, and it's going to go to 2.0 maybe. No, it's going to stay actually on 2.1 for Valtra, so there's going to be some points coming now, but yeah, but no huge advantage. I mean, it could have been 25 points per bale, but it wasn't. So the timing again is the key there.
Yeah, they have managed to even it up and stop Valtra scoring at the 2.1, and in fact have switched it the other way now. So New Holland, that extra bit of grain we saw has made all the difference. New Holland have that advantage in the multiplier, scoring 2 points extra per bale. Really well played by them, getting that extra little bit. And we saw that happening a lot yesterday with Farming Friends. They were just getting that little bit of grain all the time. And in fact, the only team that they didn't manage to do that against and subsequently lost and were knocked out by was New Holland. And New Holland seemed to be taking Farming Friends' own tactic and now using it against other teams, being out there for that little bit longer, harvesting that little bit more, and getting that little bit of an advantage on the multiplier.
Yeah, and did we see a combo coming up? There was a French notification on the corner, so there was something happening, but I wasn't sure what it was because it was in French, and I pardon my French that I just don't know it that well.
Valtra do seem to have quite a big lead in the points suddenly.
Yeah, I mean I think there was a combo on the corner, but maybe some of the French-speaking viewers maybe can help us out a little bit what was actually on that corner. But so Valtra, they do have some points, so yeah, okay. Excellent that they do have something. But yeah, 2 minutes to go. We can see Valtra leading with 444. Nice 444 number digit there. And so they are on the lead. And currently it's looking pretty good. I mean, they still have 7 bales. So New Holland, they have about 15, 16. So they do have advantage on the bale count, but they still have to get them in. So the last 1.5 minutes is just about to start, so it should be pretty busy around the belt on the both sides, especially on the New Holland side, because they do have more bales. And the Valtra, I mean, they do have 6 bales currently, but I don't know how many more they can actually produce. So if they put all those bales, those remaining bales in, they can reach what is like a 600 points about. Maybe a 580 or something like that. And New Holland, if they get all those bales in, they should be able to pass them. So let's just wait and see. That's going to be 63 points on the belt. So they're getting already 440 and still 1 minute to go. So yeah, this is actually getting pretty close unless Valtra is actually getting some more bales in. They are definitely pressing them as we speak, but they need to hurry up.
This is the thing. Valtra are actually in a fairly dangerous position here. They have 1 bale sitting at the bottom of that conveyor, and New Holland can just keep loading bales on. And Valtra need to get their timing right if they're going to stop a combo coming from New Holland. New Holland are catching up fast. They still have quite a few bales to get in. They still got 9 bales to Valtra's 4, and you can see now. New Holland very much catching up. Bales coming in all the time. 20 seconds
with
left.
These
bales will make it in.
It's going to be 600. We still have 10 seconds to go. And it's going to be very, very close. Do they have any more bales on the belt? They do have some more bales on the belt. 6,500. Yeah. Good job, New Holland. I mean, it was getting really close, and it went exactly as close as we thought that it's gonna go. But in the end, the couple last bales they came like a couple seconds before, and Valtro is out. As we can see, the guys are not happy, but this time the tournament didn't provide them, a top 3 position or anything like that. But they still fought. And they tried, and I think with the combo on this second game of the series, they actually had a very good chance, but unfortunately, New Holland did find a way to beat them for the second time, and this best of 3 is already done with a 2-0 for New Holland.
Yeah, it did feel very much like New Holland were leaving it to the last minute. But actually, I would argue that New Holland have got their timing down. They are getting as much grain in as possible, so that is delaying their whole baling setup, and then that means that they are not getting all of their bales to their barn until very late on in the game. So they're still pressing the bales, they're just not getting them back quite as early. And as a result, that's giving their opponents a chance to get ahead in the scoring. But crucially, it's giving New Holland the extra bit on the multiplier, and they're still got all the bales. So as long as they can get all those bales back, as long as they don't have any mistakes that cause some issues, we'll be back in a minute to discuss this further.
Okay.
And we're back. Hello, everybody.
We are
Welcome back. We are back. So yeah, as I was saying before the break, uh, New Holland are doing really well at getting their timings just right. They're pushing everything to the limits. What it does require is for them to be really on top of things and not be making unforced errors, because the moment they make an unforced error, everything is going to fall apart. They're suddenly going to find everything out of place and find themselves in a position where it's very difficult to recover from. However, we are seeing El Rodas especially being able to recover quickly from things like that. So we saw it in the last game where he missed that initial toss for the first bail. He was very quickly round and getting that bail in, and losing very little time and very few points from missing that initial bail.
Yeah, we're gonna see the replay, so let's see if we get any performances from El Rhodes here. At least we're gonna see the probably the flip from Søren. And this is the missed. This was actually the first pair with 147 points, which was a pretty impressive. And this is the flip which caused the first game for Valtra. So he just lost it, and the kind of like the whole combination got tangled around that tree. That's the final push, which the Valtra tried to kind of like overcome the situation, but unfortunately didn't get enough points from it, and then they ended up losing it. But yeah, that's pretty much so. 2-0 for New Holland, and Valtra is out. A bit of people trying to get around the trees and everything, but they did manage, so we didn't see any more accidents happening there. And now, of course, we do have our next match, which should be the LFT versus Helm. That's at least I'm expecting currently.
Yeah, and as I hate to write a team off before they even start, but Helm are very strong, and LFT struggled a little bit yesterday in their match.
Yeah, it's not an easy match for sure.
They were up against Lintner, and Lintner defeated them in two fairly decisive games, which forced LFT down into this bottom bracket. So I think your money has to be on Helm in this game. That's not to say we haven't had upsets before, and maybe LFT played again the match of their life, and cause a big upset here. It will be interesting to see what they try and bring against Helm here, and see if there is a tactic that they can use to upset things. We have having said all of this, we have seen this before. Teams that come in and aren't part of the regular sort of top sets who are newer to the FSL do tend to bring in tactics that people don't expect. So really interested to see what LFT bring here, and see if there is something that they can bring along that will surprise Helm. The one problem with that is Helm is rarely surprised for very long.
True. Well, I mean, and it's a lower bracket game, so of course the losing team is going to drop out of the tournament as well. So both teams are fighting from the position in the tournament, and of course Helm is the kind of like the let's say that we are expecting them to do well here, but so did we yesterday when they were playing against just the Tractor as well. So who knows? But the LFT, I mean, so far how they have played the tournament, so they haven't really shown. No, at least to me, anything that Helm should be worried about for the moment. But who knows? Maybe they have some strategies which are hidden. Anyways, the bans and the picks are more or less almost done, so we can see that there's Unstoppable on the side of Helm, and then we do have Big Hall on the side of LFT. So those are the team perks, and now we just go for the player picks, and not really expecting anything that different here. So we shall see how this goes, but the pretty usual picks, I would imagine. But I kind of like the main thing is the Unstoppable versus the Big Hall, and it's a pretty standard combination.
LFT going for the easy stack and not taking a team perk for Cactus. So yes, slightly different set of strategies here with their big haul and the easy stack. It'd be interesting to see what they're going for, how they will make uh, this work for them. Now, yesterday, the biggest upset when it came to Just a Tractor and Helm was a game just like this. Helm were
Mm.
using Unstoppable, Just a Tractor were using Big Haul, and they managed to overcome Helm and put them on the back foot. So, yeah, at this point, I am not counting anything out because this is a very different setup and a very different set of tactics coming from LFT, which is exactly the kind of thing we love to see here in the FSL.
Yeah, true. The first bale coming up nicely. JK is not that far away from the barn, and as we can see, he's already leaving. So when we had 20 seconds, 9 minutes and 20 seconds, and you should be there in about 9:10. So this actually could be 149, maybe even 50. 149,
Oh,
yeah. So that's a pretty good
149.
first bale. I mean, you can already see from the clock that when he leaves, I mean, he's nearby. So yeah, then you have like about 10 seconds of travel. So it was a good first bale. So JK definitely succeeding very well because he had be coming up, coming from the different side. We'll just take it very, very easily and 130. So it's not a bad first bale. I mean, okay, there's 19 points, one bale of a difference about. But yeah, of course, I mean, Helm doing such a great job. So it's very hard to beat that.
I think a little slow and steady there for LFT is a good thing. If they tried to flick that in, being as late as they were, that would not have been good if they'd missed. Bridges
Mm.
raised and herbicide are our first two drops. Both of them, well, located in a place that is not easy to get to teams. So not expecting either team to pick those up. And of course, neither of those rule out any of the really big drops that could come later. So we
Mm.
could easily still see grain multiplier or silos closed coming up at the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity is still available. So now it's just the time to grind. The gap, like I said, one bale of a difference on the points or 19 points. It's not the deal breaker at this moment. What I'm always scared when it comes to this about 6 minutes is that Helm they usually want to get that slight advantage on the middle. So I'm just wondering how they will play this. Will they try to do some maybe a little bit earlier grain delivery, try to get some bales with a better multiplier and get that about 100-point gap? Or will they just go with the usual strategy? And that is, of course, what LFT should be worried about if they will go for it, because then they will have to come up with something. But for the moment, everything looks pretty normal because they Helm with 42k, LFT 35k currently, but they do have the big haul. So it's going to take a bit of a time when they prepare it. And knowing Helm, they usually, kind of like prepare for the big haul with pretty big, like 50 something, maybe even 60k of grain, or maybe sometimes even over. So I'm pretty sure that they will prepare for whatever is coming from the LFT's big haul later.
I'm actually pretty amazed. I can see behind the ideal combine there, both
Mm.
teams have left the biggest combine in the game on the podium. And I don't quite get that. We've got Helm using the New Holland. We've got I think the LFT were using the case, if I remember. Oh no, they were using the ideal. So yeah, both smaller combines, and leaving that big class combine on the podium. I realise that
Mm.
part of that is all down to the fact that both teams want to grab the closest combine to where they want to start to get that speedy first bale. But you'd have thought they'd have come out and then quickly switched over to that class, or they'd have got one of their team members to move that class into a position where they can take
Mm.
advantage of it as they're running to the class that they already reserved. It's a little bit odd and a little bit out of the usual to see teams leaving that combine unused.
Yeah, Helm is putting equipment next to the silo. We should have the drops right now, so we shall see what's going to be on those. They're going to start pouring direct delivery and speed limits, so nothing that disruptive. And this is the time when Helm, I mean, what I'm currently seeing here is that, okay, Helm is now unloading it, and LFT, they haven't been able to gather as much grain on that big haul as I would expect that at this point of the game. So to me, this seems that Helm actually has a chance of now doing the some of the early bale deliveries to get that advantage that I was saying. And LFT, they still seem to be struggling with the a little bit with the big haul. I don't know. Maybe we saw them moving it, so let's see where it's going to be located for the moment. But I mean, usually you have more grain on the big haul than just the 40k. So this is looking pretty good for Helm. That's all I'm saying. And the bales are also coming from the LFT side as well. And they are doing now delivery, which means that they're going to start unloading probably pretty fast, as they probably want to change that multiplier. No, they will go with a 10-point multiplier. I was really expecting that they will unload at the same time, so that, you know, because the belt is very fast, and when you put that grain in, then the whole situation will change. So they should be unloading and, of course, trying to get more points from those bales.
There is 0 point in unloading bales onto the conveyor when you have a 1 times multiplier on it. That is a real waste of 2 bales. And in fact, LFT are in big trouble now.
They are definitely in trouble. They have done some unloading because it's still 1.4 for them, but they have unloaded. They only have 15k remaining, so they don't really have the grain to overcome the whole situation at all. Oh.
that is a very big spread out fan of bales there, and he was not going to get that through. That he's got to go the long way around with those. Impressive attempt though. And there is no grain left, and there is a 4-point difference in the. Oh no! That bale is gone.
Yeah.
There's a 4-point difference in the multiplier, so that bale actually isn't that necessary. I don't think LFT can come back from this.
Yeah,
there's
one bale is lost once again. The safer route claims its victim once again, and we're gonna lose 1 bale. But yeah, LFT meanwhile they have been scoring some points as well.
Well, they picked up the 3-minute drop, and it was bale points, and it looked like a lot of bale points. I mean, it suddenly put them in the lead, so it's got to have been somewhere around 100 bale points they got for that. It evened up the points, and because they were scoring at the time, because they were putting bales in, it's put them in the lead. I still don't think this is a problem for Helm. I think Helm are just going to start stacking bales now, and very quickly going to even things up and go ahead. They've got
I mean, they have 16 bales and the 2.2 multiplier. So I mean, definitely when they will start working around the belt, we will just see those points growing and growing, and they will pass LFT pretty fast. And then, of course, you know, I would expect that they will take the lead, and then there's no way of coming back for LFT anymore.
And we see the catch up happening now. Wooler being as efficient as he normally is, picking those bales up, getting them on there, and a minute and a half to go, and already it's close to about 30-40 points. More bales coming in from JK there, and the bales just aren't there at the moment for LFT to maintain this lead. Oh, and Pyrenator having some trouble picking up those bales.
Yeah. Well, now Helm has taken the lead, but they're leading only by 7 points for the moment. But those bales are going to make sure that they will extend the lead, and they still have 8 bales and more bales than the LFT available, as we still have about 45 seconds to go. And the LFT, they are trying to fight back, but they are getting only that 18 points per bale and not having the bales available, which they need. That will definitely be a problem because they have 6 bales still in total. and you can get like a 100 and 10 points about from those bales. And even if they do that, they will be, I think, further away from Helm. So I don't think that there's any way for them to catch up anymore, as we can see Helm already reaching 670 something, as they will get the final bale inside, which they still had remaining. So the LFT, they just don't have the bales available, and they are having a bit of a problem as well. But just a couple seconds, and Helm has taken the first game from the series.
Yeah, that was just not happening for LFT. Helm just being dominant right from the get-go, able to produce more bales, more grain. They are absolutely incredible at creating that kind of dominance. This is exactly what we expect to see from Helm. They are very good. They only delivered. This is the thing. Helm only delivered one extra bale, but have over 100-point advantage, and that is purely that multiplier. That is purely getting those bales scored while they have a decent amount of advantage, and as a result, they are just dominating LFT. It was indeed a good effort, Philden. I agree with you, and they are showing some improvement, and it was a good steady game from them. I think uh, I think going up against someone like Helm is going to dominate, and especially when Helm is running an advantage in the team perks. So Helm got unstoppable and made it difficult for them to even get a dominance in the grain game if Helm hadn't got a dominance in the grain game anyway. So now that Unstoppable is gone, it will be interesting to see how LFT come back and whether they go and reverse things and do Unstoppable this time and against whatever it is that Helm choose. If Helm go Big Haul against Unstoppable, it might be a little bit interesting. But I think Helm is a good team for preventing that combination happening, because as we know, and as the teams seem to know, getting that combination that is often a really bad or a disadvantage for whichever team is having the big haul at that time. There are much better counters than going with the big haul against Unstoppable. We are preparing, of course, for the second game here. We will see if LFT can come back against Helm here. And we are about to head into the pick and ban phase. Are you back with us, Copter?
I should be.
You are. Fantastic.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Some kind of electricity grounding issues on this remote hotel. So my mixer started to do some weird back noise, and I needed to make some changes. So sorry about being a little bit upset, but yeah, now everything should be fine. Now the only thing that I'm worrying is my Bluetooth headset battery, but yeah, that's a different thing. We'll worry about that when the time comes. But anyways, we're gonna be heading towards the bans as always. So and of course, I think that LFT is just gonna take the telehandlers, as we can see. So not that really surprising, to be honest. And yeah, so that's one thing. And then we'll see what's gonna happen with the Helm's bans, but John Deere class Axion, because actually Lexion being banned. No, actually they watched one telehandler and then they took the Lexion. That's interesting.
That means now you can see Helm, that has ruffled Helm a little bit, because Helm normally pick that combine. LFT knew immediately which combine they were going for when they banned that class. And yeah, Helm had to have a think about which combine they wanted to take with it. Really good play from LFT. I like this. Teams thinking out of the box, doing something a little bit unexpected. Somehow, LFT have more points left than Helm do, and have worked
Mm.
this really well.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
yeah, just the track. They also had, of course, like a different kind of a strategy. So I mean, everybody knows that Helm. They, if you let them play as they want to play, they will. They will just get the points and they will win. So every time when you want to beat them, you have to find some kind of an angle. And this is a nice try now from LFT. So let's see how this is going to work out in the end. At least Helm, they are a bit out of the comfort zone, because they cannot play the game as they were expecting. So now we'll just have to wait and see. But the run for the patch is going to start once again. So let's see how this is going to play out. We can see Paul dropping the weight and we're going to be heading towards the Baylor. Or is he just going to go forward? He's going to go for the Baylor. And do we have any battles actually currently? And kind of a challenges going on? Seems that it's pretty standard. So everybody is getting what they have. We can see Purinator claiming a Baylor from Fend as well, and he's going to go straight behind Kiefer Cactus, and they will start building that first bale. So let's see what kind of a first bale deliveries we have on this game. But the Purinator is, he's further away, but anyway, it doesn't really matter because, otherwise you still would need to drive to the other side of it. And the bale is done. We'll have about, 15 seconds. So, I think it's going to be less than 140 definitely, and we'll see what's coming from the Helm side, as we will hopefully see that at some point. At latest we will see it on the scores. But Purinator, if he's now crossing the bridge, so we are looking about the same, I would say about 130, but now he makes a mistake and that's going to cost some very important time. Luckily it still gets past before the bridge will start racing, and JK will be just coming in and missing the swing actually at the same time, and Purinator comes in as well. So both will make some mistakes, as we can see. 125 for Helm, and the LFT will get 122. So it's pretty even.
This is a much better start from LFT. The disruption of Helm has hit really early because Helm couldn't go for a quick first bale either. The combine setup and everything. There was a combine right at the top on the left-hand side, which I was expecting both teams to go for in order to get that quick first bale. Otherwise, the only other combine on that left-hand side was the old Deutz, which neither team wants unless they're doing something a little bit tricky. So it meant neither team could get anywhere near a fast combine setup for that first bale. And as a result, it's evened those scores really early. This is a much, much better set of gameplay from LFT. It's put Helm right on the back foot from the get-go, and given them a good opportunity to even things up and keep things going really well. This, though, is the reason why LFT has less grain than Helm does. Because Helm is emptying as they move. LFT are stopping their harvesters to empty. And in all that time, Helm are getting extra grain.
Yeah. But it's definitely better for LFT for the moment. They have the Unstoppable as well. So very, very, very eager to see how this is going to play out in the end. But you're completely right about the grain that Helm is currently definitely leading on it and kind of like doing a better job. But we do have a mistake there at the same time as well. So we do have a...
No, that was on purpose.
Combine.
Happy did that on purpose.
Why?
It wasn't a case of... He mistakenly drove in there. He drove straight into that. And I don't know why. Because that makes very little sense.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering about it. That can it actually be intentional or not? But okay, we'll figure that out later. But anyway, so one Baylor is actually on the water, and I have never seen a strategy where Baylor should be on the water. So I don't think it's at least part of the strategy. We'll figure that out at some point. Maybe the German commentators can get a question or something asked about it. But very, very strange incident. We saw yesterday there were a couple of glitches with the controls. I don't know if this could be something similar. But we just don't know.
Maybe he just really doesn't like John Deere.
Oh, I mean, of course, everybody has a right for opinion, so that's completely one possibility as well. But yeah, okay, so that is at least on some level definitely done and stuck there. We can see speed limit and silo close actually being here, so silo close is interesting. Let's see how the teams are gonna play it. I mean, it makes quite a bit of sense actually for LFT at this point to try to get that for Helm because Helm has a huge amount of grain. I mean, they have half more. But LFT has been pouring some down, so 2.3 multiplier for them for the moment. But yeah, Helm, they definitely have so much grain that they can still bring the multiplier completely on their side.
Yeah, it's Helm are now delivering and trying to get back. Now Helm, of course, need to be really careful. Unstoppable is in play, so they don't really want to take it more than a 2.2 multiplier.
Mm. And it's good to remember that there is no big haul in play. So I mean, we have seen so many matches with big haul and these
Frozen
multipliers,
on
the
my
chains,
end.
belt
I don't
being
know if you still
stopped,
got
and
visuals.
we don't see we don't really see the belt being stopped without the big haul that often. So now it actually happens. So LFT, they do have 1.2 multiplier currently. So that's definitely something, and we'll see what Helm is going to do about their belt. But the score situation is still the same. 4 minutes to go, and silo close was picked by Helm, but yeah, Helm. I mean, they still have their belt stopped currently, and that's not really optimal. They don't have actually, they do have another telehandler. We can see Wooler with the telehandler. So I mean, remember they banned only one of them, so that means that the other one is still in the play, and it's definitely being chosen by Helm. And so yeah, I mean, we were really happy to see that there was a little bit different bans happening, like the class Lexion, which we saw. But now we do have the situation that the telehandler actually on Helm's side might be firing back a little bit or something. So we'll figure that out. And Alex, are you
Here we
still there?
go. I am. I glitched out for a moment,
Good.
and we've got a Trelleborg. Well, no, we got no. We've got a Helm Hurl. I nearly said Trelleborg toss. We've got a Helm Hurl going there for a wonderful 90 points. I was going to say LFT want to leave this like this now, but this is not good. They do not want a one times multiplier on their belt. They really need to get this to they really need to get it back a little bit, at least that back to a sort of a 1.5 to 2.5. Otherwise Helm are just going to keep tossing them up there like that.
Yeah.
And they seem to be doing that at the moment. They want to stop at this point, and they are not going to. They're going to re-enable Helm's belt, and Helm have the grain to ensure that the multiplier goes back in Helm's direction. And another Hurl coming, and another nearly 75 points. I think that's like 69 points off that. So yeah, and it's sitting at 2.3 to 1.7. That was a mistake from LFT. If you can't get the grain to get it back to a 2.0 when you have unstoppable, you force the other team's belt to stop, because you then have a much easier time of scoring your bales, and your opponents have a much harder time of trying to get those all important points on the belt. The belt is slow for Helm, but they are still going to score points, especially with that telehandler in play.
Yeah, it's slow, but it's still moving, and of course Wooler with the telehandler, so he can just reach out a little bit further, put the bales on the belt, and then I mean for maybe he can do a toss or two. Meanwhile, or the hurdle as the or hurl. But I mean, and the tosses which he has been, by the way, doing, they have been really clean. If you noticed, all the three right on the middle, because sometimes we saw that that's getting close, and they have been a little bit on the side, so they have been really really clean ones that we have seen so far. And yeah, Helm is currently on the lead with 370 points beyond the last minute as well. So LFT, they ended up with 1.7 and Helm has
Yeah,
a
look at this.
2.3. So everything is more or less on the side of Helm.
Bending
And
it.
Wooler just stacking some more. They will almost go on the halfway of the belt. JK wants to do something as well. 35 seconds to go, and with that slow belt, these are the final seconds when you can actually put any bales anymore on that belt to make sure that they will actually get in. I mean, on the Helm side, of course, on the LFT, the belt is definitely faster, and JK probably wants to drive all the way up there. I think that's the plan, that he wants to just, exercise a little bit, climb all the way there, having a bit of a fun there just to make sure that all the bales will go in. He actually tries to reach all the way on top of the other bales as well. And of course, Helm is now looking to get the second victory on this series. And JK doesn't actually get it done. But it doesn't matter. They will still win it. So Helm will take the series 2-0. And that means that LFT, their games on this tournament, unfortunately, on Agritechnica, they are over. And Helm will be proceeding on the lower bracket on the next stage.
Kudos to LFT. Much better game the second game. Trying much harder to just completely disrupt as Helm as much as they can. Unfortunately, I think that telehandler was something that, because it got left open, negated things a little bit. But I do think they tried something different, and it's good to see teams trying something different, trying something that is going to disrupt their opponents, especially when they're Helm. Right, I think we will probably be heading for a break in a moment. Before we come back to the next game of today, which I'm not quite sure exactly who that is going to be at the moment. We'll find out during the break because you will see it on screen beside. Pretty much went as expected, that game, I think.
Yeah, we'll figure out the game definitely during the break. And so 3 minutes, we'll be right back, and enjoy the time without us on the broadcast for a while as well, so you can maybe have a break from our voices, and we'll be shortly back.
Welcome back, everybody. We are heading into a game between. I think I saw it as Trelleborg versus New Holland. I think is up next.
Yeah, I think that's the
Which is
match,
interesting
and then
because
I did see a
go
glimpse
on.
of the matches. So yeah, we had exactly the match you mentioned, but then I noticed that after that we do have Helm versus Just the Track there as well. So the
Yeah,
next couple matches are gonna be really, really exciting. I'm already so excited about these matches. But yeah, the Trelleborg tires, so it's not the Trelleborg which we had last season. So they're gonna play versus New Holland, and once again, teams are fighting from their place on this tournament.
yeah. It's sorry. I'm just trying to keep track of the brackets and everything. So that means because we had two games that were played offline yesterday after we finished yesterday's broadcast, and that means both My Insanity and Lindner are in the top bracket and will be playing each other a little bit later, which is a really interesting setup on the top bracket. Both Lindner and My Insanity having a cracking weekend uh, heading towards the final. Um, that is pretty amazing for them. Also, of course, this match coming up, uh, just Attractor versus Helm after this one. That is a proper grudge match coming back. And here we go with the replays from the last match. JK trying to get his fan of Bales across the bridge, and
Mm.
that just was too wide. He was lucky to not spend too much longer on that bridge because he would have got stuck.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
And there's the one
losing
lost
that
Bale
Bale.
as well. Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
yesterday the
looking
one got
back on
stuck
that,
on top of the fence. Yep.
it did seem to fall the other side of the fence, so it was recoverable. I
Yeah.
thought originally it had fallen water on the other side, but no,
Mm.
it was recoverable on the inside. And here he just drove straight in and jumped out. That was
Yeah.
definitely
Well,
on purpose.
it was
So
done. I don't know
yeah,
what was the
and
cause
that
for it and what was the impact for it, but yeah, it was definitely it happened unfortunately. But yeah, now we're gonna be
and
focusing, of course, on the next game. So yeah.
yeah, New Holland versus Trelleborg. Yeah, is up
Yes,
for the
Trelleborg tires. Yeah.
So
There we
yeah,
go.
this will be a pretty good match. I think going into this. Oh no, this is another replay. So Trelleborg yesterday knocked New Holland into the losers bracket. So
Mm.
this now is a rematch of the first game between New Holland and Trelleborg yesterday. New Holland have a chance to knock Trelleborg out of this tournament, and Trelleborg, if they can repeat their game from yesterday, have a chance to knock New Holland out. So this is a proper grudge match for this weekend. A replay
Mm.
between two teams from yesterday, and we're seeing some very usual bans from both teams here.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean the bans are pretty much the what we have seen on the past, so that there's no surprises there. The perks though, bottleneck versus big hole, that seems to be the case. So we'll see how this goes. It's an interesting one. I mean, of course we have seen this on the past, but it seems that the unstoppable is quite oftenly the kind of like the what teams they still want to play against the big hole, but the yeah, why not to play with the bottleneck as well? So it is not completely unusual, but I think lately we have seen still the unstoppable versus big hole than the bottleneck instead. But the impact, of course, it's a pretty big one, as you don't have the unstoppable now. But yeah, I guess it comes all the way down to how New Holland wants to play the big hole now. Do they actually want to try to stop the belt, or will they try some other kind of grain strategy?
That's the thing. I think lots of teams now are very wary of putting that big haul up against Unstoppable, and if they see another team going for something else, they will immediately try and get that big haul out there. Um, as much to try and counter what the other team's doing, because Big Hall is actually fairly effective against all of the other perks, except for Unstoppable. Unstoppable is the one that makes it really hard, whereas all of the other perks are great versus Unstoppable. So there's the nice thing about only being able to pick a team perk once per match is that we get this roulette of which perk teams go against, and some teams like Helm not picking their perk until the very last second to try and make sure they have the absolute optimal perk they can for a game.
Yeah, we have also once seen that Helm, they kind of like, missed the click to change the perk. There once, I think did they choose any perk, or did they actually end up with the wrong perk? I think they didn't have any perk at all, because because of the fact that they kind of clicked late, and then the kind of like this swapping at the last second didn't anymore register at the server. So you have to be careful with it. Anyways, we can see Hayden coming with the first bale here, and that's gonna be about 130, I would imagine, 132. Yeah, so that's Trelleborg Tires will claim the better first bale. L Rhodes is arriving as well. And this is going to be like about 10 points of a difference, I would imagine. Maybe a little bit more, actually. It could be like 119, 18. Yeah, there we go. So it's 14 points of a difference. So New Holland not really shining on the first bale. But on the other hand, again, the difference is less than one bale. So that is still completely doable.
Absolutely, yeah. Just having that keeping that within that one bale at the top makes it a fairly easy thing to counter. New Holland actually going out of their way to get the speed limit, and in fact, Trelleborg also going out there to get that. Quite useful speed limit at this point, because it does slow things down a little bit. It reduces the total amount of grain, and very much liking what Trelleborg are doing here, shadowing that combine, so that they're not having to drive through all of the crop to get the grain cart, and therefore slow themselves down. Very nice tactic there from Trelleborg.
Yeah, looks good for the moment. Yeah, the slowdown picked by the both sides, so that's not gonna make much of a difference here at all. Because L Rhodes with the Optimus Prime, with the Big Mac, moving on the fields, and see the grain. Yeah, it pretty much even between Trelleborg and New Holland currently. So yeah, 12, 37, 35. So yeah, it's not that big of a difference at all. And so yeah, this can still go, of course, any direction. We are so early stages of the game, and as we can see, the teams are just working exactly almost on the same parts of the field as well. The difference is that New Holland just has the big hole, and then Trelleborg, instead, they have the trailer, which seems to be now actually being full, and they will start moving that towards the silo area, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams. I think New Holland will probably hang around with that trailer a bit longer. Although actually, they might empty a bit, get themselves a little bit more space in it, and then come out. Which, of course, is why immediately New Holland's L Rhodes jumps out of the trailer and gets into the baler, because BF's predictions are wrong.
Yeah, I mean, quite often they do leave the trailer there on the corner of the field, for a while, and then they will do something meanwhile, and then they will move it later towards the silo. But we only have like 35 seconds till the first drops, so we'll see what's going to come out of those, and then we'll see if there's going to be anything disruptive that's going to affect the big hole, for example, because the big hole is kind of element that it's. There's multiple drops which have almost like a direct impact on the use of the big hole. So that's why the teams are, of course, waiting for it. And that's just 10 seconds, and then we'll see what is on the drops, and is there something that's going to be effective. And the Trelleborg's amount of grain is almost 70k, so they are definitely getting a lot of it. New Holland is maybe about 15 behind. We have Crazy Tool and Speed Up, so there isn't anything that disruptive that's going to affect it. So whenever New Holland feels free to use the big hole, they can do it.
And now we've got things being set up at the silo, sort of weaving in and out of all these trees and houses, because we know that they can be a big problem. Crazy Tool was one of them. I saw, yeah, Crazy Tool and Speed Up. Crazy Tool grabbed by New Holland. Speed Up grabbed by Trelleborg. I think that's probably a muchness that both teams basically are bailing. The Crazy Tool is for a lot less time, but is a 2 times pressing. Elrodes, though, not actually bailing while he has Crazy Tool, which seems a bit mad. Trelleborg have got a 3 times multiplier at the moment. Can they take advantage of that while they've got it and have New Holland's belt stopped? No, they can't. Oh, I don't know, actually. New Holland now evening things up, taking things the other way.
Yeah, but it's good to remember that Trelleborg still they had more grain. They had more grain, so we have seen it now in two series of the matches that the team who doesn't have the big haul actually has been winning the grain game. Tita's gonna drop out of the bridge. I think that wasn't intentional, or even got stuck with the fork a little bit on the on the ground, or on the concrete bottom of the water. But he will be getting away. We can see Hayden going for a delivery here. So Trelleborg seems to think that, okay, now is a good time to start delivering the bales. They're unloading the remaining grain, and they might get that 2.1 multiplier for them exactly. It's going to come and it's going to stay at 2.1. Or no, it's going to go for 2.2. And that should be the final multipliers that we will have on this game. So the advantage will go for Trelleborg tires, which is going to be 4 points per bale more points.
And this is why I expect New Holland to dump a little bit of their grain earlier on, because the big haul on its own is not enough. And in fact, bale points picked up by Trelleborg as well. So Trelleborg really dominating this match. This is a great bit of play from them. And you can kind of see why they knocked out New Holland the first time these two teams faced each other. Because Trelleborg at the moment are just dominating New Holland.
Yeah. Yeah, they are definitely. I mean, yeah, they even scored some points meanwhile, so they're already 330 points. So they did manage to deliver some bales on the way as well. And of course, they managed to score them with a good multiplier as well. So this is looking pretty good for them. We can see Signy is dropping one of the bales on the bridge, but he's going to be somehow, with the baler, able to actually get that away from the bridge. And shouldn't be much of a problem. I mean, yeah, one bale, of course, one extra trip if he wants to go for it, but it's not till the end of the world. And New Holland, they do have a way more bales available. They have 15 actually, as Trelleborg has only 6. So this is something that we have to take into account as well, because we have 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, and so who knows how this will play out in the end. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen, because in paper, when you look directly at the stats, and I know that Alex, you love the facts and the stats and the manual paper. On paper, there is more points available for New Holland currently than what there is available for Trelleborg, but they just have to score them. So it comes again once down to the efficiency and everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's New Holland have quite a bit of New Holland have quite a bit of a track record at this point of creating lots of bales and getting them on in the last few minutes. The thing that seems to have gone wrong here for them is that the lessons they earned, or they learned in the last match, they're not applying in this one. So they've not got that extra bit of grain advantage that they applied before so well. And as a result, despite the fact that they've got the extra bales, they are trailing at this point and are having a harder time catching up. They're a good 80 points behind still.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for them. I mean, they are about tied with the amount of bales, so they don't have those points available anymore. And we only have 10 seconds to go. We can see Hayden putting those final bales. They have 2 on the belt, so they're gonna end up with 630, maybe 20 at least. And the New Holland, they just don't have the bales available, so that is going to be Trelleborg Tires winning the first game of the series. So that's a good, nice, comfortable lead for them.
Yeah, Trelleborg, they're very much dominating New Holland. It's that grain game. Look at the difference between the amount of grain delivered, both with multipliers and without. 10,000 delivered without multipliers. Nearly 12,000 delivered with multipliers. That is why there was that 8-point difference per bale with that multiplier. New Holland can't let that happen. It's that with the big haul, it's not just fill the tractor trailer up and deliver it. You have to go and deliver some, empty some space on that big haul, and then refill it and take the grain. Because yeah, they were a good 20,000 liters behind, and you can't be in that position. You will lose games that far behind with the grain.
And exactly, I mean, and also it's good to remember that it was actually New Holland who had the big haul. So again, the team who doesn't have the big haul will collect more grain because they need to have something, to play against the big haul. And lately, we have seen that the teams, they just want to, get as much grain as possible with the traditional vehicles. Because if we go back, let's say like a half a year from here. The strategy was more or less that the big haul team, everybody knows, oh, they have a lot of grain, and then they struggled with it. But now the teams, they have found a way to collect the grain, more than what you can actually fit on the big haul, and kind of like the whole situation went completely upside down for a while. And the second game, as we speak, is starting as well. So Trelleborg Tires versus New Holland, and Trelleborg Tires are currently in the lead on the series with the one victory. And of course, if they will win this one, it's going to mean that the New Holland will be out of the tournament as well, which would be quite big of a surprise at this point. But we have seen these kind of things to happen on the previous tournaments as well, so it's definitely possible. And Trelleborg Tires, they did show that they have what it takes.
And that's the thing. It would be quite an upset. New Holland are up there 4th on the table at the moment. Trelleborg, actually, I don't think are on the table at all at the moment. So this would be a big thing for them to get up there and get their season really started. Four tournaments in to get them boosted quite a way up the table if they were to get further in this.
Yeah, get the season started on the 4th tournament. I mean, that is almost like somebody says in Finland that we have been here 3 months and let's get the summer started finally in August or something like that. So, but that's a different story. The Finnish summer is pretty short. But yeah, we had the bans coming up. So we have 2 telehandlers being banned, and exactly the same bans actually, which we had on the last one. And now we have Unstoppable versus Big Haul. So New Holland playing the Unstoppable, and Trelleborg Tires now playing the Big Haul. So this is a more traditional way to play against the Big Haul. I mean, I think it's maybe even the wrong way of saying it, like playing against the big haul. I don't know how sometimes, when you say it like that, it always like hints that, the big haul is something that, the others are afraid. And you can also think that the big haul is something what the teams want to play against the Unstoppable. That's one way of saying it as well.
I think you have to, and I think the last game demonstrated this really, really well. If you choose to be cool, you have to play it right. You still have to maximize that grain. You can't just fill the truck and deliver it. You have to still be doing multiple trips in order to maximize what the big haul does, because otherwise you do lose that grain game. Similarly here, Trelleborg Tires were very quick to pick big haul, and New Holland were very late to choose their team perk. And as a result, we've got this unfavorable combination to Trelleborg of the big haul with the unstoppable. It means that New Holland now control exactly how much grain Trelleborg can deliver at any given time, because it will stop Trelleborg's belt, and there's no telehandlers in here, so there's no possibility for either teams to do for Trelleborg to do a Trelleborg toss. They've got to. They're going to be stuck with a stopped belt or a really slow belt if they deliver too much grain. So expecting a much stronger game here from New Holland. New Holland's coming straight out of the gate with the disruption. And a 133 first bale from them, with a 127 first bale from Trelleborg. Keeping it nice and tight here with the first bale, with only a 6-point difference.
Yeah, I mean, on the previous game, they were pretty close as well. They did have a little bit less points, but they both made mistakes on the first bale. So now they don't do those mistakes. They just take it very, I would say, calmly as they approach the bundles. They didn't really try to hurry that up as much. We had the direct delivery, and did you, Alex, catch the other one?
The other one was herbicide. I would not expect Trelleborg to go for direct delivery. That would stop their belt. So they don't want to do that. New Holland, I'm a little bit surprised they don't go for direct delivery. That would oh wow. Trelleborg went for direct delivery, but New Holland did as well. So yeah, this is the situation under which Trelleborg can go for direct delivery, because it evens things back out. If Trelleborg just went for it on their own, that would cause them a problem. So yeah, that was expected when New Holland grabbed it, and we did see New Holland grab it first.
I mean, this is completely out of context, but for some reason, I would really love to see the big haul to cross those bridges. I mean, there's no reason for that to happen, I know, but still, I would be somehow interested of seeing that how, for example, the big haul would survive from the safer route.
You know what? Give it time. A team will find a reason to get that truck across that bridge.
Could you put the bales?
Hell, we've had a team crossing that bridge with a combine this weekend. Why not the big haul?
Yeah. Yeah, then we just need the forklift as well. But yeah, I mean, maybe the teams will find a way of delivering bales with the big haul, for example. I don't know. Who knows what happens? I mean, could you actually? I mean, what happens if you put a bale inside of it? And if you try to unload it, will they actually come out of it like the grain? Would it be possible to put like 5 bales there and try to?
You have to do I think you'd have to do a tip on the ground. I don't know if tip on the ground is a function that exists.
Yeah, I was just playing with the idea that somebody would, for example, put 5 bales inside of it and just somehow deliver them with the big haul. But okay, let's forget that. I don't know. I have this. I mean, I just had the image on my head that I want to see.
I've got ideas rolling around my head now, and I'm beginning to go. Could you fill the big haul with bales? Get it back up to the bottom bit of the barn, tip all the bales out, and get a combo with it.
Yeah, that is something that I had on mind.
Do you need to start with? Do you need big haul and a telehandler to do that? Silo closed has come up at the 5.5 minute mark. That is huge because closing the silos at the moment would give New Holland an advantage, and in fact Trelleborg are there closing the silos and will probably reverse things now. This is bad for New Holland. Their silo is closed, and Trelleborg is heading to tip.
But I mean, New
Oh,
Holland, they will go for silo close as
I
well. So they will be on time, I guess. Yes, they are on time. So they will pick
yeah.
that up. And the 2.1 multiplier. So this whole situation for Trelleborg is nothing's going to happen because, I mean, not at least not for the moment. So they will have to wait about a minute and then they can actually deliver it. So, yeah, I mean, they left it very last second. And now, I mean, okay, it's not that big of a difference, but New Holland, they do have 2.1 multiplier. So they could be thinking about delivering some bales at this point. But yeah, I mean, I guess they would have liked to have a little bit higher advantage on the multiplier. So yeah, maybe kind of like changing or alternating the strategy because of the 2.1 multiplier, a couple of deliveries at this point with it. It's not maybe going to be worth it because you can still do it later as well.
New Holland are going to have about 20 seconds their
Mm,
uh, when their sell point is open and Trelleborg's is still closed. If they can position
yeah,
themselves right, then
there we
New
go.
Holland could get a really good multiplier
Nice catch.
and score points. In fact, there we go. There's the better multiplier. They got 20 seconds now to
Yeah,
score with a 2.5 multiplier, and there is
that's good.
nobody there at New Holland's thing with bales ready. That is a big mistake. There should have been bales on that belt, and now Trelleborg can empty out that, and immediately the entire advantage New Holland had is gone. In fact, it's gone completely the other way, and New Holland are going to score points at a lower level.
Yeah, but they both still have
That
grain.
that
I
sh-
did calculate it while the silo was closed. There was a 57 on the Trelleborg side and 58 on the New Holland side, and New Holland had 2.1. So this is going to end up either with 2.0 or 2.1 for New Holland, as they will pour down all the grain which they have. So it's going to be pretty even. And but I mean, New Holland, they did get a couple of bales in with the 2.5 multiplier, so that's really well done. Now we can see some bales going in also on the other side. No, these are still on the New Holland side, actually. Sorry. But these are with the lower ratio, and there we can see that 2.0 is going to be the final, so there will be no difference. And now, if you think the situation kind of like everything is reset with the grain, so this middle section we can see that New Holland is leading by 150 points because they scored those bales, and Trelleborg didn't, but they still have, of course, a whole lot more bales. But then only 2 minutes remaining. They have 20 bales actually on the Trelleborg side. That's a large number. Look at this place. Like you need a janitor to actually keep this place clean.
and that's the thing. Trelleborg do have the bale advantage, but I am still surprised that New Holland, knowing that Trelleborg's, because New Holland were there, they were ready to dump grain when Trelleborg's, when their silo opened and Trelleborg's closed. Oh
Oops.
no! Tita hitting the side and the bridge going up and denying access to those bales. But yeah, New Holland knew when they had their window, and they still didn't have somebody putting bales on that belt during that window. That is
Mm,
definitely a mistake. That is they that split second timing is the kind of thing that gives you those extra points to win things. And
mm.
so yeah, there's a little bit of tightening with their timings that could really come in here.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how. I mean, last minute, and there's still 16 bales, so for sure they cannot get all of them on the top. Especially when Trelleborg's belt is so slow. New Holland has a faster belt, which is definitely an advantage. But yeah, Trelleborg, they do have more bales around the belt. So let's see. I mean, 40 seconds to go, and we should have people climbing, trying all kind of tricks. We can see some bales going in on the Trelleborg side as well. So they are about trading with 50 points, maybe about, and 30 seconds to go. So I'm just like worried that how many bales are actually going to be undelivered on the both of the sides, because this, I don't know, this just seems slow. What is happening here? 20 seconds to go. New Holland still in the lead with about 50 points. We can see Elroach. Can they try to get a combo or something? No, that is not the case. They will. They can always try, but they don't get it. And the time is just simply running out. We don't see
So
much of an
many
activity
wasted
here at all.
bales.
And Trelleborg, yeah, they are coming in, but they just don't have the time. Like, what's going on? It's going to be New Holland. They will take the round, but they're very unusual ending, I would say. I was expecting that, they're like ants, like swarming around around their base, but to me, it seems that they had a siesta or something.
Lots of fighting going on around that silo close. Really delayed things. Both teams with three, 4 bales left. Both teams delivering the same number, but more into the bottom for Trelleborg. They could not get them on there with that slower conveyor. Trelleborg, though, I think going into the final game might have Unstoppable still in their pocket. So they've definitely got a strong position coming into that final game, although New Holland have already used up their big haul. So, yeah, we've got an interesting final game coming up. New Holland are going to have to find a way to counter Unstoppable with both Herbicide and I think it's and Bottleneck as their options. I think Bottleneck is going to be their best option going into this final game. That will help slow Trelleborg down a little bit, getting their bales in, and give them that window to take this last game.
So what do we have still remaining? We do have Unstoppable on Trelleborg. They still have that unused, right?
Yeah, Unstoppable and Herbicide, I think, is Trelleborg's two options. And
then on the other side,
Herbicide and Herbicide and Bottleneck, I think, is New Holland.
That's what I was. Yeah. So interesting. So I think it's kind of like a no-brainer that we will see then. Most probably, of course, Unstoppable being used by Trelleborg, and maybe Bottleneck then on the side of New Holland. So I think it will give a slight advantage to Trelleborg, to be honest, as we have seen Unstoppable sometimes to be just so effective. But let's wait and see. Who knows?
So into the pick and banning phase now for this deciding game between these two teams. Our first best of 3 that we've had today. And Manitou is the first thing that's been banned by New Holland, taking out that telehandler. 6M being banned by Trelleborg. And their second ban is going to be the JCB. Now, New Holland have been favouring this JCB, so that ban does make sense at this point. And then
the second telehandler. Yeah, almost every time they come in pairs, but then on the last series, there was this one when they decided to ban the class Lexion instead. And of course, Unstoppable versus Bottleneck, so that is exactly what we expected and predicted as well. And otherwise, Massive Ferguson, Baylor, Lexion, so everything is pretty fine here, as we expected. And I don't really expect to have any huge. Let's see what they're gonna do with the JCB, because I don't think that JCB was actually banned on the previous one. So let's see what
previously New Holland have been using that JCB. They've gone with the Massey this time.
Why do you think that the New Holland is not going with the New Holland like Trelleborg is?
Yeah. Well, Cygnus still has to pick, so that New Holland could be his final pick.
Let's see.
And
we'll figure that out.
Taking his that's a mistake.
What did he take? Did he take the
forklift?
He took the forklift.
So that's the default. He was unable to select. Yeah, I
technical break.
Going straight for a technical break. Cygnus not being able to pick a tractor. That makes perfect sense.
I would still love to see the forklift being used. We did have it on. Was it the previous tournament or the tournament before? But we had it once in play. So I would just love to see that somehow to find its place on the that it actually would have a meaning. I would love it.
I think there's an extreme version of the FSL where you limit one team member has to have the forklift, and you basically reduce the vehicle picks by one, and say one team member has to have the forklift.
I think that for, let's say, members of the community like me, who is not so good at playing the game but otherwise involved, maybe we could have a different version from the bale stacking challenge with the forklift. Because then it's not so fast. I would have more time to think. So it would be kind of like
I'm not sure.
the retirement version of the bale stacking challenge.
I've been thinking about it, and I keep looking at that forklift, and I'm going, can that forklift actually make it from the starting position all the way to the to the bale the barn to score? I'm not sure it even has enough clearance to make it from that top area down to there. It's one of those weird bits. I think that is in there mainly so that there is that default, so that if you don't pick something, it's basically the same as picking nothing.
Maybe they need to make a paved road down from the spawn area to the main road. But yeah, okay, that's a different one. So we're going to be going back to the bans, so we can expect that, of course, these will need to be the same. I would imagine that the bans and the captain picks will stay the same, and then maybe finally we'll get a different kind of a player pick. So all the other selections which the teams made already earlier, I think they need to stay the same when we do have a remake of it. So let's hope that the everything goes fine, and then we should be heading towards the third game of the series.
So everything the same so far, and it's basically a reset. So everything has to be selected the same right up to the final player pick.
Yeah, I mean that's the latest possibility when you can have some kind of glitch or whatever during this pick and ban phase, but doesn't matter. So let's see, will Signis take something? What he will take this time, or maybe we have. I mean, we were wondering about the New Holland. That would that be maybe for Signis at some point, but let's see what will come out of it. The time is running out, and Doc.
There we go.
Now both will have their selections.
He hasn't picked the New Holland.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, so we are finally done with the bans and picks, so we're going to be loading up the game, and the third game of the series will be starting in a matter of seconds, as soon as we have just loaded everything in. And there we go. So we'll see. I mean, we haven't seen much of the challenges on the pads, to be honest. We haven't seen like any like a drama around them so far. And I would expect that that's going to stay the same. Everybody's going to be going on their ways, as we can see. No same trajectories towards the vehicles, and that should allow for both of the teams to kind of try to build make the first bale on their own piece and with their own how they want to do it, anyways. So Patita is a little bit slow claiming that combine. That might cost some time for the first bale, as Trelleborg is already doing it, and we can see Loiko just about to disengage already. So they are looking to have a better first bale, but of course you still need to deliver it as well. So Hayden will be the one who's gonna disengage, and I think we can maybe 145 is possible if he's gonna toss that in. It's actually gonna be even better than that. It's gonna be 149.
Oh, that's 149.
Huge. That is that's the same which JK did earlier. So I think that's the I didn't notice all the first bells yesterday on the evening, but I think it's definitely the highest for today, and I think it's the highest for the whole tournament, shared with JK, of course.
I believe El Rodes got a 149 yesterday. I think El Rodes got a 149 first game today as well, actually. We certainly haven't had anything higher than that. Lots of teams trying to get into it. But and we got a fantastic return there by Hayden. going across that bridge and making it there. And we've got direct delivery and speed limit. And Hayden is coming up and grabbing speed limit, which does make sense at the moment.
Mm.
And
Yeah, teams
immediately
are finding
Trelleborg
some
have
new ways.
4,000 more liters of grain.
Mm. Yeah, teams seem to find all the time these new ways of getting over that water. Of course, we saw the nice try with the with the combine as well, but that didn't that didn't work on the last earlier when we saw the combine in the water. Anyways, let's forget that. So 7.5 minutes. Teams are grinding as we speak, and just as a reminder, so the team who's gonna win it, this one will win the series and will proceed, and then of course the team who's going to lose it, they will be out of the tournament because this is the lower bracket. So just to remind you on that fact. Yeah, speed limit going to be picked by Trelleborg. I mean, already some time ago, and New Holland didn't bother going for anything, so they are fine with it. And yeah, we shall see. I mean, Alex said something about the grain. So Trelleborg 42. Let's see when we see the New Holland, like how far away they are. Also, a couple of bales, by the way, done for the Trelleborg as well. There we can see the New Holland is they're trailing by 10,000 about with the grain.
Yeah, Elrona's going slightly longer way round, giving himself a bigger turn there, trying to avoid the issue that Vultra had in that first game. But look at that; they are both neck and neck, despite him taking that longer way round, and neither team dropping grain at the moment. 2.4 multiplier, of course, because New Holland got that direct delivery, and it's actually been quite good. It's worked quite well because they had speed limit attached to them. It means that New Holland didn't put as much grain in with direct delivery and therefore didn't fully stop their belt from the unstoppable. Absolutely brilliant play. Trelleborg taking a disruption from Trelleborg for there and putting it as an advantage. Really well done, really well played from New Holland. Does mean New Holland need to have enough grain to even things up. Should Trelleborg have a large amount, and in fact, yeah, New Holland have more grain than Trelleborg do. So this is gonna end up with a very good positive for New Holland, so long as they can get the bales on the belt in enough time. They've got a much slower belt than Trelleborg. They are going to have to deliver things, and that is not a good bringing out of the auger from Tack there, knocking his trailer, but he has recovered from it. And now we see
Yeah, it's still
Trelleborg
aligning.
delivering their grain.
Yeah, bridges lower than bale drop. They came about 30 seconds ago. We can see that the Trelleborg goes for the bridges lowered. New Holland seems to be going for the same as well. And the unloading of the grain is currently happening as we speak as well. So 2.0 multiplier for both of the teams. And I think it's going to stay that way pretty much as well, as the teams do have a quite even number of grain available. So it should be pretty even after all the grain has been put down. So yeah, 2.0 for both, but they still have about 25k remaining. So they have a short break on the loading. And meanwhile, as we can see that of course, you need to make those bales as well. So teams are now preparing the bales, and they look to be pretty even on everything actually. And it's maybe a bit of a shame that the New Holland didn't have any ways of utilizing that multiplier advantage which they had for a while, because that maybe could have done kind of like some kind of a difference here. Because now it seems that the teams are pretty much tied, so nobody in a way like benefited from the middle game.
And New Holland now delivering grain, forcing Trelleborg to do the same. But they have got that little bit of advantage. They've got extra grain on top of what Trelleborg have got. And they're filling their belt. This is the right way to do it. And it's back to a 2.0 to 2.0. So, in fact, I had it the wrong way around. Trelleborg had a little bit more grain than New Holland and have managed to even things up. So now
Mm.
New Holland really needs to have more bales than Trelleborg do. And it stands at 12 bales for Trelleborg at the moment. I think we'll see in a minute how many bales that New Holland have. But certainly 12, just one extra bale for New Holland at the moment, which would be enough for New Holland to win it.
But it's really even. So this is once again one of those series that it comes down all the way. Who will make the mistake, or who will drop that one bale from the belt, or who will drive something to the river, for example, like Loiko here on the safer route. But at least he manages to get all of the bales out of the way and doesn't lose any of them to the water, or maybe they're on the outside of the map as well, behind the fence line, and he's gonna take two of them. So yeah, this is one of those games. So we can expect that, these are now hopefully trying to shove the bales in all the way, until the time runs out. And what I really like with Trelleborg always is that the Trelleborgs, how they put the bales here. I mean, they always have it very nicely organized. I like it. Maybe it's just like my closet at home when I organize my clothes that I want them to be neatly, that is easy to take. And
Yeah.
Loiko can take, I can just take two of these t-shirts and maybe I put the other one on, or he's going to take all the four. And when they are nicely, laid down there, it means that he can actually do it. But that one bale is going to drop for sure. Or is it actually?
Yeah,
It's going to drop.
that is.
Yeah. It was a difficult angle to see.
And this is the thing with Bottleneck. New Holland have managed to successfully slow Trelleborg down a bit. So they've not got the slow belt like New Holland have, but they have got the slower time to get it there. So New Holland very much need to keep their belt full at this point. It's the only way they're going to win this is to just keep pumping bales into their loft in order to just keep those points coming. They are just behind at the moment. No, in fact, they've just gone in front, and this is the trouble that Trelleborg are having. They're having to go all that way round to drop these off. So that's slowing down the number of bales that Trelleborg can bring in. It's also slowing down the number of bales that Trelleborg can make and do, and it means that New Holland are actually able to bring more bales in and score the extra points. And you can see the effect this is having now as New Holland pull ahead and are able to get themselves a good advantage. It's 505 to 479. It's gonna be close though. And 525, 519, 545 to 529, 555. It's gonna go New Holland's way. New Holland are through, and Trelleborg are out, and they are elated to have won that game.
Yeah, it was really close. I mean, we saw that the point situation is so close that it comes all the way to these small things in the end. And this time it was New Holland who was more efficient, and they will pull it through. Great run from the Trelleborg tires, though. I mean, they still made it pretty far on the tournament, and the like I said, that they haven't been really showing up this season earlier. So really good play from them as well. And but yeah, New Holland, and I mean, New Holland has been having their ups and downs as well. So in a way, I'm really happy to see that New Holland is again, like, moving on the later parts of the tournament, and kind of like proving that even though they struggled a little bit at the start of the season, they are kind of like finding the usual stability which they had last season, like almost every time getting on the top three.
Yeah, it's good to see New Holland coming back like this. That was a very good game for them in showing the kind of control that they can exert over another team. At no point did it feel like Trelleborg were fully in control of that last game. And New Holland were definitely keeping things moving at the pace they wanted to, and we're able to do it that way. We are going to be heading off for a break right now. After we come back, Just a Tractor versus Helm. We will see you then. Welcome back. So, yeah, that was a cracking game between New Holland and Trelleborg. Went completely the opposite way to the first time they were up against each other this tournament. Of course, Trelleborg knocking New Holland into this losers bracket. And New Holland returning the favour by knocking Trelleborg out this time. Up next, we have Just a Tractor versus Helm, which is another grudge match from earlier in the tournament. Just a Tractor also knocking Helm down into this losers bracket. So we'll see if they can repeat history and knock Helm out. I think Helm will very much be looking for a bit of revenge here. First, though, we've got the replays from the New Holland versus Trelleborg match. And yeah, Cygnus having a little bit of trouble coming across the bridge. In fact, there was quite a lot of trouble with bridges in this match, with several teams, several players struggling to get across at various times. I think that was delaying the first bail. That though was showing that you don't need to use a bridge at all.
Yeah,
It
you can
was.
try to do it without it as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see. Oh, we already have the okay. We have a game screen now, but the okay, we were waiting for the players. They will come in definitely. But what I was just wondering, you said about the Helm versus Just Attractor. That yeah, I mean yeah, Just Attractor kind of like shocked us yesterday by dropping down Helm on the lower bracket, and of course, I mean it's good to understand this is a lower bracket game, so either of the team is going to be out. So you said, Alex, that the Helm might be looking for a revenge, and definitely they need to do it because otherwise they're out of the tournament. So, but this is an interesting one. I mean, we saw Just Attractor playing so well against Helm, and now they are on the lower bracket as well. So, whatever is going to happen, one thing is for sure that we're going to lose one really good team from this tournament, and so somebody is out.
Well, the one thing I am thinking, because the game after this, we've got Lindner versus My Insanity, and Lindner must be absolutely on fire this weekend to have beaten Just Attractor the way Just Attractor were playing yesterday. So it's gonna be it's gonna be an interesting final. Anyway, this is cut later.
Yeah.
But
Also,
would
it's
you
good
have
to.
this?
I mean, one thing that is good to understand is that I mean, Just Attractor they played really well versus Helm, but they did drop here, so they might not have the consistency all the time, and they had that one trick. But okay, so what I'm saying is that in my books, Just Attractor is still a bit of a team who can have their ups and downs and not the consistency. So we'll see. Will they have their ups or downs on this series? No surprises with the bans. You can see the both of the telehandlers being taken away and then the large structure. So this is a pretty standard one, which we have seen lately as well. And then let's see the perks. These are the ones that I'm mostly interested about. Big Hall versus Bottleneck is the what the teams will choose. So both will kind of like leave the unstoppable, not being used for the moment. So it will mean that they will have it later.
I think that's a good play from Just Attractor. That takes away that danger at some point of them ending up with the big haul versus versus Unstoppable on Helm's side. If Just Attractor can win this, that is going to put them in a very strong position going into that second game to knock Helm out. And even if they don't win this, they don't have that fear in those if they can take it to 3 games of having to face Big Cool and Unstoppable. They still have a means to counter an Unstoppable from Helm. So yeah, really good strong start here for Just Attractor, avoiding a big pitfall. Now they just need to follow through with it as we head off, and Paul is heading for looks like the ideal combine, while JK is heading up the top for the case baler, I think. The Fent baler has been grabbed by Just Attractor. Oh no, that's Matt Ferguson baler. Sorry, that's the Adco shape. So yes, Matt Ferguson baler for JK and Fent baler for Hapax, and quite a long way away from the first bale, though. This is going to be a low-scoring first bale for both teams from the get-go. He's going to go all the way around.
Yeah, it definitely seems that the first bale is going to be pretty low. I mean, this could be like 140 still for Hapax, though. So somewhere around the 140, 42 maybe could be the case here. He's going to reverse that in, so 138 then maybe. But the, okay, 137. But anyways, so, I mean, it's still decent, and JK will not try to swing that. We have seen that sometimes he comes with such a great speed. I think this is going to be enough, so 129. So, yeah, it's going to be 8 points. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, it was maybe a little bit strange not to see the first bale. So maybe that just tells that they both understand how important this game is, and they don't want to risk any kind of swinging mistakes or something like that. Silo closed and speed limits, so Silo closed once again, being here on the early drops, meaning that it will be out from the next round of the drops, but luckily the grain multiplier is not there. I would love to see the first drops being silo closed and the grain multiplier, and then for sure we would know that there's nothing that's gonna disrupt the grain game that heavily as those two. So then the teams could do something with the grain earlier.
And we're seeing both teams side by side here. Just a tractor filling up their big haul while Helm are filling up their grain cart. Of course, this was the big thing we saw earlier with the other team, LFT, who were not filling their grain cart as they were going. This is so important to get as much grain in. You want to keep those combines working. You want to
Okay, I'm not sure. I mean, Alex is cutting off a little bit, so hopefully he's still there. But anyways, let's see what's going on. So yeah, we can see that the unloading starts. So even without the second batch of the drops, we can see that the JK is gonna be pouring it down. So he's gonna drop it on the silo, and we'll get that slight advantage towards them. So 2.4 for Helm, and let's see what's gonna happen with the just the tractor side. So they are not really reacting to this anyhow. They are still collecting. They have the big haul, and it's going to take a bit of a time. And this is something that I actually said earlier that Helm has been doing on the past, that they want to get that slight advantage at this middle point of the game, and that especially happens versus the big haul from time to time. And that seems to be the case. So 30 seconds for the next drops. We can see about 10k more grain for just the tractor, but also the multiplier, as you can see, is on the Helm side. So they have been delivering some already, and just the tractor, as we can see Hapax coming with the bales, and well, he's just gonna ready them up there, not gonna deliver it with those multipliers. That's what I'm expecting, at least.
it's I wouldn't expect a team to be overly worried at the moment about Helm delivering grain here, especially when you're running big haul. But as we did say before, we saw New Holland do this. You probably do need to deliver some of the stuff out of the big haul. Either that, or you take your combines up there and empty into the big haul and empty more there at that point. Because Helm now are sitting there with a 2.7 multiplier. In fact, yeah, they're going to probably go for the full 3 times multiplier. And Bale drop grabbed by Helm, and Belt stopped on just a tractor side. Now Helm need to score points. They have a window.
Yeah, this is the hammer time for them, definitely.
Bale drop.
Yeah, this is the time when they really need to do something.
Score points at this point.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when they actually already had the 2.4. I was expecting that they would do something at that point, but that just didn't happen. And now because it's just the tractor coming with so Helm, they don't have the time to do anything with the regarding the they didn't get the points. That's the thing, that they didn't get the points when they had the multiplier, and that's gonna put the whole situation completely upside down. It's gonna be 2.2. We can see Helm unloading at the same time. They will try to even out, and it's gonna be 2.0. So still about 14k remaining for just the tractor, and they should be able to even it out. So Helm will get to 2.3 just barely, but then they're gonna run out of the grain, and with 14,000, I think that this will still end 2.0 on the both sides.
Yeah, just a tractor doing exactly what we were saying that a team needs to do when New Holland only delivered the trailer. They've got a combine up there, they can refill the trailer, and they can at least even things up, which is what they've done. So now we are at a position where it's just bale delivery, and
Mm.
Wooler is there putting bales on. We have an even number of bales, but crucially, Just Attract to have a whole load of bales at their barn, ready to load them on. If they can get these on before Wooler gets back, that is going to be a combo. But JK is there, ready to drop bales off. Fanned out, as he seems to like to bring them in. And we got a multiplier switch, so absolutely no point for either team to pick up the 3-minute drop. It's a 2 times multiplier on both sides, so no point at all.
Yeah, it's pretty far away as well, so just a waste of time simply. But meanwhile, we do have the teams actually now putting the bales in, so they will try to start scoring some points, and it's about time. They have been waiting for 7.5 minutes for this moment that they can start scoring, and the things are still pretty even on the both sides. I mean, this is Just Attract, they're now leading, but yes, they have delivered a couple more bales. I think there's more bales remaining for Helm, so that's going to even out. But I think that the whole situation is very even, and I really like this because this can still go both sides, and we will see definitely at that last minute, shove them in battle. A bit of a problem there as we have Baylor stuck on the safer route, and yep, it's gonna be Justicon from the Just Practice side. Yeah,
he just
but
caught
he
that
did manage
back indicator, that back warning sign.
Yeah. But luckily, he was able to get it out. So I don't know if that costed any of the time. We did see one bale dropping as well from somebody. Was it from the Just Attract side, or was it from the Helm side actually? And that's a big delivery what they are currently trying to get from that bridge. And hopefully the bridge is not doing any tricks for them, but they should be getting on the other side without any major issues. And just 1 minute and 15 seconds to go.
And Helm now loading stuff in, but this is really close. Just Attract also loading stuff in, going back into the lead. They are pushing hard here. This is really good play from Just Attract. They are keeping Helm in check. They're keeping the scores really close. This is going to go down to the wire. In fact, Helm have no bales left here. Oh, no, they do. JK coming in behind with 3 more bales, and they're beginning to pull away, and that bale is not going to make it on there. Just Attract desperately trying to get a last bale or so in, and I don't know if Hapax has left enough time here to get back with this bale. He is going to try. It is 5:37 to 5:69.
Yeah.
And Janka has nothing on the belt with 18 seconds to go. And this bale needs to go in front. And Helm have bales on the belt. There is no way that Just Attract are going to be able to counter that. It's 100 points difference. And it's not going to be enough from Just Attract as Helm take the first game. That was really close.
It was really close. I mean, still like 30 seconds before it was really close. And then I guess the deal breaker in the end was that those couple bales which Hapax was delivering, that they were just too far away, unfortunately. And it took way too much time to get them there. But yeah, I mean, they play for 10 minutes and then it's all about this kind of like a small details, more or less. They do have only one undelivered bale, so yeah, they needed to put them on the bottom, and that's the reason why they didn't get that many points. Yeah, I mean, one they didn't, so maybe there was 3 of them. Oh yeah, they would have been like a 20 points, 580, yeah, 600 if they would have been able to get all of those on the second floor. And that even wouldn't have been enough. So it was more than just those 3 bales which were on the baler still.
Yeah, which is amazing because that would have been an even number of bales. I'm not quite sure how. I am completely flummoxed as to exactly how Helm managed to get that far ahead at the end, because that would have been the same number of bales. Well, they were 3 bales short actually as well. So yeah, it was basically that Helm managed to press 3 extra bales and deliver them into the top.
Yeah.
Which is incredible to think, how much time it would take for 3. I don't need that camera shot. I really sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I mean,
Oh man.
JK is realizing it, so I think the commentators are shouting like, "Don't pick your nose when you're on the camera." But no, I was just feeling what's inside of it or something. I mean, they for sure will have some kind of an explanations for it, but yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes people do. I mean, I guess that just tells the story how comfortable the players are with the cameras, that they don't really mind. Because I mean, it isn't actually a cameraman who will come there to take those photos. I think that they do have these movable cameras there, so it's not that it's like an automated camera who's gonna like take that picture from 20 meters away. So the players are definitely feeling comfortable with the cameras around, as they will, well, luckily just relax only to do this kind of things and nothing else.
Oh god. Nice and relaxed Helm there. Ready for the next game as the big and bad phase starts. And yeah, they are. We've got the Axiom banned by Helm. We've got the Fast Track banned by Just a Tractor. The Massey Ferguson Baylor banned by Just a Tractor. So them doing a little bit of disruption here, trying to ban that's the Baylor that every team goes for. So trying to force Helm to choose something a little bit different. And Helm banning a telehandler. So
yeah.
Helm
think that I have ever
are
seen
going to
that
be
happening.
Yeah. Just a Tractor, what are you playing at? Oh no.
They changed.
They went for Bottleneck, which is a really good choice because Just a Tractor now have the ability to get a telehandler if they want versus Unstoppable. Are they going to pick it? They really should. I don't think they're going to, though. In this position,
I don't know if they have the skills.
Telehandler. No, they haven't. They've gone for 2 large tractors in the John Deere.
Yeah, I'm just wondering that I haven't seen them to use a telehandler so far. So of course we expect that with a telehandler you can, play against the Unstoppable, but then you still need to learn the tosses and how to use it. And I would say that I have probably seen only like a handful of teams, even less, who actually know how to play the telehandler. So we don't know. It's just it's one of those teams.
It's not even the toss. It's if you get the telehandler and you've got the slower belt, you can extend the arm and place bales halfway up. So it's not even the trick shots like the toss. It is doing that extension. And JK missing out on the New Holland Baylor because he managed to tip his tractor over. That is not great. That is going to delay Helm's first bale by quite a bit.
Yeah, it will definitely have an effect. So we'll see how that's going to go. But yeah, you're completely right about the telehandler. It's not just about the tossing, it's also about extending the arm. And then we have seen that, Helm was able to shove the bales in from the side of the belt with it once as well, if I remember correctly. So there's a bunch of tricks that you can do with it. And so that's the thing that I'm wondering, like who all the players are actually able to operate it. We have first bale for coming from Just a Tractor 141, and that's a pretty good one. JK, I would say that this is a good recovery from the initial problem he had. Of course, you still need to reverse that in, but he's gonna have to wait his time. 127. So he still gets that in, and the difference is 14 points. So it's not the end of the world. And I would say that taking into account that he lost the battle and needed to go for a second pad and everything, I think it's well done, taking the circumstances into account.
Speed limit and herbicide are the first drops. I don't expect either team to go for that. Also, does not rule out silo closed or grain multiplier or bale multiplier at the 5.5 minute mark. So, yeah, still everything really disruptive in play. And as normal, it looks like the teams are going to be into the grinding phase of getting as much straw on the ground and as much grain in their grain carts as possible now. And Helm, yeah, they still need to get plenty of grain because even with Helm having unstoppable, you need to make sure you've got enough to counter however much your opponents have.
I was thinking that as we oftenly use this term, that the grinding phase, so maybe because of the grain, we need to call that grinding phase.
Grinding phase, I like that.
I'm sorry if it was a bad joke, but
grinding
still,
the grind out.
yeah, we are grinding the grain. But yeah,
That's also how you make
okay,
flour, as well as pressing it.
yeah. Now when we can see the grain counts actually, so we can see Helm leading by 4k about, and we don't have the big haul, so that's one thing. I mean, of course you can see it, but just as a reminder, because so often we have the big haul in play, and then comparing the grain counts is not always like 1-to-1, but now we don't have it, so that's pretty much the fact that the Helm is having couple thousand more, but now they're pouring it down already, so they will go. I mean, this is the same 2.4 which they had on the last game as well with the initial grain delivery. So we'll see, but they haven't been really trying to score the points after this one.
And Haypack's now pressing bales out. Just to track to, yeah, these are the first bales beyond the first bale that Just a Tractor have got. And in fact, they are beating Helm to pressing bales. So they are trying to get this bale advantage at the moment. The 2.4 multiplier on Helm's side is the reason for the inequality in the amount of grain at the moment. But it's not a massive difference. It's only about 6,000 liters. That is not good for Just a Tractor. For them to be that far behind in the grain game is going to cause them trouble. With their slower belt right now, they cannot afford to have a worse multiplier than Helm because they just won't be able to score enough points.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, grain multiplier as well. So that will definitely, I think the teams are going to favor it because just not to take it, it's going to be too big of a risk if the other one takes it. But you're completely right about the Just Attractor's grain situation. It's a bit of problematic because Helm did the initial delivery and they are almost even. So this will leave Just Attractor somewhere with 1.7 maybe even. 1.8, I think 1.7 actually could be the case if all the grain is going to be now delivered, and of course they're going to deliver it with the grain multiplier as well, so it might leave a little bit. So with the multiplier, it's good to understand is yes, the amount of grain gets bigger, but also the gap now gets bigger with the grain multiplier. So the 4,000 is actually more than 4,000, and that means that the multiplier just might stay on 1.7 at some point for Just a Tractor if they now will do the final deliveries with this amount of grain. And Helm also, one thing good to notice, they have 1.7 multiplier instead of 1.5 because they have less points. So these multipliers are actually working really nicely for Helm as they had more grain and they have a bigger multiplier. So and they had the initial advantage as well. So yeah, the multiplier will definitely be good for Helm. And this is interesting 1.3 okay, they will start unloading, so they will try to fix the multiplier before those bales actually hit it. But I don't know if they have the time for it because it's 1.2 and do they even have the grain for it? That's another thing. And this, by the way, means, now they are unloading. They didn't unload all the grain with the multiplier because they were still unloading without it. So they lost even more.
Yeah, just to try.
And 1.7, yeah.
Oh no. This is okay. I'm not going to say this is impossible, but this is very improbable at this point. 1.7 to 2.3 multiplier, so a 6-point deficit with every bale delivered. Bale withering of a single bale for Helm, I think that is. And just a tractor with a belt that's about the same speed as Helm's. They can't win this. I don't think. I think it's very improbable. In fact, Helm have withered a bale of Just Attractors now, causing them even more problems. Yeah, they are gonna struggle to come back from this.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see. I mean, they are currently on the lead, but then once again, the efficiency of Helm, especially at the final minutes, which we are, by the way, just starting the last 2 minutes. So it will be interesting, but it will be scary as well, I would say. So let's see. I mean, Helm is now preparing. They have 3 bales coming up more. I think 6 bales more. So they will start now to load the belt because it's just the track. They're also getting those points from time to time. They are still leading by about 60 points, but that's going to change pretty soon, as those are going to be about 46 points from 2 bales. So the gap is going to be closed, let's say, I would say in 15 seconds. Of course, it depends like how at what point they will start delivering those bales, but the gap is going to close pretty soon, as we can see that it's only 11 points anymore. And on the Just Attractive side, I mean, they have less bales as well, so that's definitely a problem. So already with those bales that we see on the belt from Helm's side, they will take the lead. And the question is there anything that can bring Just Attractive back and overtake Helm on the points?
And you can see at this point how Helm gets so many extra bales in compared to their opponents. Just a Tractor have 2 tractors that do not have front loaders on them, and therefore can only bring in a maximum of 2 to 3 bales at a time. Whereas Helm have been out there pressing for longer and have now their second front loader tractor is no longer pressing bales, and instead is going out there and grabbing the bales that have been put out on the field and getting them on the belt. So they've wasted a lot less time going backwards and forwards getting bales in. And they're now doing it when they've got a tractor without something being pulled on the back, can therefore move faster, and it gets them more bales in. And this is what suddenly seem to accelerate in their points in the dying moments, because they are just bringing everything in that they've been preparing earlier on. And this is why they're 100 points ahead and are taking this game.
Yeah, they will take it. I mean, there was no bales anymore remaining for Just Attractive at the end, so there were 3 bales, and the gap was already about 80 points at that point, and with the 17 points per bale, there was no chance for them to come back. So Helm will have their revenge, as we can see. They will win it by a fair margin, 110 points, and this time Just Attractive just didn't find the guns or the means or the methods to beat Helm second time, unfortunately. But definitely, I mean, these guys, they made a mark. I mean, they have been playing on the past and they have been getting some results, but being the only team that has won Helm this season, it needs to have some kind of a meaning, and I think we are completely allowed to, say that these guys are definitely made a good mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a Tractor playing really, really well, and coming through. Unfortunately, coming up against Helm for a second time. Helm having a big resurgence. We will see you shortly we have just had a fantastic match between Just a Tractor and Helm. Helm showing why Helm are so good, even though they are currently sitting in the losers bracket and working their way back up. What did you think to the last match, Copter?
Well, I mean, of course, it was a good showing from Helm. Um, I mean, I was expecting. I mean, the first match from the series was definitely very tight, as we saw. It went all the way down to the final minutes and the final seconds, and in the end, the second one was up about the same way. But then, kind of like the whole multiplier got out of hand at some point, and then Helm got the kind of like grasp from the whole series. But I really loved, of course, like Helm not doing much of any mistakes there, because we saw them struggling yesterday a little bit with some of the, with some small things. And in a way, I did like the fact that I saw Just a Tractor as well, like having a pretty good performance, especially on the first game, that they showed that they can keep up to the pace of Helm. I felt a little bit sorry on the last game that the grain game didn't really work their way, but that's once again how Helm showed like their masterclass on this game.
Yeah, it was a very dominant game by Helm, that second one. Really good control, lots and lots of grain game, and worked great for them too. We are now moving on to Lintner versus My Insanity. This is our first semi-final of the day, because both these teams have yet to lose a match. We're back up in the winners bracket for a place in the final here, and the Manitou has first been banned by Lintner, and now Lintner's Lint Track has been banned along with the John Deere 6M by My Insanity. Final ban choice is the New Holland telehandler. So yeah, both telehandlers once again out of play for this game. Pick and ban, we've got Bottleneck up and Big Haul. So yeah, My Insanity taking the advantage to, or taking the good choice to get Big Haul up against Bottleneck, removing that danger of having it go up against Unstoppable later on. Zerstra is picking up the New Holland T6, while Jan has gone for the Case Magnum with Under Pressure. Zerstra is getting Runner, Under Pressure, and the Case Magnum. Also the choice of Bull 24, while Haynes has gone for the Fent 942 with Archimedes Plus Plus, which will help them to unload. Archimedes Plus Plus also picked by Apollo for his choice with the Fent, and the JCB has come into play with PB 400, who has also picked the runner perk. So very similar setups here. Quite pleased to see the JCB coming into play as well. I think that is a supremely underrated tractor in the FSL. I like to see more teams using it. And we've seen New Holland using it, and we've seen My Insanity using it as well. So off we go with the first stage, and PB running for that class harvester. I don't think he's going to get it. No, he has been beaten to it. So he is now running over. He's looking for another harvester, actually. I think he spammed the John Deere. He might have been quicker to have got back into the JCB with the speed of that. But he has managed to grab it, so that's not a massive problem for them, other than it's going to slow down the first bale for My Insanity. Lindner and Zercerus straight in there, but they don't have a baler there yet. So Bull is lagging behind a little bit as Jan is getting in behind the combine with that Fent baler. And he's going to head off for their first bale now. Bull is in there and getting the first bale for Lindner as well. These are actually going to end up being fairly close first bales, I think. As Bull comes round, is he going to flick it in? He might do, yes. And a 133 for the first bale for Lindner. And My Insanity is lagging quite a way behind. This is going to be probably somewhere in the 120s, I think. Maybe even a little lower. He's coming and he's reversing up to it. Yeah, I think we're looking at about a 120, a 114. So a good. Oh wow, that's nearly 20 points. 19 points between a single bale, and we've got Bridges Raids and Herbicide as the first drop. That means that Silos Closed and Grain Multiplier and Bale Multiplier are all still available for the 5.5 minute drop. I don't think either of those perks are, or either of those drops are big enough really to send the teams out of their way to get them. But they have been known to pick them up, but it's more important there about what's not dropped for those first drops rather than what has, I think. We now have Mind Sanity grabbing their big haul trailer into position while Bull 24 is emptying Xerxes's combine. The grain game at the moment has an advantage to Lintner, but that is mainly because Lintner managed to get that early, managed to get the class combine and therefore were able to get into the crop quicker than Mind Sanity were. We'll see if things are able to be evened up by Mind Sanity later on. But at the moment, yeah, it looks like Lintner have nearly 10,000 liters extra grain. Then they are not far off.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting factor there. We'll see how that's gonna play in the end. I mean, it should give them like about 0.2 advantage on the player. We'll see when the time comes, and of course we'll see whatever's going to come from the drops and so on. And my Insanity might be collecting more later, so that maybe it's also about the time when they will stop collecting it. So we'll see how it will end up. But of course, I mean, if my Insanity will be collecting it more, then it's gonna be away from something else, like pressing the bales, for example. One bale pressed from my Insanity. Lintner they made the one bale more now as well, as we can see on the pictures. My Insanity will continue doing the bales, and somehow that setup looks to me that how they're currently working, that if there would be a crazy tool coming in, it might be even they might be able to utilize it if it spawns like nearby. So we'll just have to wait and see if that's actually a thing which they can do. But other than that, now we just have to wait for a couple of 20 seconds or something to see the drops, and then we'll see how this will evolve from here. But they're pretty static graining going on.
Zestra bringing the class combine in, trying to position it in place. And we've got both grain multiplier and bale multiplier. I expect both teams to be going for the grain multiplier. Both teams have it sitting there ready. The amount of grain is 9,000 liters between the two. So this grain multiplier is going to have a big effect. And we see both teams currently ignoring these because neither wants to pick it up until they are absolutely ready and to give themselves the maximum amount of time. Mind Sanity is not in position, and Jan has picked it up. So fully expecting this to be dropped by Haynes straight off. And there we go. A 1.6 great multiplayer, a 1.5 for Lintner, and Lintner are waiting till the last second to pick it up. So 3 seconds on the clock, and Lintner now dropping their grain with a 1.5 multiplier. So they are hoping they can get all of their grain out in the next 80 seconds. They have 9,000 more liters than Mind Sanity do. So this could make a big difference. And Mind Sanity taking full advantage of that 2.9 times multiplier, getting bales on there, going to be scoring at a really high amount. Theirs goes 1 at 29, and Lintner just cannot reply to this. And this is what I love to see. Teams taking advantage when they have a massive multiplier to score as many points as they can. Really, really great play here from My Insanity. And Lintner are not ready, and we're going to see another 28 points. In fact, 2 more bales going in at 28 points.
Yeah, they really utilized the multiplier really well here, and of course taking the advantage from it. But also the as mines that they had the 1.6, so that's gonna close. There was about 9,000 of a difference on the grain before they started to pull that down. So based on my calculations, that's gonna like even out the difference a little bit as well. So I think the in the end there might be just like a 2.1 maybe for Lindner instead of like 2.2 or something like that. But yeah, they will get 2.2. Okay, so yeah, okay, but it could have been worse. So now they are leading by 150 points. My insanity. And the 1.8 is not like the end of the world. I think they can cope with this one now. That the if they just do the same amount of bales about as Lindner, they should be able to keep the lead. I mean, you will need quite many bales to close 150 points when you only get 4 points more per bale. So you need to deliver like 30 bales to close that gap. And I think that this is pretty even. There was a slight difference on the amount of bales, but now they're actually pretty even. So I would say that Lindner they have some catching up to do here. So my insanity with that trick, or let's say the strategy to how to deliver the bales, they did manage to overcome the fact that they were missing the grain, and that's really working out nicely for them. So 2 minutes to go, and yeah, now it's just all about delivering as many bales without any mistakes. Of course, you can't really afford those. So this is looking good. But as we can see from the scores, Lindner is catching up. But meanwhile, My Insanity, they actually haven't been able to press more bales. I mean, they still have the same amount of bales, and Lindner is about even as well. So somehow they did manage to close that gap. That's interesting.
And is that
so at the same time as they were delivering, they were pressing more.
Because I don't quite understand it, because I did a quick calculation and worked out that the 150 point gap that that existed, that should have taken 37.5 bales delivered in order to close that gap with that multiplier. So how that gap got closed so quickly by Lindner, I don't know, unless
they just delivered.
Not even a massive amount of bales. They must have, That is
they delivered the bales and they pressed more. Yeah, they press the bales at the same time. So kind of like, as we quite oftenly, look at the amount of bales, but of course they are producing at the same time. So it was just about the fact that Lindner delivered bales and My Insanity didn't deliver anything at the time. And from whatever reason, My Insanity didn't press more bales at the same time as well. But Lindner did both of them at the same time. So that's on the stat sheet. That's how it looks so same. And now there's a clear difference. I mean, Lindner has been pressing more bales. They're still having 7 bales, and they have gained what another 100 points, like My Insanity has been gaining as well. But there's only 3 bales remaining for My Insanity. They don't have the bales for this one. So if Lindner delivers all of these, as we can see that they're still trying to get Zertos makes a small mistake that could be fatal actually. But they
got
look
into the
to
lead.
be taking the lead. Let's see what My Insanity does with the final bales. They are trying to counter. They have one on the higher belt, but no, it's going to be 10 points. It's going to be 30 points for Lindner, more than My Insanity, and they will take the first game of the series. It was a close one, and for a longer time it seemed that the My Insanity actually has this on their books. But then Lindner, with a very good efficiency at the end, they will deliver the bales and they will press more so that they can catch up later as well.
I mean, Lindner have been on fire this weekend, or this tournament, and this shows why. They managed to get their points scored when they had good multipliers, and it paid off. I am surprised that they managed to turn that around so well, but they did, and they delivered bales when My Insanity didn't, and as a result they won. It isn't a case of, as I calculated there, sort of having a same number of bales. They delivered more bales, and that's why they won it, and that is how you win it. Absolutely great play there from Lindner, not letting up at all.
Yeah, that's kind of like the. I would say that if you want to win on this game, you have to deliver some bales. So, Lindner, they have the
Yeah.
basics pretty well handled here, and but yeah, I mean, I was really surprised that they actually did manage. They did deliver so many bales. I mean, on my books, Lindner always is this team who might surprise. They have some tricks from time to time. Of course, they celebrate the victories. That's what we remember them from as well. But on my books, they haven't really been the team that actually works so efficiently at the end. They have been running into these situations on the past that they're missing the bales or something like that. So I was really happy to see that the final 2 minutes, how well they delivered the bales and how well they were able to replace the delivered bales with the new bales being pressed at the same time, and also to do the delivery. So the whole setup, logistics, belt handling, everything was top notch, definitely.
Yeah, they are a well-oiled team now, and as a result, they are winning games, and
Yeah.
they've been winning games all weekend, and it's been fantastic to watch Lindner develop as a team and work their way through this. It's brilliant.
Yeah, they have been definitely
Just
evolving,
wait.
and I guess that the short break which we had between the tournaments, they definitely have used the time to practice, and I think it really shows here that they are definitely getting more out of the players and more of the strategies. And the yesterday I said something about the Bull 24 on the team. I don't know if this is like a permanent change or is this something for this event because it was already on Friday. Somebody might not be able to attend because they need to be away from the work or something like that. So it could be that he's like just for this event. But I really like how he has blended inside of the team. As I don't really see that he's anyhow like an external party or whatever you want to call that. He's like well integrated on the team, and the team works very well with him.
Yeah, he's been doing some good work in that first bale. He's done some great high scoring first bales through this tournament, and it's nice to see another team coming in and doing that, because a lot of them still have that little bit of caution on that first bale. But again, first bale, as we discovered so often, is really really important.
Mm.
We are into the pick and ban phase, and once again, no big surprises here. We've got the Lindland track banned by My Insanity, Manitou and New Holland telehandlers banned by Lindner, and then we've got the John Deere 6M banned by My Insanity. Finally,
Mm. Yeah, pretty usual bans. Let's see the perks. So do we actually have unstoppable versus unstoppable? Yes, we do. Um, Interesting. I mean, it's I mean, why not? We have seen this on the past, but not lately that much. So yeah, then we know. Okay, both belts are pretty fast, can't be stopped. So I would say that the I mean, this will be one of those matches that we have seen many times, of course, during the first part of the season. I mean, let's say like during the summertime and so on. And I'm eager to see how this plays out. But the um, when you have the same perks and it's not like a big haul, it's just unstoppable. So then it comes down to the efficiency, utilizing the small moments, for example with the drops that you can use, try to find some kind of advantage with the timings and that kind of thing. So this is I would say that traditional farming simulator play coming in. But the time is starting up. We are getting ready for the pads. Lindner won the first one, and of course, these both teams are currently undefeated on the low upper bracket still. So the losing team is going to drop down on the lower bracket, and they will find their next opponent from there later on. So it's not the end of the world. We have been watching only the lower bracket matches so far. So this is the first upper bracket match of today, and the team who's going to lose it, they will not be eliminated from the tournament. They will drop down on the lower bracket and will face the I guess the winner of Helm versus New Holland, who should be the next pair on the lower bracket, and then the losing team from here is gonna face the winner of that series, and then they will fight from the place at the grand final, if I haven't completely mistaken the bracket. But anyways, as we do have 9 minutes and 15 seconds with Jan actually getting away, and this should be about, I mean, this could be like a 145-ish, maybe a little bit above 140, yeah, 5, I would say, but he's gonna reverse that in, so then it's like a 142 maybe, and 141 as he, makes a small breaking moment there, and we haven't yet seen the first bail from Lindner. It's coming from Bull 24, and he has the bridge luckily in the right position. And let's see, he's going to toss that in, but it's going to be 120 something anyways, depending how he's going to deliver it. And so there will be definitely a gap at least by one bail. And let's see what's going on here. Just chilling, more or less. Bull having some problems, actually, as we can see that he didn't get the first bail is 5 meters from the barn doors. And now he's got to get that in 107. And that's a pretty big gap.
Yeah, 34-point gap there. That is going to be a lot of fun to meet up. And Zesra's ignoring the herbicide and the bridges raised by the looks of things to keep going. Yeah, neither of those are particularly useful. Although where he was having to go round the weeds. So having the herbicide would probably be a useful little perk to have had at that point. And so Apollo coming round. So both teams now emptying. There's more grain in Mind Sanity's grain cart, but that's not surprising, seeing as they got a much better start on this. And so their grain game at the moment is much stronger than Lindner's is.
Yeah, it comes down to the fact that if you're gonna spend some time more with the first bail, then that's out of something else as well. So it's not just only about the points; it's about the time lost when you try to fix your mistake, and then then you are missing on something else, like making the grain or pressing the bales or whatever you want to do on the fields at that point. So that kind of explains. And we have seen this happening on the past as well, quite oftenly, that immediately. 10 points difference in the first bale equals some thousands of liters of grain.
Yeah, it's that's the thing. A bad start doesn't just affect the first bale; it affects your grain amounts. It affects your bale amounts as well, because you are those few crucial seconds where you don't get a second bailout after you've got the first bail, and as a result, it really can hamper everything going into the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think it's also affecting your body language when you're sitting in front of the computer, because you're more stressed out about the situation. So we can see that from the cameras as well. And of course, the players are more nervous. And it's a mental thing as well. I mean, when you know that you are, okay, we are down 35 points at this point of the game. So of course, that's something that you think while you play. So it has a big impact, of course, on the game, but also on the mental side as well. But yeah, we are closing on 5.5, so we should be having the second batch of the drops coming pretty soon. So we'll see if there's something that Lindner, for example, can utilize. The bales are being pressed already, so 4 bales for Mind Sanity. So we'll see if there's going to be any kind of early deliveries. And look at the amount of grain. 64,000 for both of the teams, and we are not playing with big haul here. They are just collecting it as much as they can. And now the drops are there. Silo closed and speed up.
Closed!
So it will be definitely a pick by the teams.
Mind Sanity are unloading their grain as quickly as they can, because there is silo closed there, and you can bet. There we go. Silo is closed on Mind Sanity side. Jan needs to get this closed quickly, and now they need to be scoring. They have a 2.8 to 1.2 multiplier, and both teams will be also making sure that their grain carts are as full as possible. And Apollo not able to get that auger past.
Yeah, now he's getting
there
it
we
though.
Go.
And yeah, the setup has been built, but yeah, he was struggling a little bit with it. I mean, I can understand it. It's a pretty long one, and you don't have that much of a space around the silo, so some clashes might happen. But yeah, my insanity. This is the time when they should be delivering the bales. So I want to see what's going on with the bales currently. I mean, they have been pressing some. They do have about 40 seconds of time to deliver something. And the 2 point, I mean, this is exactly what happened on the previous game as well, that My Insanity did take advantage of the 2.8 multiplier. We saw the some of the bells coming in with the 28 points. So they could repeat the same. And I'm pretty sure that there might be even already bales running on the belt. We just don't see it. Apollo is where? Like inside of the building? Oh, he's on the rooftop of the building, so he's just waiting, and he's maybe scouting a bit of information what's happening at the fields at the same time. But the camera was just jumping, on the rooftop, and we didn't see the player. So it was probably his like an eye view that we were seeing at the moment, and that was a little bit strange for a while. But the important thing is that now the silo clothes are wearing out, and My Insanity didn't utilize the multiplier at all.
No, really weird. I don't understand why they're only now loading bales on. They had a 2.8 multiplier for nearly a minute, and they decided to use the time to collect bales up rather than score bales with a massive multiplier advantage. It is very, very odd. Having said that, they are currently sitting at a 2.4 and should score some bales at that level, as they had a few on their belt. And Bale Withering Bull is going to grab a 2 bale with her.
Yeah, that's going to be grabbed. And there was a couple bales delivered by My Insanity, so they're now sitting at 285. So at least they took the advantage from the 2.4 multiplier. Now it's actually 2.6. So they did have some extra points from those bales.
And Xerxes hoping that is going to be a multiplier he wants by the time he gets to the top, and it's not. That's 19 points per bale, but now it's on the 2 times multiplier. I believe all of the grain has been delivered, so everything's evened out. And yeah, I can't help but feel that My Insanity would have been much further ahead had they delivered bales when they had that much bigger multiplier.
There's some similar elements. Yeah, I mean, similar elements to the last game. My Insanity managed to make that 150 point advantage with a similar kind of a situation on the previous game. But then we saw that Lindner, they still closed the gap and they managed to be very efficient at the end. So if Lindner now does the same, which they did on the previous game, that during these final minutes, they can deliver the bales, they can still press some more bales at the same time, so they can have still bales available for the final pushes. I wouldn't be surprised if they will do the same trick and just pass My Insanity during the last minutes. But of course, that's always like, forecasting. We don't know what's going to happen, but just saying that there is a possibility. But also, My Insanity, they do have some more bales now available. So they run kind of like out of bales on the last game. So that's definitely a good thing. So that might be the only thing that could keep them like ahead of Lindner at the end. Pending, of course, from the efficiency, Cercerus just putting one there, waiting for the right timing. We can see Bull 24 at the same time coming in as well. The gap is currently 70 points, and we have about 45 seconds to go as well. A lot of bales going in for My Insanity. So this is actually looking really good for them for the moment. Definitely a different kind of a team operating during the last minute than what we saw in the previous game. So they do have the means. And now, as we can see, the bale counts are actually pretty even. There's 6 bales on each of the sides, and the gap is 110 points. So I don't know how Lindner could be actually getting this anymore, because they're going to run out of time, they're going to run out of bales, and the gap is just too big that I don't think that they can close it. So it would require a miracle, more or less. And with those 3 bales that they have remaining, it's not going to happen, as My Insanity still has one as well. So yeah, it's going to be My Insanity claiming the second game of the series, and they will put the scoreline on 1-1, and they will take this all the way to the last game of the best of 3 series.
Yeah, My Insanity having a much better game there than the last one. Look at that, an extra 6 bales. on top of what Lindner had, and they just ran away with it as a result. Six bales is more than 100 points, and it's actually slightly surprising. No, in fact, yeah, they had about 160 points. So yeah, not that surprising to be honest. They delivered some with a slightly higher multiplier, not as high as they could have, and then they just delivered more bales than Lindner. I think Lindner ended up just sitting around a little bit too long and not pressing bales when they should have been and could have been. And look at that, really quite busy there now at Agritechnica. Lots of
Yeah.
people watching today's FSL, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean it's Saturday. Definitely, people can go to the expos or whatever events they want to do during the weekends. Like Friday is a bit complicated because some people have to work, and of course, the farmers and who do agriculture as a living, they can come there. But if you want to get those, families, kids who want to enjoy from the tractors, they will come on Saturdays. So definitely, it will be more busy. And there's the one thing that I noticed also because they have the window. There's something wrong. There's no snow at all. I don't see that because when I look up from the window in here, we do have it. So that is just a good demonstration about the differences of the location.
I was gonna say you are a little bit more northerly, even than me. You're a little bit more northerly.
Yeah, yeah. But just kidding, of course. But I guess the time will come as well. But yeah, having a bit of white is a nice thing.
Yeah, we are hoping that it is going to be just as busy, if not busier, at Llama in January. That would be absolutely fantastic. If you are in the UK and you can make it to Llama in at the Birmingham NEC on the 17th and 18th of January, come see us. We are going to be doing the FSL live from there. And I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to doing some casting from the stage again. It's going to be absolutely awesome. And we need to
Yeah, it
give
would be.
Copter a very warm British welcome,
Okay, that's a little bit scary. We'll see what that's gonna be, but
I
but I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have some great time, and of course, like actually do the commentaries on the stage for sure. We're gonna have some great time. So everybody there on the other side of the screen. So make sure to be in the UK in January, and of course you'll find the details from the FSL website where the event is and when it's gonna be held as well. So that's the plan for January. But of course, before that, we do have the holidays, so we do have a small break during the December, and then we'll kick off the next year straight at Llama on January. So just to let you know, and of course, by the way, in this tournament as well, we do have about 15,000 of prize pool money once again available. So the players are not just playing for glory and points; they're actually playing for money. There's going to be some noble chairs as well, which is going to be, I guess, given to the winning team. And so, yeah, product prices, and then there's some prize money as well. So that's the whole thing. And what do we have here? So we are now running for the pad. So we have the last game of the series. I mean, either of these teams is going to drop on the lower bracket, and the team who's going to win this one, they will be advancing all the way to the finals, right? Yep, they will advance to the finals.
Yep. This is indeed a
This is a
semi-final. So
semi-final
yes.
now. So the winner will go to the final, and they will have the advantage on the final as well, because they will face the team who's coming from the lower bracket, and the team who's gonna lose this one, they will drop to the lower bracket, so they still have a chance of bouncing back from there. But then, of course, they don't have the advantage on the grand final, and also lower bracket, you still probably need to face either Helm or New Holland, so you know that you still have a one pretty tough game to beat. But anyways, Bull is going to be doing the delivery about 140, but no, he's going to miss that one, so it's going to be less than that. So pending how long this is going to take, 135 for both of the teams, completely tied first bale coming at the same time. So this will definitely heat things up a little bit.
Yeah, that is a great first bale from both teams. A 135 means that things are completely even going into this last game. Absolutely fantastic. We got Crazy Tool and Bridges raised at this point. Crazy Tool is not very useful to teams at the 8.5-minute mark. So yeah, I don't expect either team to actually grab this. Instead, it does mean that once again we have silo closed, grain multiplier and bale multiplier available to appear at the 5.5-minute mark.
Yeah, I did notice that there was somebody saying that you should greet me with the pancakes, but let's see. I mean, I can do the pancakes as well. I'm pretty familiar with with making those. Let's worry about that later. Anyways, so yeah, nobody has been picking up any of the drops so far. I mean, kind of like doesn't make that much of a sense for the moment. And the grain collection is, of course, going on. And of course, I want to see how Lindner wants to play the big hole. I don't know why, but I have this feeling that because of the Lindner push and all these kind of things that they have came up with. I mean, we spoke about the big haul, that if somebody would be delivering bales with the big haul, I think that Lindner could be the team. I mean, I don't know why. It's just, the truck kind of like fits them. I don't know why. Maybe not. I'm not talking about the strategy, but because I don't know. I just like the idea of Lindner and the big haul.
This would possibly be the time to try it. Although I'm probably at the first game where you can come back. But yeah, I would like to see whether that's possible. Whether you can put enough bales into the big haul trailer to then just tip all at once and score a massive bale score with them. I mean that just sounds really interesting. I have no idea whether it's even possible, and I doubt we'd ever see it in the FSL. But yeah,
maybe Alex, you can try that on the stream. Maybe you could, as I know that you have this channel where you sometimes send some broadcasts, so maybe you could try that. I would be watching.
I think I'd have to try it in game. I think I'd try it game first. Get the bits. Get a telehandler. See if I can load a whole load of bales into the trailer, and if they'll even tip out. Because I think that is the first thing to check. Yeah, exactly.
Anyways,
you'd need a telehandler to load them in the first place.
But yeah, so all kinds of ideas are coming up as the final game of the semi-final is going on. And of course, if the people on the chat have some great ideas about the strategies as well, we are always welcome to listen. And if you have any observations or something that you want to share, you can always find me and Alex, and of course Terminator as well from Discord. So feel free to drop me a line or the other commentators whenever you feel that you have something that you want to say. Reach is lowered and speed limit coming on the second batch of the drops. Not really having much of an impact, so the grain game is going to go exactly, and the big haul is full, and now I'm just wondering how much my insanity actually had grain before they started to pour it down, because I didn't catch that yet. But yeah, both teams are now unloading, and there's 35 still remaining, so I think that they didn't have full 60,000. I'm not completely sure. I mean, they could. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that at least there will be no huge difference on the amount of grain, at least not for my insanity. Lindner might have a slightly more, maybe, but we'll figure that out a little bit later. So currently it's 2.6 for Lindner, and we can see that there's actually some points coming up for Lindner as well. So they are utilizing the multiplier, and there's more points coming in. Second bale is going to be delivered. We can see Serseros just exactly as we speak putting them. So my insanity is not ready for the trick which they did on the first game of the series. Currently, Lindner is putting the bales in. They have done 3 so far, and I think there was at least 2 more. And now my insanity tries slightly change the multiplier, so it will be less points for Lindner from the upcoming bales, but they will still score something well above 2.0, which is always good news.
And that's the thing. This is where Lindner have played brilliantly. They've managed to get that extra
multiplier actually went
of it did 2.1 to 1.9. Well played by My Insanity, but Lindner have given themselves a cushion. They've given themselves a 100-point cushion by delivering bales when they had the multiplier in their favor. It's been a great piece of play from Lindner, and if they deliver as many bales as My Insanity do, they've got that 100-point cushion to be able to cover the fact that the multiplier has gone against them.
Yeah. So 100 points between them. So this will be interesting to see how this will play out in the end. I mean, still we have 3 minutes, so we are not yet on the final 2 minutes that I have been keeping as an active discussion topic all the time, as we have been following how Lidner has been efficiently working there lately. But yeah, I mean, having 100 points of a difference is definitely a nice thing. And now as Mind Sanity has a slight advantage on the multiplier, I mean, so yeah. We can pretty easily do the math how many bales are needed to come up that. So about 50 bales to close that gap. So that's not going to close automatically. So there needs to be a difference on the amount of delivered bales instead of the points per bale. So they just need to be now more efficient. And My Insanity, 12, 13 bales. So they're definitely preparing for it. The question is how many Lindner is currently having store, and they have about the same amount as we can see. So this is actually looking good for Lindner.
And My Insanity actually managed to get the bale withering, so they have removed 2 of Lindner's bales. So originally Lindner did have a little bit more of an advantage here.
Yeah, it's closing a little bit. Now it's 50 points. So that's interesting because we can see that the amount of bales is still the same. So maybe My Insanity is doing this, similar kind of things, that they are still pressing the bales very late. And now we can see that the Jan is just bringing a whole bunch of bales, 6 still remaining for Lindner. They have put the gap back to 80 points, and there's 3 more bales from My Insanity, which is, I mean, if they deliver all the bales, what they currently have, to the second floor, I think that there will be still about 20 points for Lindner. So we'll see. The final minute is just about to start, and then we don't have to guess anything anymore after it. So now we just have to wait and see how the teams are going to play this down. Of course, no room for mistakes and all the usual things, but the My Insanity is definitely playing up the catch-up game.
And Lindner it keeps getting down to about 100, down to about 50 points, and then Lindner just keep pulling out again, pulling their lead out to about 100 points. And with these bales coming in, yeah, this is going to very much help that. 30 seconds left, so no more bales going to be coming in now for either team. It's just how many of these can get on the top. And My Insanity is actually, Lindner has decided to put all their bales in the bottom at this point. Meanwhile, My Insanity are trying to get them in the top to score those extra points. It's going to make it closer than it should expect it to be, but Lindner take it with about 20 points. No!
What's going on?
Did My Insanity
Which one actually
take it?
won
Who
it?
won?
Let's see the final scores. I'm not sure.
I thought
mean,
Lindner had
last time I
taken
saw
that.
there was, I think there was like a 643 for them and 27 for My Insanity at the point. Let's see the scores, hopefully. There we go. Oh, there was more deliveries done by 5 points. We didn't see that before they changed to the cameras when we saw Lindner actually celebrating, and then we saw My Insanity celebrating as well. So there was some last-minute bail from My Insanity.
Second. And do you know what? That is purely down to Lindner's decision to put all their bales in the bottom at the end. They had the time to get at least one bale on that belt, and they decided to put them in. And as a result, that's Lindner into the lower bracket. They're not out, but My Insanity are through to the final and are gonna have at least a match in hand against whoever they play. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing, and Yeah, it was really amazing, and I gotta say, I mean, and I really thought that Lindner actually had it. I mean, one bail on the second floor, you're completely right on that one. But anyways, we gotta be heading for a short break, so we'll be back in about 3-4 minutes, what the break lasts for, and then of course we'll be seeing the New Holland versus Helm, as we can see that they're preparing. So wait there, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. What an exciting game that was to round out the match between Linda and My Insanity. My Insanity scoring one last bail in the dying moments to take it by just 5 points. That is insane.
Yeah, it was really amazing. I mean, we thought that Linder had won. Linder thought that they have won, and then the last minute bail comes in. So definitely a crucial bail. And like you said it earlier, that if one bail would have gone on the second floor of the barn, then that would have made all the difference they needed. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. But Linder will have a second try, and they just need to face somebody on the lower bracket. So, I mean, the lower bracket matches who actually will be the second team who will get to the grand final, joining My Insanity there. That will be interesting as we have New Holland, Helm, and Lindner, and only one of those teams can be on the grand final. So this will be super exciting. And I know that I go a little bit ahead of things, but I'm also thinking about this double possibility or double final. So let's say that the if the team coming from the lower bracket comes and wins the final, so there's the second final that they kind of like need to win. So I do have this feeling that today might be the day when we see the second final. I think all the stars are lining so perfectly on the sky for that to happen.
It would be because the thing is that so the three teams we still have in the lower bracket, we've got Helm versus New Holland up next. We've got Linda, who have been playing absolutely brilliantly all tournament as well. Any of those three teams, I can see getting through to the final against My Insanity, and because My Insanity is playing so well as well. Yeah, it could go either way. It could be that My Insanity wins the first match and wins the tournament, or they lose the first match and the tournament goes to a second final. That would be
Mm,
incredible. And that can happen any way that this is sliced now. So yeah,
mm.
everything to play for. Lots of surprises that could still happen. And starting with whatever happens here between New Holland and Helm, we've seen New Holland beat the team that is now Helm before. Can they do it again? Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, so the losing team is out of the tournament. So we are back on the lower bracket, and the losing team will be eliminated. And then the team that's gonna win, they will face Lindner on the second semi-final to decide who's gonna be the next team on the final. So definitely a very important game for all these players, and of course both of the teams as well. And yeah, you need to win this one if you want to stay on the tournament and fight from the place to be on the grand final. This doesn't guarantee it yet, anyhow. They still have to face Lindner, but it's a step that you have to take. So definitely exciting to see how this plays out. And one thing still about My Insanity, I know we are going towards the next game. We have Bottleneck versus Bottleneck, by the way, which is the most important thing. But My Insanity, they have been this season, like a bit off. I mean, we have seen that they have been sometimes doing well and sometimes like being eliminated like very early on the tournament. I don't think that in the last tournament did they like even make to the second day. I think they were done very early. So I'm really happy to see that they have found the form, and of course now they have guaranteed to place on the grand final. And they were on the grand final, was it like a once last season or something like that, and they have never won yet. So there's a lot of things that can happen which we haven't seen on the past.
And yeah, this is the thing. It does properly feel this tournament like any team could win it. Any team that is still in this could take this overall. And actually, Helm getting off to a really good start here, beating New Holland to that Baylor, and JK is in his preferred position to get that very fast first bail. Alroda's a
Yeah.
little bit behind, as is the New Holland
Well, the Baylor's not there.
combine.
Yeah,
There he
JK
is
is like
coming
getting
into
away,
play.
but we don't see New Holland. The
Oh
Baylor
yeah.
came like really late, and this, I mean, we are looking about like 140. It's not 149 for sure. It's like a 146 or something like that.
Oh,
148 actually.
148.
That's better than I expected. So, but yeah, kind of like JK has found the. I mean, the first he's very steady when he's delivering these bails. He hasn't done now any mistakes, and they are like repeating the same pattern. So I'm really happy to see that they are getting those done very without any kind of extra hassle going on all the time. And New Holland getting 131, so the gap is 17 points.
Yeah, so Elroda's managing to keep that within a bail, which is good news for New Holland. They don't want to get too far away there. And JK now following behind. We've got Bridges raised and Herbicide. So again, I don't think either team is particularly going to be going for those perks. More concentrating on making sure those combines keep going. And New Holland now actually a little bit ahead of Helm. they've turned around and released that grain trailer a lot quicker than Helm were able to. So they've
Hmm.
caught up quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, at least, yeah, it looks like that on the map, definitely, that they are. And when I look at currently how they are operating there, it looks very smooth currently and pretty fast paced as well. So he's kind of like a mingling between two different combines there just to get all the grade. And now he's leaving. And when you see the picture below, Helm is still there collecting. And but they do have a grain in other places. I think they are still on the lead. Yeah, Helm is leading by 1,000 on the grain game otherwise, but yeah, they just haven't moved that to the trailer as efficiently as New Holland has done so far.
But it's interesting to see the grain game is this close when we know there was a delay to New Holland getting started on their harvesting. So they're quite good in that they've managed to hold things fairly close. Although it does look a little bit like, uh, it looked a little bit like Helm was pulling away. But things have been evened up a bit, and JK now dumping grain at this point makes it much more difficult to actually see where the two teams are in
Mm.
relation to their grain game. But yeah, JK dropping that off, and I think this is a way that Helm try to get extra grain compared to their opponents. They set themselves up with that multiplier. They're able to score if they need to, and I'm slightly surprised that Helm don't. You have this use of an advantage to go and score. Uh, you'd normally expect the drop like that would be right. We'll go and press a couple of bales, take the first load of bales in, and score some points at a 2.7 multiplier, just to give ourselves that little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, if we think about the previous matches, I think 3 matches before this in a row, all the matches they played versus just the track day at least, and at least 3 matches before this, it has been the same that JK goes always around 6 minute mark to drop a little bit, and then I think I have been fooled a couple of times. Direct delivery and grain multiply. Grain multiplier is 1.5 for Helm. And then it must be like a 1.6 or 1.7 for New Holland. I would imagine that it's 1. Okay, we don't see it from here.
5.
No, that's still Helm, and now they pick. It's 1.5 as well. Okay.
And
Anyway,
so
so what I was going to
this
say is,
now, I was going to say this is where Helm's whole strategy has backfired.
mm, but what I was saying before the drops came in is that JK has been doing that he delivers a bit of grain, but he hasn't delivered any bales in any of those matches. So they have done the same, that they do some grain, and then at least I'm expecting, and you're expecting as well, that they would deliver some bales, but they are not, and then they will come back with more grain. So I think that I might be wrong, but I do have this feeling that this early grain drop is a bit too masked from the opponent to realize like how much grain they will actually deliver and when. So it's a bit of like a move to maybe fool the opponent to not to fully understand like how they will play with the grain, and then they can surprise in the end and get the better multiplier, and then get more bales as they have been pressed with that better multiplier. So then just going for those couple
That's the
bales with
risk.
a really good multiplier, they will wait for the longer game.
No, New Holland, what are you doing? That is not great. Delivering bales with a 1.8 multiplier.
They're out of grain, so they can't
They're
get
out
it
of
any
grain.
better anymore. So yeah, I mean, they had the idea that they're going to use a better multiplier, but then Helm actually ended up with 2.2. So the masking that I mentioned, it maybe worked, maybe it didn't. I don't know. Maybe it was just a theory which is not
But
correct. But yeah,
it's a
but
it's a
what I'm just
tactic to go out there and get more grain than your opponents, because
mm,
that grain bin, that grain trailer holds more grain than a pair of combines will. So as a
mm,
result, you come back with more grain than your opponents can by bringing in the grain cart plus a couple of combines. And it doesn't take any extra time. In fact, it might even reduce the amount of time for doing stuff because you no longer have two people bringing two combines in. You have one person bringing a grain cart in. So it's, to be honest, it seems to be a more efficient, faster, and a larger amount of grain way to do things.
Anyways, but yeah, Helm is now unloading, definitely, as we can see that the points are coming in for both sides. Of course, also New Holland is putting the bales on the belt. We are coming for the final 2 minutes, so of course this is the time when you probably want to do something, and as you know that the multipliers are not changing anymore, so yeah, just all the bales you can put them on the belt to make sure that they will end up on the second floor, unless of course you have something else to do, like pressing the bales or delivering the bales. We can see JK coming from the safer route, not having any issues, at least not for the moment, so it should be fine. They are leading by, okay, now they're actually, New Holland just takes the lead by 5 points, so this is close, but Helm, they do have couple bales more, and of course they do have some multiplier advantages as well, so it looks good for both of the teams actually. I mean that New Holland still has a chance as well. You know, small mistake from Helm, for example, that could be enough to finalize the situation to the other side as well. Of course, not hoping for it, but for the moment, it looks that Helm is controlling this quite nicely. But of course, the question mark is that will there be any change anymore? But for the moment, if Helm operates on the usual way without mistakes, New Holland, it's a very difficult thing for them to come back from that about 60 point behind.
Yeah, and Helm have been very nicely in control of this game most of the way through. That grain setup they went for has just allowed them to dominate. New Holland have kept it close. Having said that, New Holland are giving them a good run for their money, but you can see Helm slowly pulling away from them as it goes. As you were saying earlier, that doesn't rule out something disastrous happening for Helm. So, like putting one of their tractors in the ditch or something like that. So that is still possible, and I'm not sure what Cygnus is doing here. I think trying to push bales in maybe into the bottom. Yeah, an extra 10 points there. New Holland fighting to the end though to try and catch this, but look at all those bales going in for Helm at the end. A decisive victory for them at the end of the day. Really well controlled, really well held. They have gone one game up in this match.
Yeah, really, really well done. I mean, Helm, in the end, the gap is more than 100 points. So they definitely, kept the advantage all the way through and didn't allow New Holland to do any tricks at the end. So well played, I would say, standard. I mean, this is something that, kind of a performance that we expect from Helm. And yesterday, as they struggled a little bit, as we saw, had some mistakes as well. It seems that based on these two series, 1.5 series we have seen so far, at least to me, it seems that they have overcome whatever was going on yesterday, and they look a very, very solid team, like they have been, looking for the past 2 years already. But now they are back on the, I would say, the usual level of expectations what are coming for Helm.
Absolutely. And we see Helm now preparing for the next game. This is make or break time for New Holland. New Holland need to win this next game or they are out of this tournament. This is, of course, the quarterfinal stage, with both teams having fought their way back up. Helm having to go towards the final the hard way. Same as New Holland, so playing so many more games to make it up there.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes it's good to have a bit of a practice as well. I mean, if you always do it from the upper bracket and go to the final, This way you get to play more games. Some people actually prefer that as well. But yeah, it's nice to see that Helm actually kind of like have been in the lower bracket. I mean, of course, it's not a nice thing to say, but that we have been seeing more of their matches, and of course, the same applies for New Holland as well, because these teams are the ones that we would expect that they will stay as long as possible on the upper bracket always.
Looking at this, if Helm make it to the final and win, so they'd have to play the final twice. That is
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games they'll have to play through this
Mm-hmm.
tournament. For My Insanity to win, they got a pass on the first side, so that's 1, 2, 3. They only have to play 4 games. So Helm,
Mm-hmm.
having gone into the lower bracket and been in the position in the lower bracket where they have to work their way all the way up, have to play twice as many games to win this tournament as My Insanity has to win this tournament.
Yeah, maybe Helm as a team owner or sponsor or partner, whatever you want to call it, maybe they are happy that they have some more screen time as well.
It is, yeah.
So maybe they said
that
that
is
you
a
have to
hard
go to the lower
fight, though.
bracket this time. Yeah.
They
We'll
will
see. I mean,
they will have to earn it if they're going to win it.
yeah. I mean, yeah. But I think that every time I see the players, I always feel that they really enjoy from playing it as well. It's not that they they don't really mind if it's, let's say, 2 or 4 matches that they have to play. They just want to play and they have some great time and, of course, meet the other teams as well. Anyways, we do have the second game of the series starting. So we did have the picks and bans happening as while we spoke. We do have Unstoppable on the both of the sides as well. So that's not going to be, we had a bottleneck on the last one. Now we have Unstoppables. We'll see if it's going to be Herbicide or Big Hole who's going to be versus what. On the next one, we can see New Holland actually stealing it from JK. Oh no, JK actually gets it. So I'm pretty sure that New Holland actually was there earlier, but he just didn't I guess he missed the spot. I guess that's the thing.
It does.
So JK will get what he wants. Yeah,
looks
but
like
they
Helm
still got it.
lost the combine though. There was a combine right behind you. You see, Wooler has had to go a long way out of his way to get that combine, and the combine above to the left there, the John Deere, that has a New Holland tractor embedded in the back of it, where he didn't manage to get it. So Helm's combine has been delayed, and New Holland's baler has been delayed. So this is not going to be quite as high scoring a first bale for either team for those reasons.
Yeah, they are going for it. We can see L Rhodes. I think he's going to be having a better first bale. This is going to be anywhere like a 125-ish or something on that sense, 126 and a little bit less, maybe 19 for JK, 18, 16 maybe, 18. So, I mean, it's not a huge difference. Luckily, so they are still pretty close by, and in a way, I'm happy that both of the teams actually had some issues with the equipment at the start. So then the situation is still so even. I mean, if Helmond would have had 150 and New Holland 126, then it kind of like would have set a different tone for the game. Bridges raised and speed limit, so maybe speed limit is going to be picked by somebody. And yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I think it's a good start. We can see that they're pretty even with the grain as well, and everything is like going exactly as you would imagine from these teams.
There is a slight advantage with the grain for New Holland, and that's purely based on that first blocking that first combine choice of Helm. They got in there a little bit early. It's given them an extra sort of 2,000-3,000 liters. However, we know that if New Holland don't do something to counter the grain game from Helm, that is going to mean nothing, because Helm will just have a massive amount of extra grain kicking around ready later on. So yeah, New Holland very much need to deliver a bit of grain. Would like to see Elrodus deliver some of this now, come back out refill from the combines, and not worry so much about
Mm,
getting the 2 combines in here, and instead just get extra grain from this.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, the grain is still pretty. I mean, yeah, there's a slight advantage, like you said, to New Holland. It's like a couple thousand, but that's easily overcome if they will just stay a little bit later, like you probably expected as well as Helmers. They started to collect it later, so we'll just have to wait and see. JK comes for his usual run. We'll pour down some 2.4 to 2.6 is something that usually is there after he's gonna leave from the silo. And let's see, 2.4. He's gonna stay on that, and that's. I think we have seen. I think we have seen once 2.6, and almost all the other entries have been at 2.4. So that is something that we can expect from JK. He's a bit smiling there, so he's like, "Yeah, I'm getting this grain in the silo. Yeah, let's do it. I enjoy from this.
It
Let's
gives it
get
gives
it
them a
on."
good amount of space in that, and as I said, means they don't need to get 2 combines up there. The other advantage of only getting 1 combine up there, as opposed to 2, is you don't have to then fiddle around getting 2 combines to empty into your grain trailer again. What you've got is just having you just have 1 harvester that you need to empty into your grain trailer, and it saves you time. So if you have
Mm,
a grain multiplier turn up, which we've not got in this case. You've got the bale multiplier instead. But if you do get that grain multiplier appear, we've seen teams so often fail to get all of their grain into the sell point because they're unable to get both those combines to fill the grain cart quick enough. Whereas
mm,
the way that Helm are doing it, they only have to empty 1 combine in to get the extra grain, and therefore every piece of grain that they have at that point gets in the time that that multiplier is active.
mm. Yeah, I mean, Helm has kind of the 2.4 multiplier already. Okay, not anymore. As New Holland will start to unload it, but the with the Bale multiplier, there would have been some possibilities for them, and they will both go for it, as we can see. So New Holland has picked it. Helm has picked that up. 1.7 for Helm, and didn't really see how much for New Holland, but maybe 1.6. I'm not completely sure. Could be the same as well. And JK seems to be just picking some bales. Gonna be heading towards the barn area probably with them. At least like moving them a little bit closer. Gonna drop one
No,
actually at the same time as well. So I don't know what's going on there. But
and
yeah,
he
he
needs
will
it.
just make a complete U-turn and he will go and pick that up. We can see Paul setting up the stuff at the silo. So they will start pouring down the grain. And I think that I do have this feeling that New Holland, they want to have now they want to deliver some bales right now as they have the multiplier advantage as Helm is still setting up. But now Helm is going to start unloading it as well. Let's see what kind of a points can New Holland actually get from those bales and where does the multiplier in the end stop. 2.1, yeah, it's going to go back to 2.0, but they had the bale multiplier, so 32 points, 30 points. This is really good. Helm is not scoring anything, 29 still, and we can see that there are some bales now coming from the Helm side as well, as they have 1.7 multiplier, and that's going to be even more points, by the way, from those bales which they have just laid down on the belt. So that should be, about the same, maybe 36, so a little bit more. So it's definitely good for both of the sides to take the maximum usage from the multiplier. But Helm, they're running out of it right now, and they did get only, I think, did they get 2 bales? I think 2 bales inside with the
What a
multiplier only.
boost!
Yeah.
And I don't think. Oh, L Rhodes is going to beat him to it. L Rhodes has beaten JK to it, so JK's had a wasted trip, and L Rhodes has got modern boost.
And what's
Do
going on
they
with
have?
Helm?
There's
They have
nobody
5
there,
bales. And 5 bales
but they
only
at least
remaining for Helm as
denied.
well. Yeah,
Oh, he's
it's the
got
same for
time.
New Holland
Tita
as
has
well.
time to get this down the bottom, but they did
Yeah,
not.
but neither
Importantly,
of
they
them have the
denied it to
bales.
Helm. But
Hmm.
he just needs Tita just needs to push all of these in. He could have pushed 4 in. He's only going to get 3. He had the
Yeah.
time to push that other one in. He still does. He's got 5 seconds and he's not going to do it. No, that
No,
is.
doesn't have it.
Oh, he could have taken those bales down and pushed 4 bales into the bottom and not 3.
Mm. Yeah, but still, I mean, now we can see Helm actually getting some more bales. So what I was really surprised still like a minute ago, as you maybe noticed, that they don't really have the bales, and now Helm has been doing some, so that's good. And New Holland, they have a little bit less, but the gap is about 100 points. So the question is that can Helm somehow close that 100-point gap during the final 1.5 minutes? That is a question that I at least keep asking from myself, if nothing else, because it's they I'm not going to say that they need a miracle for it, but something needs to be done. So if you just deliver the same amount as the other, then for sure it's not going to happen. And are they planning on something? There's 5 bales. I mean, New Holland has been putting the bales in all the time, and now I think it's going to be Helm just focusing on the final minute. Will they try to get a combo maybe? I don't think it's going to happen when you have these bales coming in. So there are some on the belt. They have the multiplier, so that's going to be 444 soonish around that ballpark. But New Holland already breaking the 500-point barrier. So this is. I mean, Helm. They need to hurry up a little bit.
Yeah, this is close. You can see the gap is slowly closing for Helm, and New Holland are out here without bales, but Helm have run out as well. So yeah, this is really tight. There are bales going in there for Helm at the moment. There are bales going in there for New Holland as well. Helm bringing the last few bales in. This is really close. Helm are in the lead, but there are bales on there for New Holland. A bale has fallen off for New Holland.
That
And
could
is
be
that
it.
going to cost them?
Oh,
No, New
4
Holland
points
in
of
the
a
lead.
difference. Oh!
No, Helm
He's
in
gonna
the
push
lead.
it
It
to the
goes
bottom.
Helm.
They will
For the
won it by,
second
I think, like
match in a row, it's won by a bale in the dying moments.
And I think it's a 6-point difference, and that there was, I mean, New Holland was on the lead before that bottom push, so it was a really close one. So yeah, it is actually 6 points of a difference, and in the end, Helm will proceed to the next stage, and New Holland will be eliminated from the tournament instead. So a very close one.
If that bale had not fallen off the conveyor for New Holland, that would have been it. New Holland would have won this, and they would have won it by 4 points.
Yeah.
So that's how important it is having those bales straight on that conveyor. Wow, what a close game! Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the blue X-ray bale dropping down, I was like, oh no. But these things happen. You have to be careful how you actually load them to the belt. So unfortunate, but still, it was their own doings. It was not the game.
Yeah, those tiny little unforced errors causing the problem again. We are off for another break. We will see you in 3 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Yes, what an exciting tournament this has been. And second match coming down to those last few seconds. One Bale, 6 points, and it's put Helm through and knocked New Holland out.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely. I mean, I like when Helm is pushed to the limit. We have seen them sometimes to dominate and have these huge amounts of points collected and winning by hundreds of points. And I really love when they are actually like almost their backs against the wall. It also tells that the other teams are, kind of like, finding the same level. So, and you said it very well, Alex, at the start of the last game when we were discussing about the tournament in general. You said that you feel that anybody can win this, and that is absolutely right. I think we have a way more leveled playing field currently, and it really means that everybody can, at least from these four teams, they are all capable of doing it if the circumstances hit the right perks, whatever.
Yeah, it does feel like that. The whole tournament has felt like that. We've had top teams falling into this lower bracket. We've had teams that previously been sitting further down the rankings coming up. I mean, My Insanity, who are currently sitting there waiting to see who they're going to be facing in the final. They are down at eighth in the standings. This tournament is going to throw them up the standings quite a way, and depending on who gets through to the final and who doesn't. So yeah, we've got two teams now who have been absolutely amazing this weekend. Lindner, who lost in the first semi-final to My Insanity, versus Helm, who have worked their way up from the very bottom of the lower bracket to be here. So this is our second semi-final of the day. Whoever wins this is going into the final, and whoever loses it is out. First up, we've got some banning going on from Lindner, who've taken both telehandlers out. Meanwhile, Helm have taken the big glass Axion and the big John Deere 8R out. We've got Big Hall versus Unstoppable. If Lindner don't change that, interesting. I was expecting Lindner to be the ones who blinked there and changed their team perk. Instead, it was Helm. And I don't understand why Helm decided not to go unstoppable against Bickle, because it's just such an advantage. Really, really interesting. We got Runner and the John Deere 6M as the first two choices. We got the Fent 942 and Under Pressure as the second choices. So are we going to get an identical pick? No. We have Lindner going with two big tractors versus Helm going with two stackers. Now, the interesting thing here is Helm uses two stackers to great effect to bring more bales back in the dying minutes. So Lindner has to have a good deal more bales pressed and back before the dying moments of this game in order to have a chance to beat Helm. We're looking for Lindner to have a healthy lead before sort of about the last minute of here. Without that, I think they're probably going to struggle a bit. And it looks like JK has overshot. And yes, Lindner managed to grab that baler. Wooler has managed to grab the John Deere combine, but that is going to delay JK's first bale. He's got to go the long way around to meet the combine, and Xerxes has gone through the center bit there. Bull is right behind and will get a good run at first bale. 20 seconds left to hit, to get the first bale in there and hit that 149. Meanwhile, JK has got his first bale pressed and is heading for first bale now as well. And in fact, JK has ended up ahead of Bull going for that first bale. First bale coming in, and it's a 137. So Bull needs to get this in, and he's going to flick as well and he misses! And he misses by a mile. That is not good. In fact, he knows that is way, way too far out, and is going to have to go for a second first bale. That is a horrible, horrible start there for Lindner. They are very much on the back foot now. Direct Delivery and Crazy Tool are the first two perks or first two drops. Neither of those. Well, no, Direct Delivery actually is quite useful. Xerxes stopped for a while there in the middle of the field. It seems to have they seem to have everything thrown out of whack. That missing that first bale has cost Lindner quite a bit. They are going to have quite a bit of trouble getting back on track here with such a huge deficit. And yeah, Bull has had to go and empty the combines, because if he doesn't, everything else gets thrown out, and it's going to be such a horrible amount of work they've got to close this gap now. Unloading the second combine. Lindner did get off to a really good start here, though. They had they had both of the class combines, so they've given themselves a little bit of an advantage. But JK is well ahead and is doing what he's done before. He is going to go and empty this grain and then go and refill it.
Yeah, there we can see the usual JK shopping run on the middle of the day, more or less the daily routine, I would say, for him already. And but yeah, this time, of course, as we saw Lindner delivering something earlier, getting the so of course the multiplier doesn't hit the 2.4 mark that he was of course hoping for, but yeah, it doesn't really affect their strategy, as we have seen that they don't aim to deliver the bales at this point.
I think that's what Xerxes was stopping for, actually. I think Xerxes went and got direct delivery, and that has actually helped Lindner a bit, but missing that first bale, so that badly missing that first bale, that is going to cause them a huge problem.
Yeah, we spoke about the direct delivery earlier as well. It's definitely been used more, as mentioned earlier, and it definitely helps out with the, especially if you're not running the big haul. Now they're running the big haul on Lindner's side, but still, I mean, it still helps the, with the time to collect the grain and get more grain at the, with the same time. And of course, if you are playing without the big haul, then it helps with the capacity as well, that you don't have to deliver as much and you don't need to have the big haul to deliver that much grain. But anyways, that is done. We can see the drops coming in. So the 5.5 minute drops are here. We can see the grain multiplier, which might be an effect, and it is 1.6 for Helm. And Lindner, I'm not actually sure what it's going to be, because let's see. I mean, they have a slight advantage. Yeah, something like that.
It's so a 1.6 for Helm, but a 1.5. And that is purely because Lindner have slightly more grain than Helm
do. Interesting. I mean that without the direct delivery, the ratio would be completely the other way around. So Helm would have a smaller multiplier and Lindner a bigger one. So in a way, this
I think that's
helps Helm.
Oh, both circling it, both going for the last possible moment, and Bull is going to grab it. Oh, both of them grabbed it with 2 seconds to a second left. We've now got, look at the speed of that.
Yeah, it's just like when the guys immediately when they touched the drop, then suddenly just everything started to happen at the top part of the screen because the belt from Helm being stopped and 3.0 multiplier for Lindner, and the belt speed is, I mean, it's decent. It's still 2 clicks. So let's wait and see. Apollo waiting what he could do with the rest of the grain. So he's waiting if Helm is going to come with something more. So he's just hanging there. And these bales, as I said, I mean, that it's still reasonable speed. And now they will just load a 2.9 multiplier for Lindner. Currently, they have used all the grain. So let's see how much Helm still has in store. What's going to be the final one? But definitely, it seems that Lindner's going to end up with having a better multiplier, and we can see some of the bales getting inside as well. Not with that high. No, it's 2.0 actually in the end. So I'm a bit surprised about that. I was expecting that there would be a slight advantage towards Lindner, but they used the timing to get some bales in.
Yeah, and that has helped close that issue that they had with the first bale. It's actually doing that has put Lindner back in this game, which is great to see. They have 7 bales available to them, and I said at the beginning of this game, because Lindner have 2 high-powered tractors and one stacker, they are going to have to be ahead at that minute mark, because the amount of bales Helm can bring in that last minute is huge because of that. Because they have those 2 front loaders. Bull getting in there and picking up a Lord Baylor and scoring a load of extra points as well. That is helping Lindner. Lindner right back in this game. This is fantastic to see. Even numbers of bales at the moment. Lindner with a 6-point lead and even multipliers. They've just got to get as many bales back now and score them as they can, because Helm will not let up.
Yeah, they will definitely not let it go. And I'm really excited about this, and we are coming on the final 2 minutes. And I spoke about Lindner on the earlier today. That I said that they have been really efficient during the final minutes as well. We didn't really see them on the last game from them, so I just want to see like how they will play the final 2 minutes, how well they will be able to get some stuff on the belt, because Helm is definitely a great benchmark on that side. Helm do have now 6 more bales, so that is definitely a benefit for them. But I mean, I think in the end, when you count the amount of bales and then you think about the efficiency, I would expect once again that this is going to be one of those last second calls. That's how it seems to me, at least on a paper, because the moment will come soon when Helm will start putting those bales on the belt. We can see on the X-ray that both teams are now operating it, and Lindner, if they can just produce the bales as they put them on the belt, then we should have a pretty even situation. And the 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, that's going to be about 40 points. So Lindner will slightly take the lead with 50 points now, but there's going to be bales coming from the Helm side as well. But the thing with Lindner is that they are running out of bales, as we can see. 3 bales versus 11, but Helm cannot put all of them on the second floor, that's for sure. So now we just have to wait and see like how the last bales, where they will go. Will there be any last-second mistakes, as we have seen to happen from time to time as well? So I mean, these last seconds will be intense, I would imagine.
And this is Lindner's problem, is because their balers can only bring 2 to 3 bales back at a time, and because Helm can bring between 5 and 6 bales back at a time. Helm just are able to bring in so many bales to try and match this up. So right now, Lindner need to get them in. And in fact, it's 526 to 517. Lindner
this is
need
close.
to get bales in.
536
to 527. Close. And no, it's gone to Helm again in the last moments.
Yeah, sometimes the
wow.
Yeah, things don't change, at least for now. So it was a very close one. I mean, there was a moment when there was just a 1-point difference for Helm. But then, of course, both teams, they delivered something. Okay, 1 more bale came for Helm, but a very close situation. And if you look at the amount of bales delivered, so we have 25 bales for Lindner, and Helm had a couple less. But but yeah, it just came with the right timing. And of course, the first bale is something that we need to also understand and remember that if there would have been the first bale for Lindner, they could have won this with 100 points.
That was wow. This is so close, and Lindner definitely held Helm to it right to the end there, and it was just those last few bales and you saw Helm, just their timing is to the point where everything descends in the last 10 seconds. So everything that they have left gets in there in the last 10 seconds. And so many other teams, you see them still running around outside the main area and everything. But that is just fantastic.
Well, luckily we don't have to wait for long because the second game is going to start almost immediately. So, we'll see if Helm is going to be able to already confirm the place on the final, or will there maybe be curious to see what Lindner actually will be pulling here. But yeah, let's see. The bans are coming in. Yeah, the usual. We have Lindner, of course, banning the telehandlers, as we have seen them to do. Also versus the other opponents than Helm, so it's not just the Helm thing, but I think it started from Helm, and definitely versus Helm you want to do it. Maybe another. Yeah, okay, it's a Fender. I was expecting the John Deere though, but okay. Anyways, let's say that it's on the same ballpark more or less. But the perks now, so unstoppable for Lindner and Helm. What do they want to play? They are still they will take the unstoppable as well. So this is we saw this already once today, unstoppable versus unstoppable, and I think it's a pretty safe choice. Of course, take the same perk as the other one. Helm was thinking about it for a while, like should we try to do something else, but they decided to go with it still.
It is a fairly effective way to negate it. Unstoppable is a strong perk, and in fact, we've seen both teams trying to basically matching each other at this point. So, yeah, going.
Yeah, do you feel
again?
That...
I just don't know why Lindner are going for that second big tractor. It's holding them back.
Yeah, I do feel that I mean, of course, I can understand that Lindner wants to make sure in a way that, okay, that they want to play the same perk. They know that they are versus Helm, so they don't want to give any, extra help for the other team. But then on the other side, it was Lindner who chose the unstoppable first, and Helm wanted to match it. I do feel that even though Helm is now doing well, but these games are so close, I do feel that they might understand it themselves as well, that they are not so they're not that much ahead of the other teams as they used to be. So they realize the fact that these matches are close, and that they really need to put their best play, and they cannot just fool around and pick Herbicide versus Unstoppable and win matches with that one. So I think it kind of like I sense it from the timings when they choose these perks. Anyways, we can see JK now already getting away from Wooler, so they get a better start definitely. And this could be 140 something. It's not gonna be a 150 for sure, but maybe a 145ish, maybe a 6-8. Still, I have been calculating this 148 bales now wrong multiple times, so it's exactly the same which happened earlier with JK on the previous series.
And we got a 134, so a good distance between them. Lindner keeping themselves within touching distance. Somehow, though, Helm already have 3,000 extra liters of grain harvested. And that is impressive at this point. And we got Crazy Tool, raised, neither of which are useful.
It's a better start, at least for Lindner. I mean, this time they got the first bail, so they are not giving those 100 something points away straight at the start. So it's definitely a good start still, even though they are trailing a little bit with 14 points. But still, I would say that I mean, it's looking better, and as they have the same perk, so now we'll just try to figure out how they want to play it. But you mentioned the grain already, Alex. So we'll see how that's gonna develop. JK probably, as we can see him on the camera pictures as well. So he's preparing his shopping list for his daily shopping run at the silo.
Actually, you made a very good point there. Lindner held Helm to only a couple of points there, based on Lindner not getting a good first bail, being 60-point deficit on the first bail. If Lindner had landed their first bail in that game, they would have won it.
Yeah, that's I think I think it's a good thing to consider. I mean, yeah, that should have been the case. So in a way, I mean, you have been saying, Alex, all the time that Lindner is definitely on fire. So when you take that kind of a benchmark that they could have been able to beat Helm on the first game because they haven't played Helm on this tournament earlier, so I think it's a very good benchmark, and I'm pretty sure that because Lindner is a team, as I mean, we have discussed, they have emotions. They are clearly a team that who enjoys from the wins. I mean, everybody enjoys, but they seem to be like a very emotional team. So and now having all the victories, and maybe understanding that they can beat Helm as well. Um, I think that the guys are just very self-confident currently, and I wouldn't mind seeing, like, of course, either of the teams on the finals, but then Lindner having their revenge on my insanity would be pretty sweet to watch as well, if that would be the case. And just as a reminder, the winner from this game series will be going to the final. So this is the semi-final. So if Helm is going to win this one, I mean, this second game of the series, they will be on the final facing my insanity. And of course, if Lindner manages to take this to the third game and win that as well, then they will be facing my insanity on the grand final. So this is a do or die moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing Lindner with a about 10,000 liters more grain than uh, Helm, but of course Helm have delivered grain and are sitting at that 2.4 multiplier. We have silos closed and direct delivery, and that is really interesting. I think that both teams must go for silos close. Bull very nearly picked that up early, but has picked it up at the right time, and it looks like JK is going to grab it and stop Lindner at 1.3. Now, Helm need to do the thing that Helm are notoriously bad at doing when they are like this. They need to score points, and they're not going to.
Yeah, they have
We see it.
2.7. So this is interesting. I mean, they could try to utilize this somehow, but we'll see. I mean, I have been wrong so many times that I don't want to think about it, but just saying that Helm has been this whole weekend like not delivering the bales when we're expecting that they should be doing it. So I'm not going to say anything about it.
This is the thing. They have a 2.7 multiplier. They have a stacker out on field who has time to pick up 3 bales. He's got 45 seconds here. He's got time to pick up these 3 bales and load them on, and he's guaranteed a 2.7 multiplier for them. And we've seen other teams do it really effectively. We've seen Lindner do it. We saw New Holland do it. Every team that Helm have actually beaten have gone in and beaten other teams doing this.
Yeah, but it's only a couple
So
seconds that they
we'll
have
see if
remaining,
Buller
so
is going
we'll
to go
see.
and load these on. He's got another 20 seconds. And he is actually putting them on there. Will it score or not? We don't know at the moment. The belt is moving a little bit faster than it normally would because, of course, both teams are running unstoppable. And
Both teams
yeah,
are
they're now
unloading.
trying to take that up to the 2.8. They are going to score it with at least a 2.6.
Oops.
We can't
But
see
yeah,
what they
they
scored
got
it
them.
at.
Yeah, I think they got them in. I mean, definitely better than 2.0. I think they got one of them in with 2.5 and then down from there. So they didn't get a 2.7, but still they managed to get it. So as soon as the silo closers run out from them, and of course Lindner was also immediately starting to unload, but they had a player also. It was a 2.8 even 1 point, but they didn't hit the peak. But yeah, they're leading now by 100 points, so that definitely did something. And also Lindner went for the super drop at the same time as well, but that's going to wear out in a couple of seconds. And both teams still
No
have the
bail
grain,
scored.
so 21 and 23,000. So that's surprising that they haven't used all the grain. And now we can see that Lindner is actually unloading it, and also Helm. So this grain is still like flowing when we have about 2 minutes to go. So this is a very strategic move. And now we can see Wooler putting the bales on the belt, and Helm will have a slight advantage actually on the multiplier. 2.1 should be hitting them, yes. So they will get couple points more per bale, which is maybe something which Lindner didn't expect.
Yeah, Helm very much on the front foot. Lindner very much on the back foot. They have more bales than Helm, but they've got to score them. And it looks like, we're going for a bale-tastic from Helm. But Wooler very nearly messed that up, but he has actually got the bale-tastic in there. And that, you can see the look on the players on Lindner. That is a mountain for them to climb now.
Yeah, they know that they are in trouble. I mean, 300 points almost between them. So Helm has been just, the hammer time was there, and they used it perfectly and get the bale-tastic as well. So that is, I mean, even without the bale-tastic, they would be a couple 100 points behind almost. But very well done from Helm. And Lindner, meanwhile, they were just like moving the bales next to the belt, but they didn't put them on the belt. So they were just like organizing everything for the final push. So to me, it seems that they are a little bit late. I mean, of course they are late, but what I mean is that, even like stacking the bales next to the belt, ready to be loaded on the belt, that should happen like up a little bit earlier. So it's just, some kind of a miscommunication or something. So now they're doing it, but I don't think that they have the time. They have 14 bales, so there's no way that they can put all the bales even on the second floor. And as we can see that they're already shoving it on the first floor. They have 6 out of 10 from the combo, actually. 7 out of 10. So can they make it? Or will there be something else? No, it's going to be countered by Helm, so they are not going to be able to make it. And they are having a 400 points, so the gap is definitely closer, but it's not close enough as we have only 10 seconds to go. Helm is definitely looking to be the team that will be going to the grand final once again. And there we can see the reactions. So the guys are happy. JK on the middle, taking it pretty chill, and as the others are like, trying to smash the table at the same time as they're enjoying from the moment. But Jake is like, nah, I'll just, fist bumps all around, and then I'll just chilly be like nothing happened.
Look at that. Yeah, Helm in complete control of that game, and just blocking Lindner at every turn, and just that bale-tastic was just the nail in the coffin. Lindner had no way of coming back from that and closing their gap. They did close it significantly, however. Without that bale-tastic, I think that would have been a lot closer. But yeah, we're going for a My Insanity versus Helm final. And of course, My Insanity only have to win one match. Helm have to beat My Insanity twice to win this tournament. So we could be going to 2 matches, 6 more games if Helm are going to win. We are heading though for a quick break before the final kicks off. So we will see you in 3 minutes. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back here, ready to take you through it. Welcome back, everybody. We are here. It's been a long road getting to this point, especially for Helm. Helm have had to play 7 matches to get here. My Insanity have had to play 3. They've really given themselves the hardest way to make it to this finals. And of course, the last match against Lindner was just the last step in it before reaching it. So, what are your thoughts on the on the match between Helm and My Insanity? No, Helm and Lindner, Copter.
I mean, it's a bit shame. I mean, of course, Helm they showed that they have what it takes, and of course, we didn't have much of a doubt about that. Maybe yesterday, in the first matches, I might have said something about JK and making a couple of those mistakes. But other than that, I think that they have definitely been, improving all the time. And okay, here we can see actually some of the fails being caused by them. Yeah, maybe I'll just shut up for the moment. But yeah, I mean, I think that the series was good. The first game, I really enjoyed how Lindner was able to show that they do have the capability of beating Helm, but then, they made a mistake with the first bale, and that kind of like caused it to win. The second game is a little bit different story because, of course, there was a whole lot bigger gap, and I think that really showed that Helm really masters this kind of a situations. With even perks, they still manage to really easily. I mean, to us, it seems so easy how they played it and still win it. So that kind of like reminded me from the Helm that we have known during the past 2 years. So Lindner was a little bit helpless, but then also in the end, they did manage to close the gap from that 300 points to 100 points. So there is definitely performance, and I still agree with my previous statement that I do think that Lindner has been hugely improving as a team, but especially as a team who performs during the last minutes, because that's when we have saw these gaps to be closed as well versus Helm.
Yeah, I agree there. Lindner have been a team who have been playing exceptionally well throughout this tournament, and had it, as we were saying, had it not been for missing that final that first bail in that game against Helm, I think they would have won that first game, and we'd be looking at a very different position right now. As it is, we have My Insanity versus Helm. This is the final. Now, because we are doing a double elimination, if My Insanity win this first best of 3, they will win this tournament because that knocks Helm out. However, if Helm win this first best of 3, we go to a second match, and this is because My Insanity have not been eliminated yet. I've not had that double elimination chance. So we're going to have somewhere between 2 and 6 games to decide today's tournament, which is really exciting.
Yeah. We do have the bands coming up, so we can see the tractors and the telehandlers. So this is the pretty standard one. There's one thing that I have to say is about Lindner before we can completely focus on this one, because I was expecting that Lindner, as we have been talking about good things about them as a team. I was expecting that this third place that they will get from this tournament is something like that's going to boost their scores. But then I did have a look on the overall standings, and Lindner actually has been placing third in all the tournaments this season, already before this as well. So this is the third place of the season for them.
And I think this is going to place them second overall in the rankings, because they're
the
equal
stability
second at
is
the
there.
moment with Valtra. So so they will head up, and so they are second only at the moment to Helm, and that is their consistency. They have been consistently good over this season.
Anyways, we have the perks, so we have bottleneck versus bottleneck, so those have been chosen, and everything else has been chosen as well. So we are going to talk now only about the grand final, not about Lindner or the other team. So My Insanity versus Helm, it is time for the grand final, and as Alex very well explained, My Insanity, if they can take the first series, they will be the winners, and if Helm will take this series, then we have a second final, and then the winner of that will be the the winner of the tournament, because we have this double elimination system, and the kind of like My City hasn't lost a single game, and Helm has lost one game versus just the tractor yesterday. But anyways, we seem to have a small technical break. My Insanity players are not happy with something. We can see hands in the air, and let's see, fingers are moving in as well. So maybe the mouse wheel is not working. Let's see. And Klaas will come and try to fix the issue. Like, what is it now, boys? Let me fix that for you. And everything is fixed.
Did you press the escape? I think you might have pressed the escape by mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Well, I mean, we are just human. Everybody is just human, so these things can happen. Yeah. It's not the end of the world, luckily. So we're gonna resume. So we're not gonna do a restart or anything. They will just take away the technical pause. We can see one of the tractors stopping there, but I think they maybe went for the pad and just let it slide. So that's probably the reason. So let's see. We are still on the way of doing the first bail, and JK is trailing Wooler. They are a little bit further away from the barn, so this definitely will not be one of those 149 runs. So let's see how that's gonna go. But I think it's like could be like a 138ish based on that previous scene. Okay, maybe not even that. Let's wait and see. But yeah, I think it's definitely going to be 130 something if he's just going to swing that in as he's now crossing it. And yeah, I would say like 134, maybe 3, not sure. Somewhere on that ballpark, actually a little bit less. But anyway, it's like 130. Oh, no, it's going to reverse that in, so it's 120 something actually. So that's
he's missed.
a bit of a different story, and he missed that as well. So I'm not going to do any of the forecasts, but at least we can see that my Insanity doesn't have the first bail on the way either. So 119, not going to be definitely one of those 140 runs. And now John. Let's see, that's going to be definitely less. We have the drop spawning at the same time as well, but this is about, there's going to be pretty big difference. Okay, 11 points, not the end of the world, definitely. So Helm is still on the lead.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse of a start for my Insanity. But because JK wasn't able to get that first bail in immediately, that has made the gap a lot smaller. We've got Crazy Drool and Bridges lowered at this stage. Neither of those are particularly useful to either team at this point. So we are probably not going to see either team go for them. We are likely, though, to see both teams. Yeah, both teams was going to start emptying at this point. I don't know exactly what the grain situation is, but it looks like my Insanity are further along on this part of the field. So maybe their grain is a little bit better. In fact, I don't know because it now looks like Helm are a little bit more harvested on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see when the time comes. It's not that long until we actually see the stats, but yeah, probably right on that. And there we can see it. Okay, so Helm is leading by about 5,000. That's the situation currently. And we spoke about the drops, and we had some great ideas about the drops already earlier, what they could be. So I was just wondering that what if instead of Crazy Tool we would have a Crazy True? And it would be like like a bottle flipping game that you have to tell true things about your teammates. So during that 35-second period, you can only tell
how you fit
honest
that
things.
into the game, I'm not sure.
Maybe on the interview segment, like after the tournament or something, that you have the Crazy True, and then yeah. Okay, let's focus on the game. Just a crazy idea which I had on my mind, and you know me, I can't shut up when I have something on my mind, so I just have to shout it out. Luckily, I'm not singing any songs, so I'm not going to sing for the moment.
And JK doing his normal thing of dropping some grain off. In fact, he dropped a lot more grain off than he normally does because that is a 2.7 multiplier that they currently have. That's not really a fear at the moment for my Insanity because, of course, Helm don't tend to end up using that multiplier. They tend to end up just using that to make sure they can get extra grain. I'm wondering if they're having a play around this time, though, with not taking a harvester up there at all and instead just trying to refill that as much as possible. In fact, yeah, look at this. That is a full grain trailer that they've got there pretty much. And we got bail multiplier or speed up.
Yeah, bail multiplier, that's the only thing which makes sense at this point. Let's see if they can just utilize it. So I'm just thinking about the combination of my Insanity having that huge amount of grain and then the bail multiplier as well. So is there something that they could like try to build from there? Helm, of course, as we can see, pretty heavily leading on the multiplier, currently 2.9. So yeah, my Insanity needs to do something about it, definitely. And we do have a bit of organizing happening here for Hannes. And yeah, the drops are there. Still about 20 seconds of time to pick them up, so they will leave it on the very last second. Because the bail multiplier, I mean, you need to have some bales as well, and then you have to still sort out the grain as well. So you need to go and pick that up. And my Insanity has done it already. Help hasn't gone for it, and I'm thinking that they actually have almost weared out. But on the last second, we can see Wooler coming for it. Yes, they got it. So they have it for the final. 1.5 minutes about, so until the 3-minute mark they still have it enabled. And yeah, we can also see that the My Insanity is still having it just a little bit shorter, but it's the same multiplier for it because the differences on points and are so small. And now when all the grain has been used, well, not all of the grain, but let's say the current batch of grain which they were pouring down has been used, and Helm is now putting down some more. So Helm is very heavily wanting to have that multiplier for them, but there's still about 30k remaining in store for My Insanity, and I want to see how this plays out, because this is the time when Helm now really should be doing those points. But the only thing we can see is the My Insanity actually going for the belt and trying to put the bales in, as they know that the they still have a lot of grain. But I don't know how far that's gonna take them. 2.0 maybe. It's not gonna be. I think Helm will end up
Willer's
actually
got a
having a
lot of
slight
points
advantage.
here on the 2.4.
Yeah.
36 points for Wooler there for Helm. That is, that was just the single bale for Helm.
Yeah. There was a second one, just came in. Third one now. So they did get 3 bales. And you said 36, 36 points, but then I think that the maybe 32 to 34 points for the other 2 bales, because the meanwhile My Insanity was actually loading some grain, and now all the grain is used. So we have the final multipliers, and that's gonna be 2.1 for Helm. So they have a slight advantage on the multiplier, and as we can see that they are also leading by about 40 points. Currently they have 10 bales, or 11 ballen. And we'll just wait for the stats from the My Insanity side. So what I want to know is like how close they are with the bales, because that's the I would say the most important thing for the moment. There we go, 7. So
That's
they are 6 down, and
My
that's not good.
Insanity, 6 down. Yeah, that's a problem for My Insanity. They're down in the points, they're down in the multiplier, and they're down in the bales. That's, if that does not change, then they cannot win this.
Yeah, they are pressing more though. Now it's 13 for them, so they are definitely getting them done. But yeah, we speculated earlier, so we all know that if Helm will win this one, then we have the first, second, final. That sounds weird. First, second, final. Okay. Anyways, the second final will happen, and yeah, I mean, if there's a team that can take us there, it's definitely Helm. So they are in the right spot for that for the moment. But meanwhile, as the final 90 seconds are starting up, we can see Wooler lighting up. The bale count is, by the way, exactly the same. So it still means that, Helm still has the advantage. They still have the point gap, and they still have the better multiplier. And so this, by means, even though My Insanity has been pressing the bales, they are still the underdog here, definitely.
Yeah, there's not really anything they can do to change that underdog status either at this point. The only thing they can do is just try and put as many bales on that belt as possible. But when you're going up against Helm, just constantly putting bales on themselves anyway, that is a very difficult thing to do. And in fact, you can see now Helm beginning to pull out a sizable lead against My Insanity here. They are well over 100 bales. In fact, they're coming up to nearly 150 as their bales go on, and that is very difficult for My Insanity to come back on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a constant flow of bales. Constant flow of bales from the both sides exactly at the same time, and then it's not going to change the gap anyhow. Actually, it's increasing because Helm is in the lead and have a better multiplier. So yeah, we can see that they will win this by 128 points. So there was no way for the My Insanity to come back from the from that situation at that point, and now we'll just have to wait and see if they can find the means on the second game. But the guys, they definitely look a little bit, I don't say that they're shocked, but the looking at their faces, I think that they kind of they were wondering something definitely there. So how did it end up like this? So we'll see if they will figure out some kind of medicine for the second game.
I think lots of teams will go away from this, and they're going to be asking the question: how is Helm getting more grain than us. And there's only one team I can actually think of that has consistently done the same thing. And that is Farming Friends. Early on, they were consistently getting more grain from everybody else. And I'm kind of wondering if Helm went and looked at that and went, we need to do that. Because ever since we saw Farming Friends do that yesterday, we've started seeing Helm do it through the end of yesterday and especially in today. Today they've had more grain than all their opponents the whole way through. So I think teams are going to have to go away and go, right, how did Farming Friends and how did Helm get more grain than all of us and start applying that. And New Holland started to apply that today. We saw them do it, I think, for one game, and then they stopped doing it, which was, I don't understand why, because it worked so well for them. And then it was that whole time I was talking about how they were leaving things a little bit later to get more grain in. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a slight shift in the way people do things, or the way teams do things coming into the next run at Llama, because they will need to do that in order to combat what Helm have instigated here during today's matches.
Yeah, I mean, when we started the season, we had this discussion, and I think it was JK who actually said it, that for sure the strategy how we start the season is not the one how we're gonna end it. So the teams will evolve during the season, and you need to come up with new strategies. So we are actually seeing that in play right now, right here, that the teams, they understand that they need to come up with something else. And then, of course, I'm like wondering, will somebody refine, or let's say, will somebody, do something, work with the strategy that just the Tractor showed us yesterday? That will somebody, they will be definitely looking into it after the tournament. So what's going to happen with the loading the bales directly on the belt from the baler. So that's the one thing. But okay, we have unstoppable versus unstoppable. So we had the bottleneck versus bottleneck, and now it is unstoppable versus unstoppable. So we go again with the same perks, which is to be expected, and this time the perk in question is unstoppable. And I mean, we haven't yet gone there. We haven't reached the third game on this series for a while now. I mean, where has been used the same perk. So then we'll see if we get the big hole versus big hole, or the herbicide versus herbicide as a third one, if we go there. And it's all about my insanity now winning this one if they want to force it to the third game. So this is the moment when they have to win.
This is going to be close. My insanity are just there ahead and have beaten JK to the baler.
Yeah, that's a good start for them. I mean, JK, they have been almost all the times they have been really close with that one. JK won it the last time, even though to me it seemed that my insanity was there earlier. But anyways, that's what the game decided, and JK will go for the class baler instead, it seems. So, but it wasn't that far away, so it's not like the end of the world. And we saw in the previous game as well that the first bales were not so optimal for either of the teams. So we'll see how it's going to be here. And to me, it seems that Helm is still actually leading. They were closer to the barn. So they are probably getting the bale done, and now they're delivering it. And we can see the blue X-ray on the backside. So that is my insanity. And I noticed that Feldon was mentioning on the chat that my prediction skills are bad. So this will be I don't know, 26?
130.
Oh, 126. So, Eldon, you had your answer, and I don't really take these, these unpredictable moments. I mean, you cannot predict if there are unpredictable things like JK making a mistake and then not reversing it all in. Sorry, I don't have the crystal ball. Yeah. It's the same in math in general, that you can only make the calculations where you know the variables. more or less, or at least you can define one of the variables based on the others. But if it's a completely random element, then it's a random element. Okay, enough about that one. The first bales are done, and Helm with 126 and minus the 109, so the gap is 17 points. And with Alex's terms, that's 8 bales or something like that. 0.85 bales, I guess. Yeah, less than a bale.
The interesting thing there, though, because Jan was so late in on that first bale, as he was heading out, he got a chance to pick up the 8-minute drop, which was slow down. And that meant that in order for Helm to make sure that it had the same effect on my insanity, one of Helm's players had to jump out of the combine. Well, I had to jump out of the combine, run all the way across there, get it, and run back. So a great bit of disruption there from my insanity, able to just claw a little bit back and delay Helm just that little bit, because they happened to be in the right place at the right time.
7 minutes. Grain again being collected. JK just about to do his daily shopping run again. So yeah, let's see if they have anything else, in store. Maybe there's a special discount or something, just to have the quick visit at the local grocery store. So there we go, 2.4. So he's definitely following the old pattern still. So nothing has really changed there. And let's see, my insanity. They are moving, but they are not doing anything about it. So they're not pouring it down. So they don't really have the completely same idea about the strategy. So, but anyways, Helm is. They will stay true to themselves, following that way.
And this is the thing with Helm: is they're a team that you will see pick up a new strategy, have it work for them, and then they will go for, keep it going. But they're not afraid to change and adapt if they see a strategy that could improve what they're doing. And this is the case that's happening here. We're seeing them adapt, seeing them change their strategy a little bit to add that little bit of extra grain in, and it has just given them dominance all the way through these finals today. And no other team has looked at that. No other team has seen what they're doing and gone, we need to make the same adaptation. We need to alter our gameplay ever so slightly, because if we don't, we're going to find ourselves with a multiplier that's against us the whole time. And that's what amazes me, is because they're all there watching this. And they're all there seeing how Helm are winning these games, and none of them are going, well, if they're winning it this way, and we're seeing the way that we're playing it being slaughtered by everybody else, we should be doing it that way too, and trying to even things up. And normally I wouldn't recommend, just copying straight up what they're doing. But here, it's such a big difference it's making to every single game that I'm surprised teams aren't doing it. In fact, here is a perfect example of it. They now have to empty both these combines and this auger wagon before the time runs out for their multiplier. All Helm have to do is empty out one combine and their auger wagon, and they will get it all in time to make the difference. Having said that, my insanity are about to score points when they have a multiplier in their favor. They're too late getting there because that's going to disappear. But they tried to score points while it was in their favor.
Yeah, I think the image from the silo when you were explaining that difference, I mean, when you just look at the amount of vehicles, that explains that it's so much more simple, because there's like a huge amount of combines and trailers and and a whole unloading operation of the grain is like so complicated. And then you have a look on the what's actually on the Helm side, and there's just the trailer and the one the combine. So I mean, just by seeing that, you realize that it's simpler, requires less work. it's like an iPhone, just one button, easier. At least that's what people keep telling me, even though I'm not an iPhone user. But because I like to play with the more buttons than one. But that's a different thing. Just saying that it kind of like resembles a bit the same idea there.
Having said that, this game is the exception to the rule. Mindsanity have delivered enough grain under their multiplier to get them to a 2.2 times to a 1.8. And they've picked up the multiplier switch, which if Helm are quick, they can score stuff at the increased multiplier. I think they're going to be quick enough to do it.
Yeah, they just want to steal that away, and they don't have the time. Yeah. But Helm is still on the lead.
Are in a strong place.
Yeah. So now it's all about the bales. Once again, we are coming to the final 2 minutes. And yeah, I mean, Mindsanity will end up with the slight advantage on the multiplier. Of course, that's a thing. But then on the other side, I mean, I don't know. Helm has been pretty efficient lately. So, and the gap is, okay, it's not that bad. It's like 40 points. So maybe with 4 bales that can be closed and they're pretty tight with the bales. So yeah, it might be getting very close. So we'll see how this is going to go. But I think that Helm definitely has a chance, but also Mindsanity, I think they have definitely a better chance than what they had on the previous game. So I mean, there is a chance that they could force this on a third one, and that would be interesting to see how that would play out. But yeah, let's just wait and see. Because 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, so we don't have to be guessing. And now Mindsanity actually has taken the lead already, so they're now leading by about 35 points or something like that. But of course, there is still time, so anything can happen.
Yeah, lots of bales being collected up around the barn for Helm, but Helm have a 4-point deficit for every bale. As long as Mindsanity can keep their bales coming in and keep their stacker supplied, they're gonna be in a good position. And yeah, it's 391 to 360. Helm are fighting at a big disadvantage here. Mindsanity,
they're still doing pretty well though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, now. Yeah, I mean, of course, they will lose some points, but I mean, okay, so you need to do a couple extra bales compared to Mindsanity. So let's just wait and see. I mean, this is definitely going to be one of those close battles once again, as we have 15 seconds to go. And Helm has been delivering some more, 506. We can see Mindsanity closing up. They will take the lead. And Helm, they don't have the bales anymore. Helm is out of the bales. They don't have any bales. Mindsanity will take this. There's no way for Helm to do anything about it because they don't have any bales. So this will be forced to a third one. And of course, we are thinking currently, yeah, Helm, now they need to win one more to force it on the second game. But then, on the other hand, I think in the first time of the whole FSL history, we do have Mindsanity 1 win away from winning a tournament. And if you think about any of the... and then if you think about the previous tournaments we have had, let's say... Helm battling with the other teams, winning the tournaments. How many times do you remember? Because I don't remember, Alex. How many times do you remember? Because Helm has been winning the finals 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So I was trying to think how many teams I can name who have been one victory away from winning the tournament. Because usually they are left with 0 versus Helm on the final. So I think that number is pretty low.
This I think is the most pressure I have ever seen Helm under. Helm have had to do 7 matches to get here. They are now 1 game away from possibly losing, and Mindsanity taking this tournament. And Helm know that not only do they need to win this game, they have got to win at least 2 more games after this to win this tournament. This is proper crunch time, and I love it. I love how I love how much Helm have been held to the fire during this tournament
Yeah,
because
they're
it's
definitely under
just bringing
pressure.
out the, the best. It's brought out the best games and the best stuff that we've had, I think, ever in the FSL. I've never seen so many close, hard fought matches as we've had these last 2 days. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, I've been a tournament that has a very fresh strategies and, like mentioned, a lot of teams who are actually capable of winning this. So it has been, I would say, a really good tournament, really great the 2 days so far, and it's not yet over. So we still at least have one game, but we might even have 4 games. Who knows? So we're gonna figure that out. So let's see. So if Mindset is gonna win the next one, then it will mean that they will win the tournament. And I want to see the team perks they're gonna be chosen. So will they play the big hall? That's what I'm expecting. Big hall versus big hall, and yeah. That's the
Yep.
thing, and no funny changes during the last second either. But been a great tournament. So my insanity, if they win this one, they will win the tournament, and if Helm will win this one, then they will be taking my insanity to the second final, and then the winner of the next best of 3 series, which is all the same teams of course playing, will be the winner of the tournament. So anyways, we gotta figure that out inside, I would say, 1 hour at least, pending of course if there's no technical issues or anything like that. So soon we will have our winner. It could be inside 50 or 10 minutes almost, or it could be in an hour. So who knows?
Yep. We got Big Hall versus Big Hall. Interestingly, my Insanity have gone for 2 big tractors opposed to the 2 karting tractors. So
If they
this
have
is
something,
going to be interesting.
yeah. If my insanity has any tricks on their sleeves that they have been saving, now is the time to use them. So because this is the final, this is the deciding game when you need to put all
The
in.
fight
And
for the
let's see, there's
class. Who's going to
something
get
going
it?
on. JK is gonna go for it,
Helm got the
and
class.
yeah,
And
JK
the
went
Baylor.
for it, and Wooler get the Baylor. Yeah, great start for them. So this is definitely meaning that they can try to get a very good first bail as they are so close to the barn. So we'll see that in a matter of seconds. We can see that the Mind Sanity is going to be following here, and they are pretty far away. So based on this distance that the players have, and now we can see JK leaving. So this could be one hell of a first bail, to be honest, as I'm trying to
This
see.
is
This could be
optimal. This
150. This
is
could
about.
be 150. This is the best one we have seen. The
They
we.
made it!
Oh, he's gonna miss it. He's gonna miss it. It would have been 150, and now Felden. Oh, Copter didn't get that right, but the
Oh,
that's one of those random moments. So
a
yeah, but the
139, and it's kept, absolutely has kept my Insanity in this. A
yeah, but
139 points between them. That
it's a
is
great
an
recovery.
unforced error that has really helped my Insanity there, because they would have been more than a veil behind had that gone in.
Yeah, it would have been 150, I would imagine. That's what I was expecting, at least myself. That the 150 sounded about right from that angle, but the swing didn't work. But the 139 is still fine. I mean, at least it didn't get stuck or anything like that. That you have to go back and forth, and try to get that done. Speed limit and direct delivery, and PB goes for speed limit, so he
And
doesn't want to use the
it's
direct
made Wooler get
delivery.
out of the combine. So
Yeah,
it's caused Wooler to stop harvesting.
yeah. And the same is going to be picked by Helm, so they still prefer speed limit over direct delivery, which is, I think it's interesting fact.
But this is great play from My Insanity. My Insanity absolutely causing disruption, making Helm do things that they don't want to do, getting Helm out of position. This is exactly the kind of gameplay they need to be making in order to have a chance of beating them here. Now, I am
Mm.
intrigued to see if JK goes and tips this. How does Helm's strategy change when they have the big haul here like this. And he does seem to be going to tip it to add that extra bit of space.
Yeah, that's a good question. How it will change, but JK, I mean, will he stay true to his manners and will he go for the
No.
shopping mall run? No, he's gonna leave it there, and that is something we have seen on the past as well. That they will go and do some other work, so they will just leave it there, and then will the combines come and unload it there? I'm not completely sure how they want to play it, but anyways, it's gonna be staying put. So this will be a different strategy with the big haul. And just about a minute, and then we'll see what's going to happen with the next drops. 47k collected by my insanity, and not sure how what's Helm has been collecting. Meanwhile, they had a little bit less the last time I saw, but of course the time has been running meanwhile, so probably they will be getting some more. And as we can see, both teams are also pressing the bales here, so we can expect that I mean, everything seems pretty even for me currently.
And Helm coming up. Yes, so Helm actually have. How do Helm have so much extra grain? That is 6,000 liters extra that Helm have currently, and that could make a big difference. We have got a drop coming in the next 10 seconds. This could have a big effect depending on what it is, whether it's if it's silo closed or grain multiplier. It's bale multiplier and bridges raised. I think one of the teams will come in and get that, depending on what their multiplier is. And really, it now depends on the teams seeing what they can, seeing when they drop their grain. And it feels like my insanity are a long way out with where their trailer is compared to where Helm are. In fact, are Helm still harvesting? No, Helm are tipping. Helm have the extra combine up there and they are tipping. So, yeah, this is going to give them a good advantage. And my insanity not doing the same thing. So, this is how Helm's strategy changes with Be Cool. They still get the harvester up there, they still tip into it. And now my insanity are on the back foot and they only have 80 seconds to score with the multiplier.
Yeah, both teams are starting to unload. And they both teams, by the way, have been pressing some bales quite a bit as well. They have about 10 bales each of them. And of course, the bale multiplier has been picked. So this is the time when they want to have some kind of an advantage from it. Helm ending up with 2.1 and my insanity ending up with 1.9 on the multipliers as both of the big hauls have been unloaded. So slight advantage to Helm, and they are leading by 70 points already as they did score a couple of the bales earlier. And there we go. A couple more bales are going for the belt. Also, my insanity now with the bale multiplier, of course, they need to get those points home as well, so they are closing it up. And I would say that this is still fairly even. I mean, yes, of course, Helm, they have some kind of an advantage from the multiplier, but still in the end, when you count the bales and everything, so this is still doable for my insanity. That's what I'm trying to say here. But yeah, very efficiently, Wooler, 3 bales on the belt. We can see my insanity working on the background. It's PB400 who should be operating the belt. And as I said, one of the most efficient stackers in the FSL circuit, definitely. And let's see after these bales. So yeah, the gap is about 50 points. So it's still a decent gap, which of course will mean that my insanity should be getting a couple more bales more than Helm actually inside of it.
Bottom boost is what's out there, though. Is JK going to run for it or Wooler? Are either of them going? It looks like we've got a ghost heading up. Yeah, Haynes is coming up and is grabbing the bottom boost. PB has time then to get these 3 bales in the bottom and save himself some time overall. 50 seconds. Yeah, he may have time to push a few of these in here if he's lucky.
Yeah, there's actually quite many of them around, yeah, maybe those other trees. IT definitely has the time for it,
Oh,
unless he, of course, needs to be someplace else. Has a small mistake there, though. But he will claim the lead at least temporarily for now, and then probably going to do the same for the three other bales as well, as we are coming up on the final 2 minutes again. And Helm at the same time, just the belt is not that fast, but they don't really worry about it because they still have plenty of time. So they are just putting stuff in,
90
and still the bottom boost.
seconds on that
Actually,
bottom
can
boost.
John from the baler? He can get it. I think all those
Yeah, he
bales
needs
still
to. There
outside.
we go.
Yeah,
In the
good job.
bottom. That's some
That's
very nice scoring from My Insanity. Very nice
yeah.
scoring.
That will help at least for a while. Let's see if that's gonna stick. As at the same time, we can see Helm. They are also like very efficiently putting the bales, and they have they kind of like they're battling from the lead, pending from the moment. So this should be one of those close endings. And I mean, Mind Sanity definitely have a fighting chance. Remember, if Mind Sanity wins this game, they will win the tournament. So it's very close that they will actually take their first victory on FSL. But okay, let's not go ahead of things. We still have the last minute, and of course, Helm is still leading by 29 points as well. But I'm just saying that they have a chance. But now I do see a bit of a problem with the bale counts. They have 6 bales remaining. PB is just waiting, and there's 9 bales for Helm. So the efficiency of Helm again is showing up here, that they are once again capable of producing the bales also during the final minutes, and now the gap is just increasing. So Helm is just getting away all the time, and My Insanity, I mean, they need all the points possible, so they should be trying to get those on the second floor. But yeah, looking at Helm as they are also having these bales, so I think it's very difficult for My Insanity to kind of like cover this situation anymore. I don't think that the bales they actually have are even enough. They have 5 bales. That's going to be 100 points. So Helm will take the third game of the series and will force this to the second final.
Yeah, we are going into the second match of this final. Helm take it. Helm have fought 8 games to get here. They lost 1 in the first game yesterday, or first match yesterday. They lost their first match and have ended up coming all the way from the bottom to make it up to here, and they have forced it to one final match. Can My Insanity hold on? Can My Insanity now come back and win this last match? Or is Helm going to have the comeback story of the FSL from the very bottom to the very top?
We're going to be heading for a short break.
Yep, because
yes.
We're heading for a short break. We'll see you in 3. So here we go. It is all down to this. The final match between Helm and My Insanity to decide who is going to take this FSL 4th round FSL tournament live from Agritechnica. Wow is probably my reaction to this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think we already yesterday said it that, if there's one team that can take this all the way to the second final, it's definitely Helm. And, well, here we are. So one day later, we'll find ourselves, doing the second game of the grand final. As you said, Alex, Helm probably has never been so much back against the wall as they have been now. So they definitely have been having, they have lost one series, and then they had some really tight series versus Lindner, versus New Holland as well. And of course, now the grand final with Insanity, where Insanity also did manage to win one of the matches. So it wasn't just like a 2-0 for Helm. And so, yeah, I'm really happy that we see this level of gameplay. And of course, Insanity, they lost the advantage they had towards the final. So we'll see if they have found, anything that they can do here. So there we go. The second series, the best of threes, and of course the winner of this series will be the winner of the tournament as well.
Absolutely. And we're going into the pick and ban phase of this crucial first game here. This will give one of these two teams the upper hand going into of this match. And of course of this final. New Holland's telehandler banned first by My Insanity, followed by the class Axion TerraTrack by Helm. We're seeing very, very pretty much identical. These are the things that have been banned every time by these two teams. We've got the John Deere 8R, and then I'm expecting the other telehandler to go.
Yeah, that is pretty much the thing, and you're completely right on that one. So versus Helm, that's what you want to do. You want to ban the telehandlers, and we saw that there was a one game for Helm where the other telehandler wasn't banned, and immediately Wooler was just doing the Helm hurls. So the perks at the same time, as we can see, so they are starting up with pretty much with the same strategies. I mean, bottleneck versus bottleneck. This is also the same perks which we saw the first game on the previous series as well. So it's gonna follow the same pattern, maybe. So we'll see. And of course, then the next one would be Unstoppable versus Unstoppable. But let's play this first, and then let's worry about the next game a little bit later. So, but yeah, the bans and the picks in general, they follow the usual pattern, more or less, pretty much the same. And I think that's the situation. But why is it they now pick two smaller ones instead of the two big ones you mentioned earlier?
No. Insanity have changed their tactic here. They've got two front loader tractors, which is kind of what they need. It's why Helm is so great at bringing so many bales back at the end. And we're following.
That's what you said on the previous game.
And Wooler's lost it. Wooler has failed to get the big class combine. That puts a massive dent in Helm's strategy straight off. Gives My Insanity a brilliant start. If they've got the baler there, and they have got the baler there as well, that is a big problem for Helm off the bat here. Putting them on the back foot. Their first bale is not going to be a big scoring one, as JK and Wooler get into the middle. And we're now seeing, I'm looking at the mini-map, and I'm seeing first bale coming in for My Insanity here. Jan is not going to flick it in. He's got time to score big 143. Here, and it's a 143.
Yeah. So that's a good start. That's the best first bale for My Insanity. When you look at the matches from today. So, they can definitely be happy about it. And JK is coming a little bit late. It's not the end of the world, but there will be a noticeable difference. This should be like a 118?
Yeah.
maybe.
Nope, 115. It would have
so
been
even
118
less.
had it gone in first time.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean that just means that this is. This is almost like 1.5 bales.
That's a big deficit. That's that's 28 points, isn't it? That's not a good start. And yeah, Helm now trying to do the same disruption that was being done by My Insanity before. My Insanity do need to go and pick up the slowdown, and yeah, we can see PB running over there now to grab the speed limit. Yeah, you can't let the other team hold something like that for a while. 80 seconds, minus 20% for My Insanity. I think we've got a similar length of time with a similar disruption for Helm as well. Yeah, there we go. 20% for, a few more seconds.
Yeah, I'm just eager to see will JK go for his daily business again at the silo. I guess he will, but it's just I don't know. I like when he follows his patterns more or less. But yeah, okay. So JK is here. He's gonna be probably leaving after this one. There is, what do we have? Yeah, about 37,000 soonish. So now he's gonna go for it, and My Insanity. I mean, they have had more time, so they have been collecting more grain, definitely. And the speed limits are gonna wear out soonish, and then we'll see in about minute what we have available on the next drops. Also, Jan is coming for this short drop off. I'm just wondering so you said it, Alex, on the last game that this is what My Insanity needs. That they need to have another front loader. And now they do have it. And also, to me, it in a way seems that they are doing the same, like your daily deliveries as JK here on the silo at this middle point. So now the strategies are pretty much aligned, in all the ways. So then it comes down to the execution.
Yeah, and I think that the important thing here is Helm is My Insanity trying to make sure they have as much grain as Helm has, and again they're not applying this strategy that Helm is using that is getting them the extra grain. Emptying a little bit of the overloader, and then instead of taking 2 combines and having the overloader sitting up there, and having to wind those combines actually through that small space to get it in there, just refilling the overloader a bit. We've got Bale Multiplier and Crazy Tool at the 5.5 minute mark. So those two, I think most teams are going to go for the Bale Multiplier when that comes in.
Yeah, it sounds like a plan, more or less. And when you look at the grain, so My Insanity 64k, and this is not a big haul run. So just saying that we had a similar situation on the previous series as well. That the Bale multiplier came in, then they wanted to pause something down to fix the multiplier otherwise, and then use the Bale multiplier. So let's see if they have the time for it. This looks a little bit complicated for My Insanity though. But Helm, they have the advantage currently with 2.4 on the multiplier. So yeah, if they have the time to pick up the Bale multiplier and deliver a couple of bales, I think there we can see My Insanity is gonna pick up the multiplier, and Helm, they didn't get it at all. It's out now. It's more than a minute, so you can't pick that up anymore. So they decided not to go for the Bale multiplier at all. Which is a little bit weird. But let's see how this plays out. So yeah, they're just pouring it down. And let's see.
I started talking alone there and then realised I'd muted myself to have a cough.
Okay. Go on.
So I was going to say, the thing, that's really bad for Helm, having not picked up that Bale multiplier. It's going to cause them a huge issue, because now things are being evened up by My Insanity, while My Insanity still have that Bale multiplier, and they're going to score a whole load of points on it. Look at that, yeah. So, getting stuck on the bridge there. I didn't see who that was. I think that was Helm. Oh no, and JK! It's gone all wrong for JK. Oh, Helm.
Yeah, he's like, what's going on?
Now, and the errors are coming thick and fast. They've not
but for both sides, but that's definitely the biggest one we have seen so far.
And look at that. My Insanity also have advantage in the multiplier. This is a complete turnaround in this final match.
Yeah, this is looking really good for My Insanity.
Going all wrong for Helm.
Yeah, JK is finally able to move, getting those bales on the other side. But yeah, I mean, you're completely right on that. My Insanity, they have kind of like turned the whole situation upside down. And it's not just about that mistake. I mean, it's the grain, it's everything else as well. And I do feel a bit that the kind of like My Insanity, let's say that they did learn the lessons from the previous series. And I think that this is a very fast adaptation from them, that when you consider that, we just played like 15 minutes ago, the previous match, and now they are adapting this well. Of course, I would have hoped that they would adapt a little bit faster so that they would have won the first series directly. But I think we are seeing a very nice adaptation of the strategy for them, and it's really paying out for the moment. But of course, things can still change.
And a minute and a half to go is an eternity in this, especially with how good they are, or how good Helm are at getting bales in at the end. But they now have bales all over the place, and Wooler's having to go out of place to collect them up as bales are being brought in. And yes, it's still running very efficiently, but they are very much on the back foot with a multiplier that is against them. Every bale they put in, extra points are being scored by My Insanity for every bale they put in. So it's really down at the moment to how many extra bales can be brought in and scored by Helm. But My Insanity is keeping the pressure up. It's 383 to 385. My Insanity have more bales here to be able to score with in these final moments. They just need to get them on this conveyor.
The bale count is definitely a problem. There's only a couple of bales remaining for Helm, so I'm really thinking that My Insanity will take this in the end because they still have 7 bales. That's all the bales they have on Helm. And look at the X-ray. There's going to be the same amount of bales coming from My Insanity, and they're going to score some more points. So My Insanity will definitely take the series. They will get it. They will get it because there's no more bales for Helm anymore. Nope, that's enough. There's no bales anymore.
The first game.
Yeah.
This final is going to the wire. So My Insanity are now at the advantage in this crucial final match. The next game, Helm have to win or My Insanity have this tournament. This is going to the absolute wire. I said this final would either consist of just 2 matches or would consist of 6, and we are 1 game of the way from finding out whether it's going to be the full 6 matches.
Yeah, I'm really. My Insanity, they played it well, and now I just want to figure out how the Helm will kind of like tackle this issue, or if they will tackle the issue. But there is something that they need to do. Of course, they need to avoid the mistakes as well, and that's the one thing. So I'm just wondering. I mean, in a way, I mean, if, and this is just if Helm would win this final, I kind of would feel bad for my Insanity because they have played so well now. They have won one game on the first final and one on now the second final, and I'm really happy to see that we have this level of gameplay.
And it's whoever wins this final, it is going to be amazing because my Insanity have played an absolutely incredible tournament. They have not lost a match until that first match in the final. And whereas on the other hand, Helm lost their very first match this tournament and ended up in the lower bracket and have had to fight their way all the way to this final. So either way, this is epic. It's absolutely epic.
So we are expecting now unstoppable on the both sides. That is at least what I'm thinking. Of course, the bans we will see the same. So telehandlers, gonna be banned by my Insanity, and then maybe the John Deere 8R by Helm. We'll see. But it has to be something on that ballpark more or less. But and then the unstoppable as a perk. That's I guess what the teams want to play unless they want to mix and match a little bit. Case Magnum. No, that's the same scope more or less. And but then the perks. Is it gonna be just the unstoppables or will there be something else? Or we can see Big Hall. They will change it actually to unstoppable.
Fine, select.
So it will be.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, so they will play with the same as what we had on the previous series as well, and there will be probably not that much for surprises here, unless of course my Insanity from whatever reason decides that they want to go with the just with the one front loader. But maybe they understand now. I think there was a reason why they took it on the last game, the two of them. Yeah, and we can see the New Holland as well. So they kind of did exactly the changes which Alex was hoping for.
I got the I just saying to the chat, Jos is saying that he's having trouble following the bracket. I have 2 A4 sheets of paper, which is how I followed the bracket this weekend. I wrote it all down so that I knew what was coming up and where it was going. So yeah, it's like I do like it though. I do love the double elimination. It makes for some really interesting stuff. Some really interesting games. And now, who's going to get this Baylor? Is it going to be JK? It's going to be JK. He is just a tiny bit ahead there. So that is going to send my Insanity heading down. In fact, Jan is going to be a little bit out of place. Wooler, though, is also massively out of place. It looks like PB got to the Harvester before he did. So that's probably a little bit better for my Insanity rather than Helm, because it means that my Insanity are into the crop earlier and can catch up a bit. We're going to see now what JK can pull out in this game for his first bail.
I mean, it looks pretty decent still. I mean, it's not going to be 140 for sure, but it will be still, I would say, a solid 130 something. 35-ish maybe, 34-ish, something on that ballpark. But now he's gonna just reverse a little bit. So 132 for my Insanity, and JK will take it safe. 126 actually. So 6 points of a difference. And I can understand this in a way that they wanna, they know that it's a very important bail to deliver. So maybe I will not take that many risks, as sometimes, if you miss that, it can cause quite a bit of a trouble herbicide and direct delivery. So I would imagine that direct delivery might be in the interests of some of the players. So we'll just wait for it.
Ooh, and my Insanity making things hard for themselves here as they're pulling through the crop with that trailer. Must have got the timing a little bit off, because normally you try and avoid that if at all possible. And both teams sitting with about 28,000 litres. So fairly good position. And Helm grabbing the herbicide.
Yeah. So they will not go for the direct delivery. It's a nice that we see sometimes that I don't remember when I have seen the herbicide being picked the last time. I mean, and I don't mean as a team perk, as a drop. So in a way, it's nice to see that somebody picks that up from time to time as well. And 7.5 minutes, and yeah, definitely just the collection of grain. No bales for Helm. I think it's soon time for JK's visit at the silo, and I guess My Insanity will do exactly the same as we saw in the previous game as well, that they kind of like follow the same strategy more or less. So that is what we are currently waiting for.
Here goes JK taking this in, and yeah, it's 44,000. So it is an almost identical brain game at the moment. Mm-hmm. We know the way that JK does this with the dropping this off at the silo means he's able to get a little bit more here, and it means they only need to get one combine up here. And everything about Helm's brain game up here is really efficient. So it's so much cleaner when it comes to the later stages. So I am still slightly surprised that the teams are picking it up. And I think we will see other teams pick it up when we get to Llama in January. I think lots of teams are going to look at how Helm are doing this, and they're going to go, actually, that's a much better way of working this.
Okay, so we are coming up on the second drops. They should be landing in about 15 seconds, or arriving or spawning. Maybe not landing, as they don't come from the sky. So yeah, we'll see soon. Anyways, what's gonna be inside of them, and then we'll know how the teams are gonna play this. We have full 64k of grain from My Insanity, and about 55. We have speed up and speed limit. So that is not gonna affect anyhow the grain game or anything like that. Probably the speed limit will be picked up by both of the teams if somebody will go for it. And meanwhile, we can see Paul moving the combine next to the silo so that the Helm can start unloading. Wooler coming in front of as well, so they're coming exactly at the same time. So that's a good timing. And then the unloading can start. And they did have something delivered a little bit earlier. They had a 2.4 multiplier, so we'll see. I think My Insanity with that amount of grain, this will leave Helm with 2.1 or with a slight advantage. That's at least what I'm calculating on my head currently. So I would imagine that this time Helm actually will get the game, and we can see that the speed limit is going to be picked by Helm and by My Insanity as well.
My Insanity just did something really subtle and really great. They let, or there was a mistake from Helm. They let Helm put in too much grain. So it hit 3.0 and nearly made it to the top of the next line. And yeah, look at that. Helm have no grain left, and My Insanity have 30,000 liters.
Yeah, that's gonna put the whole situation upside down, because I think that's just about enough to maybe have a slight advantage to get the 2.1 maybe for My Insanity. So anyways, it's gonna be tight. So either it's gonna be 2.0 or just a slight advantage to My Insanity. It's not like it is a big amount of grain for sure, but the how much will that actually change it? And now they're actually, what's going on here? Now they are loading it, so we'll see how far it's gonna go on the My Insanity side, as we have 3 minutes to go. And of course they want to get these bales in with a good multiplier, so we'll see how far it will take them. It's gonna take them just barely on 2.1, so it's not the end of the world. And the bales are coming in. Helm is also getting some bales at the same time as well. And Lord Baylor will be the super drop. So that is something that I think that My Insanity could definitely use, and we can see that they're already coming for it.
He's not going for it. Look at that.
Okay.
Plenty of bales coming in. Now, I was thinking at the amount of time it was taking My Insanity to empty that grain. And this is part of the reason why Helm has more bales most of the time as well. Because they finish their grain delivery quicker. Because they have a more efficient system up at that point.
Yep.
So, I'm surprised he didn't go and pick up Lord Baylor. But I suppose not absolutely necessary. Right, so we are into the last 2 minutes here. 14 bales for My Insanity, 11 bales for Helm. This is looking really positive for My Insanity right now. They've got the bale multiplier. They've got the bales. They just need to get them on there and keep matching Helm. Helm are in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very close one. As we can see from the points already, that they are just a couple points away from each other's. And now just 3 points. So a very close battle. The bale counts are the same. I would say that My Insanity has a slight advantage. I mean, they still have the 2.1. So in a way, Helm needs to deliver at least one more bale than My Insanity. So that will give them the advantage. And this is definitely something, I mean, for sure, this is those moments when you cannot have any mistakes, especially JK cannot be, getting stuck with the bridge, for example. That's not going to be accepted at this point at all. And Paul is going to be having a bit of an issue getting away from there, but he will be managing that without any major issues. And currently, My Insanity is in the lead. They are leading by 32 points as we speak. We can see Wooler putting the stuff on the belt. We can see My Insanity PB is like working a very hard shift here at the belt, and the bales are coming in, and they're just coming exactly at the same time. So if they continue just like this, then I would say that My Insanity has a chance to win the game, but yeah, we'll still have to wait for that 30 seconds how that will go. The
my
red
heart is
ones
pounding.
are coming in as well. This is so close, and there's gonna be a small mistake for the My Insanity. Jan's gonna drop a couple of the bales just barely, but he will pick them up. It's not a huge problem. They will have to hurry up. We can see that Helm is putting more bales on the belt. The 3 bales are on the belt. We can see Paul coming with some more. Only 4 points of a difference. We have 10 seconds to go. Can My Insanity pull that off? We have 16 seconds. 16 points, and it seems that My Insanity, will they be able to make it? Yes, they will make it. They will take it. They will win it.
My Insanity won the tournament. Oh my god! My Insanity beat Helm in the final to win at Agritechnica for the 4th round of the FSL's 5th season. What a victory! What a story! That is amazing!
Yeah, it's the first other winner than Helm for the season. And the way how they did it, I mean, okay, so they went to the final, but then they lost the first one, and then they managed to pull 2-0 on the second one. I mean, they had huge pressure on them, and then the first final didn't go as well, of course, as you might have expected. But then in the 2-0 versus Helm, that's very rare, I would say. And now there's some kind of a discussion about something. Somebody's not happy, and I don't know what's going on. JK seems to be a little bit disappointed, to be honest.
I mean that's fairly clear cut. I can't see how. I mean, I'm looking at that, seeing as it was. That was, look at that. Well done, My Insanity. What a game. What a tournament. That has been incredible. And so many teams coming so close to doing what My Insanity's just done. In fact, Just Attracted did exactly that to Helm early on. What? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the first time this season when Helm didn't win the tournament, but also they have lost, let's say, 2 series in a single tournament. That I mean, that actually has never happened before during my time, because of course last year if you lost a match, then you were out, so you never had 2 defeats last season, and this season,
No.
of course, now, yeah, this is the first time when we have 2 defeats for Helm on the single tournament.
Just such an amazing win for my Insanity. As I said at the beginning of the final, either team winning this would have been special because Helm had to fight so hard to get to this final. But my Insanity, what a well-deserved win. Played
and
so
coming
well
from,
this tournament.
On the circuit points, they're currently standing on the 8th place, as mentioned earlier. So this will pop them somewhere on the top 5, definitely, at least. They will not take the 2nd place, so 1 victory is not going to be enough because, for example, Lindner getting those points, so they will move higher on the bracket and so on. But definitely, it's a really nice thing to see when My Insanity actually wins their first tournament, and the way how they do it, of course, at the venue at Agritechnica with the best audience, as you mentioned earlier. So really, really nice and really well done from the guys. And I gotta say, I mean, we had a huge amount of excitement during the whole weekend. I mean, all these how great matches. I think this was the best tournament that I have commentated so far, because there was so tight series, so many changes, ups and downs, new strategies, different strategies, copying strategies, great adaptations as well. So I think we saw it almost all.
Yeah, I think we did. It was so many close games, and there is the new standings. My Insanity moving up to 5th place with their win with 160 points. New Holland and Vultra sitting on joint 3rd on 180. Lindner moving up to 2nd with 200, and Helm, of course, still sitting pretty at the top there, thanks to their 3 wins so far this season. I can't wait for Llama now. It's gonna be absolutely amazing with the way these teams are playing now, with so many close games, with a live thing on UK soil is going to be utterly astounding. I can't wait for it. We will see you then on the 17th and 18th of January live at Llama. Come and join me and Copter there. For now, it's goodbye from the both of us. We will see you next time.